Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold and written by Gene Holloway. Mr. President at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who have lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President. And now, see if you can name the president upon whom this episode is based.
It was a chilly spring day in Washington. The president had just brought a visitor to see his invalid wife, who seldom left her upstairs room.
No, it can't be. I don't believe it.
It's him, my dear. Take a good look.
Yes, it really is Jefferson. Jefferson Davis, how nice of you to visit us.
It's my pleasure, ma'am, and it's good to see you again.
Treat him with respect, Peggy. He's a senator now.
Respect, indeed. I remember you, Jefferson, when you were a green lieutenant fresh out of West Point. And my son-in-law.
A very undesirable one, too, I'm afraid.
Oh, it wasn't you, Jefferson. We didn't want our daughter to marry an army man. I wanted to spare her the hardships my wife had to endure.
But it never does much good for parents to disapprove. You know what happened. All three of our daughters married army men.
I guess they decided if they could be as happy with an army man as their mother, they had nothing to fear.
Well, parents are old fogies when young people are in love.
Well, I loved Knox very much, ma'am.
She was very much in love with you, too. I still have the letters she wrote from the plantation in Mississippi.
Yeah, we were wonderfully happy there. We had 3 months together. Then, when the fever took her away, I wandered about like a crazy man.
It was a bitter blow to us, too.
Oh, so much has happened in the last 13 years.
Yes, the wars are over, and we're both out of uniform, and you are the president.
And you're a senator. I don't know how you feel, but I was happier in the Army.
Not I. I want no more of war. It's brutalizing and solves nothing.
Well, let's hope there'll be no more wars in our time.
No one joins you in that hope more devoutly than I do, but it's a forlorn hope, sir. The greatest struggle of our existence lies ahead. War is inevitable.
No. North and South must compose their differences. While I am president, I promise you there will be no war.
But it's bound to come, sir. If not in your term, then in another's. The only way to stop it is for the two sections of the country to part.
Never, sir. There are two sections of one body, Jefferson. Cut them apart and the body suffers and dies.
I can't agree. Fold up the Union flag and we'll avoid civil war.
This is secession talk, sir, and I'll have none of it. By the eternal, this Union must be preserved.
Mr. President, Jefferson, are you coming to blows after all these years?
Blows? No, my darling. Jefferson is too influential a man in the Senate for me to fight with. I'm only trying to get him to see things my way.
How I wish I could, sir. I don't like to advocate a parting of the ways for the states, but I think it's the only way to prevent war. We are friends, though, in spite of my views.
Oh, of course, my boy. And we must see much more of each other, too.
Well, thank you, sir. It'll be a privilege.
Jefferson, you're not rushing off already, are you?
Afraid I have to, ma'am. I have a committee conference in a few minutes.
Well, do come back again. It's been so nice to see you.
Thank you. And I've enjoyed this reunion. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Jefferson.
Goodbye. Such a fine young man. I'm glad we're on friendly terms again, aren't you, dear?
Yes, and I only hope it lasts. You know, it's silly to carry on a grudge. I remember when Zeb Hawkins and Tom Banner carried on a grudge down in Louisiana.
What was it about?
Well, it seems they both claimed ownership of a scythe that they'd been borrowing back and forth. For 3 years, they wouldn't speak to each other. Then one day, Jonas Murdoch came along for the scythe. It didn't belong to either Zeb or Tom.
But they didn't remember that.
No, they plumb forgot it. Tell me, how do you feel?
Oh, fine. If I only had more strength, there's so many things I'd like to do.
Well, I wish I could give you strength, darling. I wish I could give you everything that you want.
There's little I need. You're good and you're kind. That's why I've always loved you so much.
I love you very much, darling. And we're going to get you well and strong again.
Oh, I don't want you worrying about that, my dear. Tell me, how is the new cabinet?
Oh, it's a problem. Men I'd hoped would help me have refused to come in. Crittenden, for instance. I counted on him to be my Secretary of State. He says he can't take the post.
Will you find other good men?
Yes, I've done so already, but without Crittenden, without other leaders like Clay and Webster, the cabinet is bound to be criticized.
You've been criticized before.
Sure, but I wasn't president then.
When you lost good men in battle, you always found replacements.
Yes, my dear, but I knew my soldiers. I don't know politics.
You learn. Why, you face so many defeats, yet you've always won. It's become a habit. You can't change it now.
Peggy, you're a wonder. You inspire a man. I try to give you strength, but you're still the one who gives it to me. It seems selfish of me.
No, it's selfish of me. But it makes me feel that I'm still of some use in the world to hear you say so. Thank you, Mr. President.
No, I must thank you, dear, for the happiness and the help you've always given me, and for your great love. Without that, I'd be nothing. What have you there, Bliss?
The newspapers, sir. I was just bringing them up to your wife.
Oh, you were you? Have you read these papers by any chance?
Well, only to glance at the front pages.
Oh, that's what I thought. Let's go down to my office.
Well, of course. But I don't quite understand.
I know you don't. You see, I've looked at those papers. You haven't. Come into the office. And shut the door, Bliss.
Yes, sir.
Now then, I'd like you to look inside this newspaper. Page 2.
Of course.
Down there in the lower half of the column 3. Read it.
Let's see. This, then, is the ignorant soldier who has been chosen to lead our land. As for his wife, from all accounts, she is a poor white of the wilderness, an illiterate who goes about barefooted as she smokes a corncob pipe. Why, this is monstrous.
Certainly it's monstrous. And I don't want my wife to see it.
Oh, but it's easy to prove these are stupid lies.
How? By explaining to the newspapers that I don't even smoke myself because the smell irritates Peggy's nostrils? By publishing a sworn statement that she wears shoes and always has?
No, I don't suppose you could do that.
Of course not. If I make an issue of this, the opposition will hop on it with delight and make bigger issue of it. Bliss, you and I have been through a lot of battles together.
And we've won them all, sir.
Sure, but they were fought with good, clean weapons, bullets and arrows and tomahawks. What kind of people are these who fight with mud?
Politicians and civilians.
And dirty fighters. It's hard to fight mudslingers. You can't use bullets and you can't use mud.
Well, the outs always plague the party that's in.
Yes, and I can take their plague and recover from it. But Peggy can't. She's a sick woman.
I'll read every paper hereafter before I bring it to her room.
Good. I don't want my wife to hear or read one of these vicious mudslinging lies.
Mr. President.
It's good to see you, Mr. Crawford.
I was just in to see you, and Bliss told me you'd be out here on the ground.
You pitch horseshoes, of course.
Yes, but I thought we were to have a conference.
Oh, we are. There's nothing to sharpen the mind like giving the hand a horseshoe to pitch.
Oh.
What do you want, the black shoes or the red?
Blake. But really, I'm not dressed for horseshoes.
Doesn't call for any special dress. Take off your coat.
Yes, sir.
You know, when the world closes in on you, I say it's time to get out the horseshoes. You first.
As you wish.
Oh, you missed the stake by more than a yard. What kind of a Secretary of War have I got, anyway?
I did not list horseshoes among my qualifications for the job, but when I get my pitching eye back, I'll beat you at it.
Oh, you talk a good game, Mr. Crawford. I can spot you 2 ringers and still drop you.
Oh, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Watch this one.
Oh, a ringer. Well, I underestimated you, sir.
I should say you did. Perhaps I should spot you the ringers.
Oh, let's not get cocky now. Keep your eye on this one. What?
Well, your ringer tops mine.
Why, of course it does. A battle is never won with one shot. How does this wrangling in Congress about the rights of the South and the North strike you?
I don't like it.
Neither do I. Now watch this.
Alina.
The score is 7-0 in my favor, Mr. Crawford.
Yes, sir. Well, I'm happy that you're from the South as I am. I don't want to see Southern rights trampled.
I don't want to see anyone's rights trampled. But I've been elected to serve the United States, Mr. Crawford. United. Well, I'll toss first this time.
Misses that time.
Oh, I won't miss this one.
Another ringer. Well, if the Northern abolitionists have only contempt for the Southern viewpoint, we can expect war and secession.
That's defeatism, sir. We're in Washington to serve all of the nation and to keep it together. There's too much sectionalism in the land now. Let's not contribute to it. It's your turn.
No. Yeah, of course.
While I'm president, Mr. Crawford, the Union will be preserved. Huh, you missed.
And I'll try it again.
Your aim is bad. 4 more points for me.
11-0. I'd like your opinion on another matter, sir. For the past 15 years, I've been counsel and agent for clients who have a claim against the government. Am I in order?
You mean, can you, as a cabinet officer, still press your client's claim against the government?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I don't see why not. Your personal rights haven't been ended by your accepting office.
Well, good. You understand I'm not asking for any pay in this case, unless my clients win.
Yeah, well, I gathered as much. But if it's an honorable claim, there's no reason why you shouldn't go on with it. Now, let me show you how to pitch a horseshoe. Just a minute, Bliss. I see you're bringing newspapers up to Peggy's room again. Have you read them carefully?
Yes, Mr. President. They're all right for her to read. Though the Daily Union has something you won't like.
Is that so? What is it?
Reports of a huge sum, almost $200,000, paid to Secretary Crawford by the government.
$200,000? What for?
Well, he's been the agent and counsel for the heirs of George Galphin, an Indian trader who supplied $50,000 worth of goods to the Indians prior to 1773.
I see. He did say something about a claim, but why so much?
This was for interest on the original claim paid last year during your predecessor's administration.
Was this approved by Congress?
No. No, only by the Attorney General. And very promptly paid by the Treasury.
Bliss, there's stormy weather ahead. Crawford was to be paid only if he won the case. You can imagine what the opposition will make of that. We're in for trouble, and plenty of it, Bliss. Have you figured out yet who was president when these events took place? They really happened, you know. Already troubled by newspaper and congressional opposition, the president feared that payment of Secretary Crawford's claim against the government had the makings of a first-class scandal. As usual, he discussed the problem with his wife.
Darling, don't get so upset. Secretary Crawford told you he had this claim against the government.
I know, but he didn't tell me how big it was. Nor did he mention it was for the interest on the claim that was already paid.
Well, wasn't Mr. Crawford entitled to a decision, even though he'd become a member of the cabinet?
Yes, I think it was a perfectly good claim. But who else will believe it? When Crawford first mentioned it to me, I figured it would be decided on out in the open by Congress, but it wasn't.
Only the Attorney General decided on it.
Yes, and one man, the Secretary of the Treasury, ordered payment, and with suspicious promptness. I don't know. It's like a mirror. See it at one angle, and everything looks perfectly clear and straightforward. You view it from another angle, and it has strange and disturbing distortions.
You could say that of almost any government action.
Yes, but if I had known more about the background of this claim before, a lot of this present trouble may never occurred. Now I'll be hearing cries of corruption and conspiracy. I've got enough problems in this office already.
You'll have to solve them one at a time, dear. If charges are made on this issue, you have a good defense. The truth.
But will my enemies believe it? Wait till they learn that Crawford gets almost $100,000 as his personal share of this money.
So much? Why, it makes him a rich man.
Yes, and it's bound to look suspicious to those who don't know the facts.
Then give them the facts. If enemies cry corruption, fight them. You've never been afraid of a fight.
No, but this comes at a bad time. My cabinet has been under criticism already. This gives the enemy more ammunition.
The general never feared a battle.
I'm still the general. This gives, well, I'll fight him to the last ditch.
That's the way I like to hear you talk.
My dear, you have a faculty for seeing an issue so clearly.
Oh, I hear we have more visitors on the White House grounds today. Will you open the window? I'd love to watch them.
Why, of course, my dear.
They're all so curious to know how the president lives.
Catch sight of him, but not his wife. They keep her hid.
What a swine.
Yeah, they say she's just an old hillbilly. Smokes a corn cob, runs around barefoot. Can't even talk proper nohow. No wonder they keep her hid.
I won't let you hear another word. By heaven, I'd like to throttle that loudmouth fool and all his kind.
So, that's what they think of me.
Oh, don't believe it, my dear. Nobody with any sense thinks that.
I wondered what people thought. After all, they don't see me. I've neither the strength nor disposition to entertain. But I hadn't realized what a handicap this must be for you.
Oh, fiddlesticks, my dear. You've been the greatest helpmate a man could have. One fool's voice doesn't mean anything.
Oh, there must be others. Well, I suppose this is one of the crosses we must bear. I think I'll take a nap. I feel tired.
All right, my dear. And have a pleasant rest. Oh, Bruce,
Yes, Mr. President?
go out and send those people on the grounds away.
Well, isn't that rather unusual, sir?
I don't care if it is. Tell them my wife is taking a nap. Tell them anything. Only get them out before I do something violent.
Late news! Late news! Charges against president and cabinet, corruption in high places. Paper here. Paper.
Now, Bliss, it's out in the open now. The opposition is having a field day.
Well, you knew they would, sir.
Yes, but it doesn't set any easy to read these vicious charges. Did you see the Daily Union?
Oh, nobody respects its rantings.
On the contrary, it has many readers.
Well, even they must realize these charges come mainly from the enmity of Editor Ritchie.
Perhaps, but it feeds our enemies in Congress when they read things like the mission of the present imbecile and his blundering cabinet is ended. And this new evidence of corruption is conclusive. The cabinet is doomed.
Ritchie has a poison pen. But he's attacked your cabinet from the moment you named it. I think it's unfortunate Mr. Crawford didn't tell you all the facts on his claim. But you're not personally responsible.
When they hit my cabinet, Bliss, they hit me.
Well, now, what's the worst that can happen? A congressional investigation. And if there was nothing shady on Crawford's part, as you believe, well, then he and the other cabinet members will be exonerated.
I'm not comfortable living with unsolved problems. In the Army, Bliss, we made decisions and we acted on them. Something was done.
Well, it'll be settled in time, sir, but you must view it impersonally. I must return to the White House. Are you coming back?
No, not just yet. I'll walk around a bit more and clear some of the cobwebs from my brain.
No, all right. Now, don't forget, you have a meeting with Mr. Crawford this afternoon.
Yes, I'll remember it. I don't relish the idea.
Paper! Paper, mister?
Oh, why, yes, thank you. Pleasant weather, huh?
Well, it'd be better with different people living in the White House.
What's that you say?
Well, wait till you read that paper. The latest is that the fool in office and his cabinet's robbing us blind. Secretary Crawford takes a cool $200,000 from the Treasury and pockets half of it.
Don't you think that could have been a perfectly good transaction?
I wasn't born yesterday, mister. I say the president brought Crawford in just to steal this money from us. Or maybe he got some of it for himself.
Why, you don't have much faith in your president, do you?
Well, do you? What do you expect when you bring trash into the White House? I hear he's an ignorant soldier and his wife can't even speak English.
Is that so? And how did you know all this?
Yeah, I read the papers and I hear it from plenty of people who know. It's easy to put two and two together, Fran.
Well, you can't believe everything you read or hear. Would you like to check for yourself?
Well, what do you mean?
Well, I think I can get you in to see the president and his wife.
You can? How?
Oh, I sort of work there myself. Why not meet the family and judge them for yourself before jumping at conclusions from mere hearsay?
Well, I'm willing. You sure it won't lose you your job?
No, I'm not planning on losing it, no. You just walk into the grounds about 2 o'clock, and I'll meet you at the door, huh?
No horseshoes today, Mr. President?
No, Mr. Crawford, not till you've had a chance to practice up a bit. I've asked you here again because this excitement about your claim has caused doubts in many minds.
Believe me, I had no idea my claim would start such a tempest. If I had, I may not have joined the cabinet at all. Settling this claim has meant a great deal of money to me.
I know it has. Hang it, man, I can see why the thing looks suspicious. I wish you'd given me more facts in advance.
So do I.
Did you file for this interest payment during my predecessor's administration, and was your claim refused at the time?
It wasn't refused. No action was taken on it. They did pay the principal sum, though.
Oh, well, if the interest claim wasn't rejected, it's a point in our favor. Did you make this claim up personally with the Secretary of the Treasury?
You know, I retained Judge Bryan to do it. I didn't want anybody charging I was using personal influence to win payment. I have nothing to hide, sir. My conscience is clear.
And I believe you. Your claim was just and should have been paid. The credit and good faith of the government are involved. It wouldn't have been right for me to interfere. All right, Mr. Coffin. We'll give them what they want. We'll invite an investigation.
I'm quite willing. And thank you for your fairness.
And come to think of it, I've invited another investigation for today. I must see to it at once. My dear, this is Mr. Lewis. I invited him to chat with us because we've been misrepresented to him.
How do you do, Mr. Lewis?
How do you do, ma'am? Jumping catfish.
What's the matter?
Why, you must be the president.
Yes, that's right, that's right.
And all them things I said about you.
Well, you're a free citizen entitled to free speech. Only I thought you were a little in error. Even a president is human and has feelings.
Of course. I can see already that I just didn't know what I was talking about.
Well, Mr. Lewis, most of us are inclined to accept gossip as fact and to pass it on as such. Now, I'm not up to the strain of entertaining, and my daughter must act as hostess. So the word goes out that I'm some sort of a leper who must be hidden away from people.
And you will note, sir, that my wife wears shoes, speaks English, and does not smoke a corncob pipe or anything else.
How could I have been so dunderheaded? Oh, you're both much too kind. I don't deserve it. I should have my tongue torn out for them things I said.
Ah, that's a little drastic, man. If you can change your mind when you find you've been wrong, that's all we ask.
Believe me, just one meeting with you folks has changed my mind already. Why, you're just people like the rest of them.
Why, of course we are. I wish I could bring every citizen here so we could talk things over face to face. I'm sure more people would have faith in their elected officials if they could meet them.
You can be sure I'll tell everyone I know that you're real fine people.
Thank you very much. I like things brought out in the open. When you have all the facts, you can judge. I hope that someday people will realize that my interests are their own. I've instructed Bliss to bring me word the moment the investigating committee makes its decision.
Oh, don't pace the floor, dear. Crawford and the others must be exonerated.
I'm not too sure. There are 5 Democrats and only 4 Whigs on the committee. Peggy, if party politics rule, we're in trouble.
The people asked you to be president. The people will judge.
Come in.
Mr. President, we've won.
What?
Crawford and the others are exonerated.
Oh, thank heaven, thank heaven. Now the people can have faith in their president.
They've always had it. Sometimes it takes a crisis to realize what we have. I think the whole nation must recognize now that they chose an honest and courageous man for office when they voted for Zachary Taylor.
Be with us again next week, won't you, for another interesting story that happened in Washington a few years ago to Mr. President. Until then, goodbye.
Ted DeCorsia speaking. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
I don't care what their public reaction is as long as I'm sure I'm right.
Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold, and written by Gene Holloway. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House, dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
We'll bring you Edward Arnold as Mr. President in just a moment. But first, let's get a little philosophical on the subject of character in our presidents. You know, all Americans grow up with the idea that they might be president someday, and why not? Our presidents have come from every environment, rich, aristocratic like Washington, poor, self-educated like Lincoln. They've been lawyers and farmers, warriors, school teachers. Teddy Roosevelt was bluff and hearty. Wilson, a quiet, scholarly type. They had personality. They were all men who captured the public imagination in one way or another. A sense of responsibility. Certainly in a time of emergency, the country needed a man who could step in and assume leadership. Think about it. Could you be a Jackson or a Monroe? Let's learn more about it by listening to today's story of Mr. President and see if you can name the president on whom this episode is based.
The President was a man of peace, a man of gentleness and nobility of spirit, desiring only that he should help secure the doctrines of our fathers for the generations to follow. The thought of war was abhorrent to him, and yet he had been forced to declare war. But now the war had been won, and the problems that follow war remained to be faced.
Mr. President, as you know, I have no right to be here, and no one must ever know that I have been here.
I understand.
With your permission, I am not even going to tell you my name. As a matter of fact, my name is not important. Let me be one Spanish voice speaking for other Spaniards who do not believe in the policy the homeland has adopted in Cuba and the Philippines.
Well, if there are others who believe as you do, why don't you contact your own government?
Oh, Mr. President, in my country, one does not contact the government about its injustices. We have seen what happens to those who do. You are living in a democracy. You have perhaps forgotten, or perhaps you do not know what it can be to live in a monarchy.
But the people dictate the policies of the government. They can even in a monarchy.
It is hard to shout above a firing squad, Mr. President.
You're quite right. You're quite right. It is hard. I'm afraid I am more idealistic than practical. Tell me, what do you think I can do about your government?
There is nothing you can do about the government at home. But there is a great deal you can do about the Philippines.
What do you mean?
May I ask what you intend to do about them?
You are asking me a question that has to do with very important state matters. You have no credentials. You have absolutely no right to ask us such a question.
No, I have not, but let me tell you why I ask it. I spent many years in the Philippines. I grew to know the people and to love them. I married there. I saw what happened under the Spanish domination. I believe there is only one hope for the Philippines, and that is if they are taken over by the United States.
Taken over by the United States?
Mr. President, you know the riches of the islands. They are considered a great prize. The Filipinos must not be in the hands of people who will exploit them. There are about 25 tribes of people. Those tribes are of three races: the Negrito, the Indonesian, and the Malayan. Some warlike because they have been ill-used, but most of them are peaceful, gentle people. They need guidance and help. In this country, you know what it is to be free. I beg of you, help those people to know what it is too.
Are you asking then that the United States ask for freedom for the Philippines?
No, people must be educated for freedom. If you give it to them without any preparation, they will not know how to handle it. The tribes must be brought together. They must become a nation.
That will not be an easy thing to accomplish.
They can do. They will do it themselves with guidance and help. But if you let Spain maintain her authority over them, they will never survive. If the freedom and liberty of mankind is as sacred in America as Americans say it is, then only from this country is there hope for the people in the Philippines.
I have a meeting this evening to discuss the terms of the peace treaty. I will think over what you have said most carefully. And since you seem most sincere and honest, I will tell you quite frankly and confidentially that we intend to relinquish all of the Philippine Islands to Spain except sufficient ground for a naval station.
Oh, Mr. President, I beg of you, reconsider. I believe there is no chance of survival for the people of the islands except in the hands of the United States.
I will think this all over most carefully. That is the most I can promise you.
It is all that I ask. Goodbye, Mr. President. I do not suppose that we will ever meet again, but I will not forget that you were kind enough to listen. And somehow I am confident that you will help.
May I not talk with you again?
No, I'm sailing for the islands tomorrow. I arrived only today, but I do not dare leave my family alone 1 hour more than is necessary. Good night, Mr. President. This has been a great honor.
Good night, and thank you for coming.
Mr. President, Secretary Hay is in the study waiting to see you.
Oh, my dear, how nice it is to see you downstairs. Are you feeling better?
Much better, thank you, dear. I'm going to have dinner down here with you.
Oh, that's splendid, splendid. Well, I'll go in and see Secretary Hay. I have a lot of things to talk over with him.
Mr. President, have you thought what it'll mean to you politically if you should attempt to take over the Philippines?
No, I haven't. It never occurred to me for one moment, John, that the problem involved was what would such an action mean to me politically.
Well, may I tell you?
Of course.
There are many people who will say that your course is contrary to everything America stands for, that you are reversing the accepted policy of our country that has been the measuring rod since the beginning of our history. They'll say you're placing the United States in a position where, in the eyes of the rest of the world, she will look as selfish and greedy as any of the European countries that have seized territory.
Yes, I can see how that could be said. But it will not be true.
Spain will fight tooth and nail to keep the Philippines.
She can hardly fight tooth and nail. She's already lost the war.
Well, her statesmen can still fight. They'll say that we're taking advantage of it.
She took advantage of the Philippines.
Be condemned by every European power.
I don't doubt it. And they will all be the powers that want the Philippines themselves.
You sound as though you'd already made up your mind.
No, I haven't made up my mind. It's going to take me a great deal of thought before I do make it up. Tell me, have we received any new communications this evening from the Peace Commission in Paris?
No, we haven't.
Of course, they will be completely unprepared for my change of attitude if I do change.
Mr. President, as your Secretary of State, let me urge you to think of the possible results at home and abroad of a move like this. Think of the reactions of what people will say if...
John, I am not concerned with any of those things.
You're not concerned with any of those things?
No, the only thing that concerns me is what is the right thing to do. I don't care what public reaction is, as long as I'm sure I am right. That's my whole problem, John. What is the right thing? What is the right thing?
Mr. President, it's 2:00. You've been walking up and down for hours.
I'm sorry, my dear. Have I disturbed you?
No, I'm not disturbed. But I do think you should get some sleep.
If I could only make up my mind.
You will. My goodness, the way you've been walking up and down thinking, something must come of it.
I've talked to so many people. I've gone to everyone I can think of for counsel, and nowhere have I been able to get any help.
Then why don't you try prayer?
Prayer? Yes?
The chief engineer of the War Department is here, Mr. President.
Oh, well, send him right in, won't you?
You can go in, sir.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning. I understand that you are the man that makes the maps.
Well, I ordered them made, Mr. President.
I see. Then you're the man I want to see, all right. Do you see that map of the United States on the wall there?
Yes, sir.
Put the Philippine Islands on the map of the United States.
What did you say, Mr.
Yeah,
President?
There they are, right there. That little dot, do you see them?
Yes, sir, I see them all right.
I want them put on the map of the United States because that's where they're going to be and that's where they're going to stay as long as I am President of the United States.
Mr. President, I have word from the Commission. The Spanish are saying everything about us that I warned you they might say.
Well, we have broad shoulders in this country.
Trouble in the Senate and in the House, too. You've chosen a hard row to hoe.
John, I know I have. I can't tell you how many nights I've spent walking up and down in this office trying to decide what was the right thing to do. And I'm not ashamed to tell you that finally I went down on my knees and prayed Almighty God for light and guidance. And at last it came to me. These things came to me. That it would be cowardly and dishonest to turn the Philippines back to Spain. That it would be bad business and discreditable to let them be turned over to any of the other European powers, and that we could not leave them to themselves as they are not yet ready for self-government.
Well, I can't deny those points. They all make sense, but I think we're going to have trouble getting that treaty ratified in this country, even if we can get it agreed on by the Peace Commission in Paris.
Then we'll fight, John. We'll fight the same way the first of our fathers that came to this country fought. We'll be fighting for the same things, for man's rights and man's freedoms and man's self-respect and integrity. We're going to educate the Filipinos and help them in every way we can. That's the American thing to do and the Christian thing to do. And by all that's holy, it's the right thing to do. If it means a fight, we'll win because we know how to fight and win this kind of a fight. We wouldn't be here if we didn't. Are you with me, John?
I'm with you, Mr. President.
Come in.
Here is the map, Mr. President.
Oh, thank you. There you are, John. Take a look at that. Now, there's the United States, and there's the Philippine Islands. How does that look to you?
Looks to me as though that's the way it's going to stay, Mr. President.
It is the way it's going to stay, no matter what Spain says, no matter what Europe says, no matter what Congress says. That's what's right, and that's the way it's going to stay on the maps. The Philippines are part of the United States until they're educated and strong enough and ready enough to form their own republic.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President. The better we produce, the better we live, has always been the basis of the American economic system, the reason our people have worked hard in their jobs and businesses. However, our economic system has been the subject of many attacks lately by other countries. Some people tend quickly to forget the vast benefits America's economic system has brought them. That's why each one of us should make it his duty to understand this system. Let's not be misled. Let's learn the truth about our economic system. You can write for a free booklet, The Miracle of America, which explains clearly and simply how, by working together, a still better living can be had for all. Address Box 10, Times Square Station, New York City, and ask for your copy. It's our job as Americans to know these facts. Now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
have you guessed who the president was when all this happened? It really did happen, so listen closely. Secretary Hay was right. There was a storm of protest regarding the president's action. The commission in Paris did their best to change the president's mind, but on October the 8th, the president had Secretary Hay telegraph the commission.
The sentiment in the United States is almost universal that the people of the Philippines, whatever else is done, must be liberated from Spanish domination. Consequently, grave as are the responsibilities and unforeseen as are the difficulties which are before us, the President can see but one plain path of duty: the acceptance of the islands. The President has given to the views of the commissioners the fullest consideration, and in reaching the conclusion above announced, he has been influenced by the single consideration of duty and humanity. You are therefore instructed to insist upon the cession of the whole of the Philippines, and if necessary, pay to Spain $10 million to $20 million.
And so the treaty was made and came to the Senate for ratification. Some of the senators were in favor of it.
The United States is a nation, and as such is entitled to possess the inherent sovereign power to acquire territory. And in the right to acquire is found the right to govern territory.
Yes, some of the senators were in favor of the treaty and some were against it.
Gentlemen of the Senate, one of the foundations of our government depends on the doctrine of government with the consent of the governed. To attempt to govern a people without their consent is contrary to the letter and the spirit of the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence.
By day and by night, the arguments went on.
We are not taking anything from the Philippines. We are going to see that they have the same rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness that we have ourselves. Gentlemen of the Senate, suppose we reject the treaty that will hand the islands back to Spain, and at the same time we repudiate the President and his action before the whole world. And the repudiation of the President in such a matter as this is, to my mind, brands us a people incapable of great affairs or of taking rank where we belong as one of the greatest of the great world powers. The President cannot be sent back across the Atlantic in the person of his commissioners, hat in hand, to say to Spain, I am here in obedience to the mandate of a minority of 1/3 of the Senate to tell you that we have been too victorious, and that you have yielded us too much, and that I'm very sorry I took the Philippines from you. I do not think that any American president would do that, or that any American would wish him to.
And so the president won his point, and the love and admiration of his people seemed without bounds, and perhaps was exceeded only by the love and admiration of his wife.
I've been reading about things in the Philippines. They certainly seem to be accomplishing wonders in a very short time.
Yes, yes. And one of the things I shall always be happy about is in being able to help the Philippine Islands on their way towards the future.
It certainly was a hard fight, though. Do you remember the night that Spanish boy came and talked to you? I used to look at you in the days that followed and marvel at the way you were able to keep your temper.
I didn't keep it. I lost it several times. I just didn't let anyone see me when I did.
Do you know you're a very wonderful man, Mr. President?
And do you know you're a prejudiced woman? But thank God you are. Well, come on now. The carriage is waiting, and we'll never get to Buffalo at this rate.
It's hard to believe we're really going to have a holiday.
Yeah, I want to recite my speech for the exposition to you on the journey. I want to be sure I'm saying everything I want to say. I want to make a good impression in Buffalo.
You'll make a good impression, Mr. President. Buffalo will love you and remember you like every other city you've ever visited.
My dear, I'm going to the reception now. Are you sure you want to stay here and rest?
Yes, I'm tired after the journey. Are you going to say anything about how well things are going in the Philippines?
Oh, I probably will. I can't seem to keep that out of my speeches any more than a father can keep from talking about a child he's proud of. You just have a good rest, and then I'll come back and we'll have dinner. Just the two of us, shall we?
Yes, I'd like that.
Goodbye, my dear.
Mr. President,
Yes, dear.
would you kiss me goodbye again?
Why, of course, my dear.
I suppose you must go to the reception.
Now, my dear, I'll be perfectly all right. Please don't worry. It's just a reception. I've been to 1,000 receptions.
I know. God keep you. God keep you.
Are you tired, Mr. President?
No, not at all. Let the people continue to come.
Well, you can't shake hands with everyone at the exposition, you know.
Well, perhaps not, but at least everyone will know that I tried to shake hands with all of them. I wish I could shake hands with every man, woman, and child in the nation.
Here comes the line again.
Mr. President, I can't tell you how proud I am to shake your hand. I didn't let my husband vote for you, but I am sure proud to shake your hand as if I had.
I'm just as proud to shake yours, Beth.
Well, thank you. Well, I must say, he certainly
Well,
knows
my
it.
son, I see your hand is bandaged. Were you injured in some way?
Let him get away! Charles, Mark, help me with the president.
We're coming out of this place. I mean, you ran right down the hall there. Do something quick. Well, they ought to swing him.
Get a doctor as fast as you can. Get a doctor!
John, don't let them hurt him. He didn't know. He's a poor, misguided boy. Don't hurt him.
Now, there'll be a doctor here in a moment. Please, don't try to talk.
Don't let them hurt him, John.
Don't do anything to him now. Take him out of here. The president doesn't want him hurt. Where in God's name is that doctor?
John, be careful how you tell my wife. Oh, be careful.
Mr. President, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
We're going to have to operate.
I'm in your hands. My wife?
She's here.
Is she all right?
Yes, she's all right.
May I see her for just a moment before the operation?
Well, speed is of the utmost importance, Mr. President.
Just for a moment.
Very well. Nurse, ask the president's wife to come in for a moment.
I'll feel better about the operation then.
Mr. President, how do you feel?
Oh, not too badly. But I don't want you to worry.
I'm not worrying. I have great faith in the doctors. You're in the best possible hands.
You'll wait?
I'll wait.
We'll have to go ahead with the operation now.
I'll be outside that door, my darling. However long it is, I'll be there.
Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven.
I think perhaps you'd better go in now.
How is he?
He's failing.
Oh.
The past few days he seemed so much better than we'd hoped. But he's failing.
Then I must go into it. Mr. President.
Oh, my dear.
All day I've been thinking of the years. And suddenly it occurred to me that never once have I said, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for all the things that I've remembered. Thank you for your love and your faith and your strength.
Is it over then?
No. Not as long as we have faith. Not as long as we have memories. Not while I live will it be over. Nor will it be over even then.
Oh, I have loved you. I will love you forever. You have been all that a woman could be or should be. With you, I have found all the happiness a man can hope to find in a lifetime. It isn't easy to say goodbye, but it's God's way. His will, not ours, be done. You know, there was a hymn we used to sing. Do you recall it? Nearer, my God, to thee. Nearer to thee. E'en though be a cross. It's God's way. It's God's way.
My dear. My dear. Good night. God be with you. Until we meet again.
Well, you've probably figured out by now who the president was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and you'll have the answer in just a moment.
Tonight, the amazing Mr. Malone will be ready once more to match wits with any evil character who is unlucky enough to cross his path. John J. Malone, you know, is the famous lawyer whose sideline is tracking down murderers, professional or amateur, gang leaders, blackmailers, or international spies. Every case he tackles is different. Each one is packed with action and suspense. In short, all you connoisseurs of crime will be glued to your seats for 30 solid minutes. Those of you who are familiar with the amazing Mr. Malone know why this series is a favorite with mystery fans. If you don't know him, you have a real treat coming. Gene Raymond plays the part of our intrepid sleuth. That's the amazing Mr. Malone tonight. Now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
His funeral train left Buffalo, taking him on his last journey home. And some people who had loved him wept as the train passed. And others began to sing the hymn that he had loved, Nearer, my God, to thee. They sang it in the station at Buffalo as the train moved slowly out of the station. They came from the villages and the towns, all the way to Washington, and then to Canton, Ohio. As they came, they sang. And the song reached like a handclasp from heart to heart as the people stood together in solemn grief. It never died out once. Every mile of the way, the music could be heard as the people of the United States sang their president to his final sleep. And in the far-off Philippines, when the word reached them, they too joined in the worldwide grief for the man who had dared the criticism of the world in order to help them, President William McKinley. Be with us again next week, won't you, for another interesting story that happened in Washington a few years ago to Mr. President. Until then, goodbye.
This program is produced and directed by Joe Graham. Edward Arnold can currently be seen in the MGM picture Annie, Get Your Gun. Heard in today's cast were Peggy Allenby, Carl Swenson, Eric Dressler, Kermit Murdoch, and your narrator, Jackson Beck. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. Today's story was based on incidents in the life of President William McKinley.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting factual story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
By transcription.
The truth is that my closeness to the leading men of that foreign nation has been a comfort to me in all these sensational attempts to create difficulties between the countries.
Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold and written by Gene Holloway. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
We'll bring you Edward Arnold as Mr. President in just a moment. But first, a number of people have asked us where we find the interesting stories dramatized for you on Mr. President. So before we bring you today's memorable incident, we'll take a few moments to answer your question. These stories aren't found by any means. They're dug for by a staff of research experts and then traced sometimes to the four corners of the globe. One of our stories about Grover Cleveland remained an unsolved mystery until an obituary notice in a Paris newspaper put the pieces together. Another story came right out of the Navy records, eyewitness accounts of a mutiny caused by the son of a former Secretary of War. Incidentally, do you know that the Mr. President scripts are sent to schools for their use in more than 100 cities? Yes, our children are getting a new and authentic slant on history. Now listen to Mr. President and see if you can name the president upon whom this episode is based.
Here is a story that happened in Washington a few years ago. Listen closely and see if you can tell who the president was. It was a beautiful day, and the president had decided to take a motor trip with one of his aides. He thought the aide should have a restful ride in the country.
You enjoying the trip, Mr. President?
What did you say, George?
I said, are you enjoying the trip?
What trip?
No, not grip. Trip. Trip.
Trip?
That's right.
Trip over what?
I said, are you enjoying the trip?
Oh, yes, indeed. How about you?
But personally, I don't believe the automobile will ever replace the train.
Oh, it couldn't possibly. There isn't a cloud in the sky.
What'd you say?
I say it couldn't possibly. There isn't a cloud in the sky. I wonder how many miles the chauffeur has the car up to.
What?
I said, how fast do you think the chauffeur is driving? Say, this car can really travel.
I like a train.
I say it couldn't rain. Why do you keep harping on rain?
No, I'm not harping on rain. Trains. Trains. Trains.
Rain's where?
Oh, I give up. I give up.
What's the matter, George? Why are you making faces?
No, watch out, you fool! You're going to tip over!
We're going 20 miles an hour. We're going a mile.
20 miles an hour, the motor's liable to explode.
Not my motor. The motor on this car is the best motor you ever want. Why, you couldn't ask for a better motor than this car has.
The engine's on fire!
The engine couldn't be on fire.
Well, that steam's pouring out of the engine for some reason.
What's the trouble, Mike?
The engine's on fire again. I've got a canteen of water right here. Now stand back, everybody. Stand back.
Is it all right to pour water on a motor like that?
Why, you can do anything to this car. This car's made of iron.
Well, we certainly chose a great place to get stuck.
Whoa, look, here comes a horse and a buggy. Look at that old-fashioned mode of transportation. Out of date and everything. Oh, look! Oh, that's spinning. You better grab the horse's bridle and lead him by the car, George. He doesn't like to listen about conveyance.
Yeah, well, I don't blame him.
Whoa!
Whoa! Steady there. Easy. That's fine. There you are, madam.
I am going to write to Washington about you.
Why, she didn't even thank me.
Well, some people's children have no manners at all. Well, you might as well go sit under that tree and eat your lunch while I do some work on the car, Mr. President.
All right, Mike. Come along, George.
I'll carry the lunch basket. Now, honestly, Mr. President, don't you think those automobiles are a pretty silly form of transportation? We could have been home by now if we'd been on a train.
You know, if you want to continue as my age, George, you're going to have to try to cultivate a happier disposition.
Yeah, well, my disposition was all right until you shut it up in that contraption and drove it out here.
I thought some fresh air would do us both good. And it would give me a chance to think about what to do in this Japan situation.
You reached any decision, Mr. President?
Well, I can't say that I've solved the problem, no, but I do have to find some way of getting California to agree on the Japanese immigration. We can't discriminate against the nation.
It isn't going to be easy to convince California.
But there must be a way. There just must be a way. Yeah, a piece of chicken.
Oh.
You know, I believe a lot of people are trying to provoke trouble between Japan and this country, and I'm not going to have it.
Yeah, it sounds like Mike has the car fixed.
The car's ready, Mr. President.
All right, Mike, come on over and have something to eat.
She's as fit as a fiddle again.
You really think she's going to run, do you?
Oh, sure, we'll be on our way right after lunch, sir.
You think we'll ever see Washington again?
Gosh, we will. Nothing more's going to happen.
Of course it isn't. That car's the greatest thing on wheels. That car's going to take us home in style. We won't have any more trouble now.
You know, your faith is a beautiful thing to behold, Mr. President.
Oh, there you have the whole secret, George. Faith can move mountains, and it can move automobiles. You'll see. We won't have any more trouble getting home now. Why are you stopping, Mike?
Something wrong with the car?
No, sir, I'm just wondering how we're going to get across this stream.
Oh, just ford it. Go right through.
But I don't know how deep it is.
All right, I'll find out. I'll wade across.
Oh, George, I don't like you to have to do that.
Well, someone has to do it. Mike has to drive. I'll wade across ahead of the car, and he can follow me.
Well, take off your shoes and stockings and roll up your trouser legs.
As long as the water isn't over the fenders, it's all right. We don't want anything to happen to the car now.
No, that's right, Mike. We don't want anything to happen to the car now. Well, here I go. Mr. President, we who are about to die salute you.
Thank you, George. We salute you, too. Give him a send-off on the horn, Mike.
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you. It's all right so far. Come on.
I'll start the car, Mike.
All right, we're coming.
Don't go too fast. George, feel your way.
Be careful now. We don't want anything to happen to the car.
Oh, he can't go too fast. He doesn't know how deep it is.
No, I'm all right.
Oh, good heavens, he's gone under.
He knows how deep it is now.
He hasn't come up. Come on, Mike. Man overboard to the rescue. I'm coming, George. I'm coming.
Might as well turn off the motor and help out.
Watch out. Their self brakes off.
Say, watch your step, Mr. President.
I will. I'll be killing.
Mr. President!
There's a shelf here.
Wet, isn't it?
The shelf breaks off.
Oh, well, now that we've each found that out for our very own selves, we can... Confound it, I think I swallowed a tadpole.
Why, you couldn't possibly have swallowed a tadpole.
Well, I swallowed something, and it's nibbling at me.
Well, let's not stand here in the water all day.
Well, I think the thing to do is to work our way downstream and find a place to get the car across. Nothing like a motor trip in the country, is there, Mr. President?
Yeah. George, where's your sense of humor?
I'm afraid it's wet, Mr. President. All wet.
Well, now let's find a place to get the car across. The important thing is the car.
Yeah, well, how about the President of the United States? Confound it, I know I swallowed a tadpole. He's jumping all over my stomach. Now, you wouldn't be laughing so hard if you'd swallowed the tadpole.
You're right, I'm sorry.
Well, now let's find a place to cross and get the car out of this water. I don't want tadpoles swimming around the car's engine.
Yeah, all right, Mike, we'll find a place. We know the car's the important thing. I hope I have my head examined if I ever step into one again.
Ah, bless you, Mike.
Bless you.
What did you say?
I said bless you.
Yes. Who?
Not yes, who? Bless you.
Excuse me. What did you say, George?
I said bless you.
Oh, thank you, George. Oh, bless you, Mike. How do you feel, George?
How would you feel with a tadpole swimming around inside of you? Oh, there. Now, you see what's happened? The tadpole is caught cold. There's nothing like a motor trip in the country.
Oh, come on, George. We're home.
Oh, yeah, so we are. You know, I never really believed we'd see the White House again.
You know, the car's in great shape. She came through splendidly.
That's a shame.
Well, here's my wandering boy. Safe at home again. How are you, dear?
Hello, Father. Did you have a good trip? How was the car? Who'd you see? What happened?
Wait a minute, son.
Where'd you get the cold?
Pardon me, Madam President.
Oh, my goodness. You have a cold, too, Mike. What on earth happened? Have you got a cold, George?
No. I've got a tadpole that has a cold.
Well, you've come right in the house. Come along, all three of you. You're going to have hot foot baths, hot lemonades, and hot mustard plasters.
You better put one on the edge of the car. It's been exposed, too.
Well, George, I'm happy to see your sense of humor is still functioning.
It isn't really.
Oh, gosh, that's a beautiful cold, Pop.
Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it.
Come along now, all of you, please. And the Japanese ambassador is waiting to see you, dear, but he'll just have to wait until you get those wet clothes off.
I'm sorry I had to keep you waiting, Mr. Ambassador.
Your admirable wife explained the situation, Mr. President. I am happy to have the privilege of waiting. How is your honorable nose just now?
Well, my honorable nose is better, but my wife has a mustard plaster on my honorable chest, and that feels terrible.
Oh, so I understand. My wife, too, has found out about the mustard plaster since we have been in America, and it has been a source of great pain to my entire family.
Tell me, Mr. Ambassador, what did you want to talk to me about?
Mr. President, my country is much disturbed over the sentiment against Japan on the Pacific coast. You assured us things would be better, but I am sorry to have to inform you that they have grown steadily worse.
Mr. Ambassador, you must know that things like this sometimes take time to work out. I don't say that California is right, but I must say that I understand her feeling. And you must admit that some of the California feeling has been provoked by the Japanese nationals.
It is a serious problem that confronts us, Mr. President. A problem that might even lead to war.
Oh, I find that very hard to believe, Mr. Ambassador. I was in your country as a representative of my country. I had a chance to talk with the people, and I found only friendship and affection for the United States. I can't believe that war would develop between us.
We do not like the newspaper references, Mr. President, that call us the Yellow Peril. You and I can talk quietly between ourselves and settle many problems. But the young people of both our nations are hot-blooded, and the blood boils over when it is heated by insults. Flames are being fanned in California. Why, I do not know, but they are being fanned. And the conflagration that might result is most terrible to contemplate.
You know, there is wisdom in much that you say. I cannot deny that. But let us try, you and I, in every way we can, to preserve peace between our people.
Mr. President, Japan can be handled if you can handle California.
Dear, you aren't eating a thing.
No, I'm sorry. I don't seem to be very hungry tonight.
How's your cold?
Oh, my cold is better, son.
Then what is the matter?
Son, you mustn't ask nosy questions like that. If I felt that you should know what was wrong, I would tell you.
Oh, dear, don't you think that's a bit harsh? After all, he's only a little boy.
I want him to respect the privacy of his fellow man, even if he is a little boy. Every man is entitled to keep his own counsel when he feels it necessary. And I don't want my son to develop into a human question box. You understand that, my son?
Yes, sir.
I beg pardon, Mr. President, but there's a telephone call from New York from Master Charles.
A telephone call from New York for Master Charles?
Thank you. May I please be excused to take the call, Father?
Who do you know in New York?
I don't know, sir. May I please be excused?
Well, I'll be hanged.
Run along and take it, son.
Thank you, Mother. I won't be long.
Did you hear who was on the line?
Well, I believe it was the newspaper office, sir, from the way it sounded.
The newspaper office? Calling Charlie?
Yes, sir.
Oh. No, why would a newspaper office call Charlie?
I really don't know, dear. Have some more roast beef?
No, thank you.
Are things bad with Japan?
Well, they could be dangerous, but I'm not going to let them be.
Have you a plan?
I'll find a plan somehow. Somewhere I'll find a plan.
I'm sorry I kept you waiting, Father. May I please have some more roast beef?
Certainly. Well?
Sir?
Who was on the telephone?
A man.
Oh, well, it's nice to know it wasn't a woman at any rate.
No, sir. It was a man.
Well, there's your roast beef.
Thank you.
Charlie, do you intend to tell me who was on the telephone?
I was able to handle the situation, Father.
What situation?
The man on the telephone.
What did the man on the telephone want?
Father, you said that every man is entitled to keep his own counsel.
What are you laughing at?
Oh, nothing, dear. The roast beef, it suddenly appeared very humorous to me.
Now, Charlie, understand this.
Yes, Father?
Well, Oh, never mind. Go ahead and eat your roast beef.
Yes, Father.
Sometimes, Charlie, you're more of a problem than the whole United States, California, and Japan.
Maybe that's because I'm your son, Father.
There's no maybe about that, Charlie. It's very definitely because you're my son. And if there ever was a chip off the old block, it's you.
Thank you, Father.
Oh, eat your roast beef and don't talk so much. I don't care who phones you anyhow.
Well, that's fine then. And Charlie doesn't care what you're worried about. So let's have some ice cream and let each man worry about his own problems.
Nell, you know you're a very wise woman.
Well, dear, I'm your wife and his mother.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Have you ever paused to consider that the American economic system has brought greater material means for happiness to more people than any other the world has known? In addition, the American economic system has preserved the basic freedoms of the individual, the freedom to work in any profession, to own property, or start an enterprise. Today, it is important that we understand these facts about our economic system in order to protect it from propaganda attacks. This doesn't mean that each individual should understand production and distribution, but it does mean that each individual in this democracy of ours should realize the benefits of the American economic system and work to protect this system against attack. Let's learn how, by working together, a still better living can be had for all. Send for the free booklet, The Miracle of America, which explains clearly and simply how we can do it. Address Box 10, Times Square Station, New York City, for your copy. And now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Well, have you guessed who the president was in those days when the automobile was a challenge to the stout-hearted and the brave, and the trouble brewing between California and Japan looked as though it might plunge the two countries into war? It all really happened, so listen closely. The president spent many days deep in thought, walking back and forth, up and down, wrestling with his problem. And at last he sent for the governor of California. I'm very happy to see you, Governor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm happy to be here.
Sit down, won't you, and have a cigar?
No, thanks.
Well, tell me, how are things in California?
Why, the oranges are bigger than ever, the mountains are taller, the trees are higher, the climate couldn't be better, the girls couldn't be more beautiful.
In other words, everything's better than ever in California.
It certainly is.
I understand you'd like to have a World's Fair in San Francisco.
Yes, we would, and let me tell you, sir, California will put on a fair such as has never been seen before. California doesn't do things on a small scale, Mr. President.
I know that. And I admire them for it, and especially I admire them for the large scale of enthusiasm they show for their own state. Every Californian that I meet is a whole chamber of commerce in himself. Let's talk about that World's Fair. You know, I've been thinking a lot about it lately because New Orleans is also very eager to stage an exposition.
New Orleans?
Yes.
New Orleans couldn't begin to put on a fair like San Francisco can put on.
Well, now, wait a moment. I don't know. I just don't know, Governor. There are a great many things to be taken into consideration.
What kind of thing?
Well, there's the Japanese question, for one thing. We're in the process of negotiating a treaty with Japan right now to give California the protection she thinks she needs. But Japan is becoming more and more offended with California every day, and the treaty becomes increasingly hard to negotiate.
Well, now, Mr. President, granted that all you say may be true, still what does that have to do with the question of a World's Fair?
Mr. Governor, right now, California wants to pass laws that will bar Orientals from the rights and privileges enjoyed by other foreigners. If those laws pass, how could we possibly invite any of the eastern countries to come to an exposition in California? It couldn't be done. Now, on the other hand, no problem like that exists in New Orleans.
New Orleans doesn't have the problem of coping with the Japanese immigrants.
Well, Japan has promised to limit immigration, and she has kept her word. I can show you the figures. Mr. Governor, I think you know how I feel about this situation. California can pass any law she desires that applies to all aliens, as long as it is not contrary to provisions in the Constitution, and as long as it does not conflict with an existing treaty. But I do not feel that California can enact legislation that applies only to the Japanese and to no other aliens. Such things breed trouble, Mr. Governor. Such things can breed war.
You say that the treaty that you're negotiating with Japan will protect the rights of my state?
Yes, and I'll be glad to go over it with you a little later. I think you'll find it completely satisfactory.
Of course, I see your point, Mr. President. It would be embarrassing to invite the eastern countries to an exposition under the present circumstances.
Yes. Now, tell me, how badly does California want the exposition, Mr. Governor?
Well, I think the situation can be remedied, Mr. President.
Then I'll leave it in your capable hands, Mr. Governor. Come in.
Mr. President, I am forced to tell you that the car is waiting in front of the White House.
Oh, fine, George. A little spin in the fresh air will do you and me a world of good.
Couldn't I wait for you at home, Mr. President?
Of course not, George.
I'm ready, Father.
And so am I.
Well, then, let's go.
Father, is the World's Exposition going to be in San Francisco?
Well, it seems to me I can do a little horse trading here. If I tell you, will you tell me?
Well, yes. Yes, I'll tell you.
All right. The World's Exposition is going to be in San Francisco, and everything is at peace between Japan and the United States. Now then, who called you on the telephone?
A newspaper from New York. They wanted to know if there was any truth to the rumor that I was going to start wearing long pants.
No, what did you tell them?
Well, I told them that there was no truth in the rumor, unfortunately.
Ellen, do you
Mr.
think...
President, do you think...
I think so.
Oh, so do I.
Now, Charlie, after we return from our ride, you may call that newspaper and tell them that you were in error when you said that there was nothing to the rumor that you were going into long trousers. You'll be in them next week.
Oh, Father, thank you. Thank you.
And we'll go shopping for them tomorrow, dear. And now, don't you think we'd better start on our ride?
Well, I trust that you're prepared for any emergency, Madam President.
Why, George?
Because in that stuttering piece of tin, anything can happen. And if I'm along, it usually does.
Well, come along, come along. Let's be on our way. Life wouldn't be much fun if nothing happened, George.
Well, it isn't that I don't want things to happen, Mr. President. I just think it would all be much more fun if once in a while the things that happened to someone else besides me.
They don't all happen to you, George. Some of them happen to me. But I think it's a wonderful world to be alive in. And a wonderful country to live in. I love everybody today. California, Japan, my family, my countrymen, even my car.
That's because you're the president.
No, son, don't you think that for one moment. That's because I'm an American. And I'm more happy and more proud of that than anything in the world. No matter what problems I have, I can face them. Because as long as I'm an American with the family I got, I haven't a real problem in the world. Well, you've probably figured out by now who the president was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and you'll have the answer in just a moment.
Here is a word that millions of people in Europe fear. It is as destructive as a weapon and just as deadly. It is hunger. One of the best ways we can help the people in Europe combat hunger is by sending food parcels through CARE. CARE sends food and clothing packages which provide more per dollar than individuals can supply any other way. For instance, one food package costing $10 contains 24.5 pounds of food. CARE guarantees delivery of this food package to any individual or group in 11 countries in Europe and in Israel and Japan. So if you want to send a food package overseas, just mail $10 to CARE, give your name and address, and the name and address of the person the package is going to. Help care for them through CARE. And now back to Edward Arnold.
It's going to explode. It's going to explode. Turn off the motor, Mike.
Hurry! The car's going to explode. Now, Charlie, be still.
Turn off the motor.
Now, what in the world has happened?
Hey, I'm glad you were able to turn that motor off.
I didn't turn it off. It just stopped.
Well, where are we?
Well, it looks like we're way out in the middle of nowhere.
Well, I'll start down the road for the nearest town.
But, George, that may be miles.
I'm sure it will be. There's nothing else to do.
Shall I go with you, George?
No. You stay here, Mr. President, and guard your family. I'll see if I can get some help, sir.
I can't understand why it won't start.
It won't start, Mike, because it isn't a horse. Goodbye, Mr. President, everyone. If I am never seen again, let it always be said I did my best to do my duty for the President and my country. His not to reason why, his but to do or die for America and for President William Howard Taft.
Be with us again next week, won't you, for another interesting story that happened in Washington a few years ago to Mr. President. Until then, goodbye.
This program is produced and directed by Joe Graham. Edward Arnold can currently be seen in the MGM picture Annie, Get Your Gun. Heard in today's cast were Adelaide Klein, Carl Swenson, Ivan Curry, Eric Dressler, and your narrator, Jackson Beck. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. Today's story was based on incidents in the life of President William Howard Taft.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President.
The preceding program was transcribed. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Following is transcribed.
On my inauguration day, I thought I heard the former president say, "I am fairly out, and you are fairly in. See which one of us will be happiest."
Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold and written by Gene Holloway. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True, human stories of Mr. President.
This afternoon's Mr. President drama will begin in just a moment. But first, a word about our purpose in presenting this series. To Americans, there are no more stirring stories in the world than the stories of the lives of the men who became presidents of the United States. Their deeds are sources of inspiration and courage to young and old alike. People today are more interested than ever to know the intimate, interesting, inspiring facts about the lives of their presidents. ABC's Mr. President takes listeners behind the White House reception rooms and ballrooms glittering with gold braid and famous personalities into the privacy of the breakfast room and study, where presidents are shown as individuals with human doubts, laughter, love, and faith. Mr. President is true biography built around the men who filled America's highest office. Listen now for today's story and see if you can name the president upon whom this episode is based.
Here's a story that happened in Washington a few years ago. Listen closely and see if you can tell who the president was. The times brought many problems to the worried man in the executive mansion, and many were the times that he was to recall the words written to him by his wife at the time of his inauguration.
You have this day to declare yourself the head of a nation. And now, O Lord my God, thou hast made thy servant ruler over the people. Give to him an understanding heart, that he may know how to go out and come in before this great people, that he may discern between good and bad. For who is able to judge this, thy so great a people? Those were the words of a royal sovereign, and not less applicable to him who is invested with the chief magistracy of a nation, though he wear not a crown, nor the robes of royalty.
Yes.
Dinner's almost ready, dear, and my goodness, what on earth are you doing sitting there with that old letter of mine again?
It's a very wise letter. I was just thinking about it.
What's troubling you now?
Oh, many things. The situation with France, for one, the situation with the cabinet, for another. They are not all loyal to me. I know they're not. I'm convinced that some of them are taking orders from political enemies of mine.
Which ones?
Well, Secretary of State Pickering, for one.
Then why don't you dismiss the Secretary of State?
The former president found him a good man. I'm sure the country as a whole would feel that I had no right to dismiss any of the members of the cabinet. And perhaps I am the one at fault.
You're not at fault. The trouble with your cabinet is that instead of taking their instructions from you, they're taking them from someone else. And you know who as well as I do.
Yes, I know, but I don't know what to do about it. I want to do what is right and fair and just.
My dear, you must have the cooperation of the people with whom you have to work. You are the president. You must function as the president.
This office brings many problems. You know, on my inauguration day, I thought I heard the former president say, I am fairly out and you fairly in. See which one of us will be the happiest.
Did he say that?
I'm not sure. There was a crowd of people around us. Perhaps I imagined it, but if he did say it, I know now what he meant. Yes, this office brings many problems, and it seems to me they all boil right down to war and taxes. Gentlemen of the cabinet, I don't like to see any taxes inflicted upon our people that will be a hardship to them. But there is a grave possibility of war with France. And in order to prepare for that emergency, I am afraid we are going to have to impose further taxes.
Well, I think we ought to have a federal property tax, Mr. President.
Well, what kind of a property tax do you propose, Mr. Secretary Pricketing?
The kind of tax they had at home. A man pays according to his wealth.
Well, how do you judge the man's wealth?
Well, the way it was done in the old country, they judge a man's wealth by how many windows he had in his house.
Yes, I remember that tax. I don't recall thinking it was a very equitable way of settling anything.
Windows cost money. If a man has a lot of windows, it figures he has a property.
And how many windows do you have, Secretary Pickering?
Not many, Mr. President. I never had money to throw away like some I know.
I see.
I think any such tax is going to be intolerable to the people, Mr. President.
Yes, I'm afraid of that myself, Mr. Lee. But we must have money for the Army. And I know of no other way of getting it except by taxation.
Then I think we should pass a window tax. Unless, of course, you have a better tax to propose, Mr. President.
No, I do not have a better tax to propose.
Well, then I suggest we prepare our recommendation of the property taxes to be levied and send our recommendations to Congress.
There doesn't seem to be anything else to do.
Mercy, I wish the two of you would quit stamping up and down like that. There won't be a shred of carpet left.
Well, they can say what they like, Lee, but I am greatly troubled about the results of those taxes.
If only they weren't patterned exactly on the taxes of the old country. I'm afraid the people are going to say that that kind of tax oppression is one of the things they came to America to escape.
And yet, what can we do? We must have money for defense.
Well, the tax has been passed, hasn't it?
Oh, yes, it's been passed. Yes, sir. And the tax collectors start out on Monday, don't they?
Yes, they do. Well, we shall soon know what the people think of the taxes.
All right, I'm coming. Yes, what is it? What do you want?
I've come to collect the tax.
Oh, you've come to collect the tax, have you?
Yes. I'll have to measure your window.
Well, you keep away from my windows. George, hang me that boiling kettle from the stove.
Well, there's no use carrying on about it. It's the law.
Oh, it's the law, is it? Well, here's what I think of you and your law. Stop learning to go around measuring windows.
Yes, what is it?
I've come about the, you don't happen to have anything boiling on the stove, do you?
Well, no, I haven't.
Glad to hear that. I've come about the tax. I have to measure your windows. It's the law.
Mary, let the dogs loose.
Dogs? Oh, no, wait a minute. Wait. Help!
That's what we think of your tax in Montgomery County.
So you're one of our tax collectors, huh?
Yes, sir.
Well, sit down, won't you? Sit down.
If you don't mind, Mr. President, I'd rather stand.
Really?
You see, I've been bitten.
Bitten? Where?
There.
Oh, no.
Even the dogs don't like the tax in Montgomery County.
Well, tell me, what's the matter with your face and arms?
That's where they poured the boiling water, and the boiling soup, and the boiling turnip greens on me. They don't care for the tax in Bucks County either. See that bump on my head?
I certainly do.
A 4-year-old boy in Lehigh dropped soup tureen on my head. Even the children hate the law in Northampton.
Well, we'll have to give you some sort of protection the next time you go out.
I'm not going out again.
You're not going out again?
No, I'm not. I'm going to have my old woman put a kettle to boil. I'm going to buy some vicious dogs. I'm going to give my child a soup tureen. And then I'm going to sit by the window and wait for the tax collector.
Well, don't the people understand the reasons for the tax?
The people think the tax is a form of persecution, Mr. President.
Well, did you try to explain it all?
Explain? Still hard to explain to a kettle of boiling water, Mr. President.
Yes, of course it is.
Mr. President, if you'll forgive the impertinence, I don't think the government realizes the sentiment of the people in this matter. You have to go out among them to see it and to feel it. I think there's going to be a general uprising all over the country. I think they're going to face execution before they'll pay the tax.
I see. Well, thank you for coming to me. I appreciate learning your views in this matter, and I'm terribly sorry about your injuries. You will be given compensation, of course.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good day, sir.
Good day.
My word, that man was in terrible condition, wasn't he?
Yes, my dear. All you have to do is to take one look at him to know that the people don't like the tax and what they think of it.
Well, what are you going to do about it?
I'm going to call a cabinet meeting immediately. Gentlemen, the people of this country feel that the tax is a persecution, that it's unjust, there's insurrection every place. You read the reports of the tax collectors?
Well, Mr. President, there are ways of handling insurrection.
What do you suggest, Mr. Pickering? That we line the nation up shoulder to shoulder and execute them all?
Law is law, and defiance of the law is treason. The penalty for treason is death, Mr. President.
Resentment of a tax is not treason, Secretary Pickering.
Just what is your definition of treason, Mr. President?
An attempt to overthrow the government of the United States.
I say that any defiance of the law is an attempt to overthrow the government.
Gentlemen, how many years is it since the first ships touched these shores and the weary people who stepped from them looked with gratitude at the wilderness, more than willing, eager to face the hardships of an unknown land, so that they might live together bound by the rights and privileges of free men?
There has to be law, Mr. President.
Yes, there has to be law, Mr. Secretary. But the law must be just.
Well, then, if you feel the tax law is unjust, revoke the law. But where does the money come from for defense? What happens to the rights and privileges of free men when the guns of France are trained upon our shores?
Why don't we try to make a substitute law?
Why, because then we'd look like fools in the eyes of the country. We've written a law, we've passed it. Now it's up to us to enforce it. Why, a man named John Freeze is leading the rebellion in Pennsylvania. All right, I say arrest him. Arrest every man who opposes the law. Bring him to justice. And very quickly we'll have this insurrection under control.
Well, gentlemen, since that seems to be the will of the majority, we will, of course, attempt to enforce the law. I don't say the law is wrong. We need the money, and taxation is the only way to get it. But I do say that it troubles me greatly to go against the will of the people.
Mr. President, is that you chopping wood?
Don't tell anyone.
We have plenty of wood.
I know. I wanted to do some thinking.
Who are you mad at?
You could tell I was mad, could you?
Well, it doesn't take a very bright woman to look at the way you splintered that log to know you're mad.
Well, it's the cabinet. I'm determined to keep my temper with them and to try and work this situation out.
I wouldn't trust Pickering, Walcott, and McHenry as far as I could throw them. And I think you should get them out of the cabinet.
No, I can't do that. Not now, not yet. They've always been known as honest men. They have a right to listen to Mr. Hamilton if they believe he is correct in his views, and they have every right to disagree with me. It angers me, though, that they do. But at the same time, I know it's their right. And if I dismiss them, I may be starting a very dangerous precedent.
I think you're starting a very dangerous precedent if you don't. Every president from now on may have to keep a cabinet he can't get along with, just because you kept this one.
Well, we'll see what happens the next few months.
You're looking tired. You're working too hard.
Well, I am tired. But one of your dinners will do wonders for me.
These were the years we were going to sit by the fire and dream. Remember? These were the years when you were going to retire and we were going to watch our children and our grandchildren and the country grow and develop. Just look at us.
You know, you're prettier today than you were the day I married you.
You know, it's just possible you're prejudiced.
Ever been sorry?
That I married you?
Mm-hmm.
Not for 1 hour of one single day. They've been rich years.
Not in dollars.
In things that dollars can't buy. in adventure, in companionship, in love, in the things we've lost and suffered over together, in the things we've laughed over and remembered, in the dreams we've dreamed for the joy of dreaming.
You know, someday we will have that fire. We'll sit there and watch the sun go down behind the rim of the hill. And the cabinets and the troubles with France and the troubles with politics will all be in the past. And the only things we will talk about will be the weather and stars and each other. How does that sound to you?
Unspeakably dull.
Woman, is there no pleasing you?
There is, but that's not the way to do it. Come on in now. It's almost dinner time.
Well, warrants have gone out now against all the insurrectionists. I wonder what's happening. I wonder what's happening.
Well, Charlie, come in. What is it?
Several of our men have been taken prisoner, John.
By whom?
By the marshal. They're at Bethlehem.
Well, then we must get word to all the men immediately. We'll march within the hour. I've already called on 2 of the assessors tonight. I told Mr. Fulk I'd shoot him through the legs if he appeared at one more house. And I told Mr. Clark if he went to another house on the business of assessment, I'd lock him in an old stable and feed him on rotten corn.
Good for you.
We'll show the government that this is a people's government, and the people are going to run it.
My dear, it's almost dawn. You must get some sleep.
Oh, there's trouble across the land tonight. I can't sleep.
What trouble?
I don't know, but there's trouble and unrest. I know it. I feel it. Oh, where will it all end? Where will it all end?
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Forest fires are indeed our most shameful waste because 9 out of 10 are man-made through carelessness. Those forest fires that swept across many sections of the nation last year caused loss of life, crippled watersheds, caused water shortage in some places and floods in others, soil erosion, property damage. Remember, it takes but a moment's carelessness with matches, cigarettes, cigars, or a campfire to set a forest fire. Forest fires can be prevented, and you can help. There are 4 simple rules of forest fire prevention. 1, crush out cigarettes, cigars, and pipe ashes. 2, break matches in 2 after using. 3, drown all campfires, then stir and drown again. 4, find out the law before using fire. Follow these simple rules and prevent forest fires. Now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Well, have you guessed who the president was when all this happened? It really did happen, so listen closely. The president issued a proclamation warning all the rebels to disband, and the soldiers began to systematically comb the countryside in a search for John Fries. They found him at his work, arrested him, and brought him to trial for treason.
Mr. President.
Yes?
You know, if something isn't settled pretty soon, we're not going to have a tree left on the grounds. Word just came. John Fries has been convicted.
No. I was afraid he might be.
He's been sentenced to death for treason.
No.
His wife was here a little while ago.
Yes?
You know, they have 7 children. Those children need their father.
But the courts of the United States have found John Fries guilty of treason.
Do you believe he's guilty of treason?
I believe in the law and in the courts.
Of course. So do we all. And yet the law gives you the power of pardon.
I can't permit insurrection against the government, my dear. I think the members of the cabinet were quite correct about that.
And yet you said you did not believe John Fries was a traitor.
Yes, I did say that, and I don't believe he's a traitor. Even now I don't believe him. But before I can make a move, I must be able to convince the cabinet, the Congress, and the country of that. Or I might do a great deal of damage to the prestige of this government and this office.
I think the prestige of this government and of your office depends on the justice of the government and the office. If a man is guilty, then the law is cold and clear about what should be done. But if the man is not guilty of the charge brought against him, then he should be able to look to the government and to the president for justice.
Well, I'm going to examine the records most carefully, my dear, and I'll do what I can. Gentlemen of the Cabinet, I intend to pardon John Freeze.
Oh, Mr. President, you can't mean that, Mr. President. Why, John Freeze is a convicted traitor.
I don't agree with that statement, Secretary McHenry.
It was proven in court.
Why, of course it was. You know yourself that the man led a rebellion in Pennsylvania.
Yes, the man led a rebellion in Pennsylvania with a feather in his cap and his fife and drum corps wearing red, white, and blue cockades. Red, white, and blue, the colors of John Free's country, gentlemen.
It was a rebellion no matter what colors they were wearing.
They marched as Americans in protest against attacks. As Americans, too, gentlemen, we marched down to a harbor and dumped some tea overboard. Also in protest of attacks.
Then you are saying, Mr. President, that Americans have the right to fight the tax collectors.
No, I'm not saying that, Mr. McHenry, and don't put words in my mouth. I say this, and only this. Our government is very new, and we have to get our people used to the taxes and the other things that go with government. It is our job to turn men like John Freeze into citizens. It can't be done overnight. Gentlemen, let's not kill a good man because he didn't agree with the law we passed. Let's teach him why the law was necessary and get him on our side. I'm sure you must be able to see my point. Well, gentlemen of the Cabinet, I am sorry that you don't agree with me. But John Freeze is going to be pardoned whether you agree or not.
Mr. President, I came to thank you for interceding for me. I didn't ask mercy, but I thank you for the mercy you showed all the same.
Mr. Freeze, you are a citizen. For a few years, I am the president. Sometimes it's hard to know just when you are being a good president, and sometimes it's hard to know just when you are being a good citizen. But remember this. Laws are passed by the people's representatives. If a people's government is to survive, then the people must respect those laws and honor them. The will of the majority must count.
The majority did not want the tax, Mr. President.
But the majority would rather pay the tax than find themselves under the domination of Europe because they lack the arms with which to defend themselves, wouldn't they?
Well, I can't argue that.
So the people must think things out before they oppose something. And when they do oppose it, the way of opposition is not with fists and gunpowder, Mr. Freeze. It is with discussion. And finally, with votes.
Mr. President, I've always been inclined to let my fists do my talking for me when I was angry. But I think you may be right. Goodbye, sir. We probably won't meet again.
Good fortune to you, Mr. Freeze.
Thank you, Mr. President.
He's a fine-looking man, isn't he?
Yes, and I think he's going to be all right now.
And what about you in the cabinet? They've opposed you on your foreign policies, and they've opposed you on your domestic policies.
Well, I've made up my mind about the cabinet, my dear. I have made up my mind. Mr. McHenry, I thought I might as well discuss this matter with you first. As taking the matter in alphabetical order, you come ahead of Mr. Pickering.
Yes, Mr. President.
As you know, the former president appointed you to my cabinet.
That is quite correct, sir.
Mr. McHenry, at least 3 of you gentlemen can hardly be called members of my cabinet, but members of Mr. Hamilton's cabinet. You have repeatedly opposed my policies. You have constantly kept Mr. Hamilton informed of everything that went on in the cabinet meetings. And you never have once, on any single occasion, shown me one bit of loyalty. I find I can no longer put up with these actions, and I therefore am forced to ask you for your resignation at once.
You shall have my resignation in the morning, sir.
I'm sorry, Mr. Pickering, but I must ask you for your resignation.
I'll not resign, sir. I refuse to leave the cabinet voluntarily.
Very well, Mr. Pickering, then consider yourself dismissed.
My dear, I heard the wood chopping, and I thought you were at it again.
No, I was just watching the hired man chop. It's a good feeling not to have to do it yourself.
You don't think you'll be doing any more wood chopping?
I hope not. The situation is settled with France. I've made the new appointments to my cabinet, and Mr. Hamilton has become very quiet. No, my dear, I hope I won't be doing any more wood chopping for the balance of my administration. I even think you and I might find time to spend a few weeks back at home. You know, it's rather nice to be president when the smoke of battle clears away. And having you for a wife makes up for almost any problem in the world.
Thank you, my dear. Thank you.
Well, you've probably figured out by now who the president was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and you'll have the answer in just a moment.
Have you ever asked yourself what it means to be an American? Let's take this next minute to ask ourselves that important question: what does it mean to be an American? Well, it means individual liberties such as no other nation has ever known. The freedoms we enjoy are as natural to us as the air we breathe. And just as we rarely notice that air until it is cut off, so we tend to lose awareness of our freedoms and how essential they are. What has happened in Europe during recent years proves that our liberties can be destroyed. That's why every one of us should be aware of our individual rights and take active participation in the affairs of our nation. Remember, freedom is our American heritage. Now, here is Edward Arnold.
Well, Mr. President, another turn in the road, and we'll be in sight of Quincy.
Home, at long last, home.
The capital will never seem like home to us.
No. You know, Mr. Washington never felt at home any place but Mount Vernon, and I shall never feel at peace any place but Quincy. When I gotta get out of this carriage, I can forget about the presidency for the hours I'm here. I can put on my slippers and some comfortable clothes and be a farmer again. And the people who come to see us won't be coming to see the president. They'll be coming to see their old neighbors, Mr. and Mrs. John Adams. Be with us again next week, won't you, for another interesting story that happened in Washington a few years ago to Mr. President. Until then, goodbye.
This program is produced and directed by Joe Graham. Edward Arnold can currently be seen in the MGM picture Annie Get Your Gun. Heard in today's cast were Shawmé Allen, Eric Dressler, Kermit Murdoch, Ian Martin, and your narrator, Santos Ortega. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. Today's story was based on incidents in the life of President John Adams.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. The preceding was transcribed. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
By transcription.
If she falls in love with some rapscallion at that ball, I shall hold you responsible, and the French embassy, even if it leads to war between France and America.
Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold and written by Gene Holloway.
Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House, dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
We'll bring you Edward Arnold as Mr. President in just a moment. But first, let's get a little philosophical on the subject of character in our presidents. Now, you know, all American boys, little girls too perhaps, grow up with the idea that they might be president someday. Why not? Our presidents have come from every environment. Rich and aristocratic like Washington, poor and self-educated like Lincoln. They've been lawyers and farmers, warriors and school teachers. Teddy Roosevelt was bluff and hearty. Wilson was a quiet, scholarly type. But what one quality did they have that made them presidential material? Personality? Yes. A sense of responsibility? Well, certainly in a time of emergency, the country needed a man who could step in and assume leadership. Well, let's learn more about it by listening to today's story of Mr. President and see if you can name the president on whom this episode is based.
Here's a story that happened in Washington a few years ago. Listen closely and see if you can tell who the president was.
Father, how do you feel?
Oh, it's you, Maria. I feel a little better, thank you.
Father, I've been for a ride, and the countryside is beautiful this afternoon.
Isn't that a new dress?
You are feeling better. Do you like it?
Oh, turn around. Yes, I like it very much indeed. Isn't it rather advanced for a child of your age?
Advanced? I'm 16.
Are you really? It hardly seems a day since you were 12.
Father, I'm going to have my dinner served up here with yours. It has to be early, though, because I'm going to a ball.
You're going to a ball?
Well, yes, Father.
Did your mother say you could go to a ball?
Of course. She had a new gown made for me to wear.
Well, she didn't say anything to me about it.
Oh, didn't she?
Hmm.
Oh, well, probably that's because you've been so busy and, well, you haven't been feeling well.
Maria, perhaps you'd better ask your mother to come and talk to me for a few moments.
Oh, Father, you aren't going to say I can't go.
Just ask your mother to come to me, please, Maria.
Yes, Father.
Elizabeth, are you permitting Maria to attend the ball?
Yes, my dear.
You didn't consult me in this matter?
Well, it never occurred to me that you would want to be consulted.
It never occurred to you that I would want to be consulted?
No, dear. After all, you have so many problems running the country.
I always have time for my family, Elizabeth. Elizabeth, Maria's still a baby.
Well, she's 16.
You and Maria both say that as though it were 60.
Well, you'd hardly expect her to wait to go to a ball until she was 60.
I do not consider this a matter for levity, Elizabeth.
Yes, Mr. President.
Who is accompanying Maria to this ball? Are you?
No. Her sister's going.
If Eliza is going, she and her husband can well represent the family. Well, Maria can have a sudden indisposition.
No, I'm not going to let you do that. Well, the child has been counting on this for weeks. And she has the loveliest dress you've ever seen.
And suppose Maria meets some young man at this ball?
I expect her to meet a great many.
Suppose she falls in love with one of them?
Oh, my dear, I hardly think she'll do that so quickly.
You can't tell. I had no idea she'd be going to a ball so quickly. I don't know why it is that I can't get sick for a few days without having complete chaos develop around me. Has Maria an escort to the ball?
Yes.
Well, now, you see? Already she's going out with young gentlemen.
You won't have any objections to this young gentleman. It's Sam Gouverneur, your own private secretary.
Oh, really? Well, I must say it's very nice of Sam to bother with a young girl like Maria. What other young scalawags will be at the ball?
My dear, I just don't know. I didn't ask to see a guest list. I'm sure they will all be from the best families.
Well, you haven't left me much choice. I suppose I shall have to let her go, but if anything happens at that ball, the consequences will be on your head.
Yes, dear. They usually are.
You say Eliza and George are chaperoning her?
Yes, dear.
Then will you please ask Eliza to come to me?
Yes, dear. Of course I will.
Thank you. Now, Eliza, I don't want you to let your sister out of your sight for one moment tonight.
Oh, Father, don't carry on. Maria's going to be all right.
Maria has no business even going out tonight. She's still a little girl. I don't know what this younger generation is coming to.
Maria isn't doing anything different than Mother did. She went to balls when she was 16.
Well, that was different.
Why was it different?
Your mother wasn't my daughter.
Oh, I see.
Now, Eliza, I want you to remember that your sister's reputation is in your hands.
What do you think Maria's going to do at this ball?
I don't know. That's exactly what's worrying me. I wish I was able to go myself. Maybe I should go.
Oh, no, Father. You stay in bed and rest. I'll watch Maria.
Don't you let her do one bit of flirting. See that she keeps her eyes lowered.
Yes, Father. I'll do my best.
Now tell Maria to come to me as soon as she's dressed.
I'm ready, Father.
My child.
Do you like me?
Do you know the first time I accompanied your mother to a ball, she had a dress the same shade of blue? And when I looked at her, I thought, isn't that dress a little too low?
But it's the fashion.
Well, I think you better wear a shawl.
Oh, no, I can't, Father. It would spoil the dress.
But there's not enough of that dress. What holds it up?
I do.
I still say there's not enough of that dress.
There is just as much of this dress as there is of Eliza's dress.
Eliza is older.
What does that have to do with it?
Well, older girls wear different types of clothes than children.
Father, do I look like a child tonight?
No, you certainly don't. And that's the whole trouble.
Oh, Father, don't spoil things for me. It's my first important ball, and my first really grown-up dress, and my first big evening. Oh, please, Father, I've been dreaming of this evening for years.
I don't want to spoil it for you. I just want to be sure that... Well, I suppose fathers are foolish at that. But when it comes to a man's own daughter, well, what's done is done and can't be undone. You're going to the ball. So perhaps we should speak of some more important things. Now, Maria...
Yes, Father?
You have reached an age where you must be aware of certain things. Particularly if you're going to run about looking the way you look tonight.
Yes, Father.
Regarding young gentlemen, you must treat young gentlemen with politeness but with distance. Keep your conversation on impersonal levels. Discuss the weather, discuss the punch, discuss the refreshments, but never discuss religion or politics or the business of your neighbors. Learn to listen and to hold your tongue. And listen well, Maria, as though the young man at your side has the wisdom of Solomon.
Yes, Father.
Permit no familiarities in conduct or in speech. For as long as you show by your manner that you expect respect, you will get it. Have you a fan?
Oh, yes, here it is.
Good. A fan can serve many purposes besides cooling a lady's brow. It can cover a yawn. It can hide an expression. It can, if the need should arise, even block a kiss.
I'll remember.
And if the evening grows dull, and so many such evenings can, then remember to smile and keep smiling, and you will be the brightness that illuminates the evening and the memory that each guest will take home.
Yes, Father.
Now then, give me a kiss and run along. I'm sure you won't remember a thing I've said, but I've done my duty.
Good night, Father, and thank you. I shall tell you all about it tomorrow.
She's beautiful, isn't she?
You know, she looked so much like you when she came in that door that it took my breath away. But we've lost her. You know that, don't you?
You can't keep them from growing up, my dear.
Oh, I know. But mind you, if she falls in love with some rapscallion at that ball, I shall hold you responsible. And the French embassy, even if it leads to war between France and America.
My dear, you mustn't worry so much about things that no one can control.
She's young. She's so young.
Are you enjoying yourself, Maria?
Oh, Sam, I've never had such fun.
I wonder where Eliza and her husband disappeared to.
Oh, they're over there dancing. Ooh, it's so warm, isn't it?
Well, let's go out on the porch for a moment and cool off.
All right. It's a beautiful night, isn't it?
Yes.
You know, I believe if I stood on tiptoe, I could almost touch those stars.
Shall I climb the tree and try to get your hand?
No, I'd rather look at them where they are.
Maria, you're different tonight. I've known you for... I can't even remember how many years. But you're different tonight.
It's because I've grown up.
Yes. Yes, you have grown up. Maria, when you were 11, you asked me to marry you. Remember?
Of course I do. You were the first man I ever proposed to.
The first? You mean there were others?
Dozens. There was the son of the baker in Richmond, and, there was a delivery boy at home, and there was the minister, and my goodness, I can't even begin to remember them all.
Do you remember what I said when you asked me?
I certainly do. You said, I'm never going to get married. I don't like girls.
Well, I've changed since then.
Have you?
If you asked me again, I'd say something altogether different.
Well, young ladies of my age don't propose to young gentlemen of yours.
Well, that can be remedied. Oh, Maria.
Sam, do you know that's the first time anyone ever kissed me?
Do you know, to me, that seemed like the first time I'd ever kissed anyone.
Oh, Sam!
What is it?
I promised Father not to leave Eliza's sight for a moment, and I forgot all about it. Oh, as a matter of fact, I'm afraid I forgot everything Father said. Well, as Father would say, what's done is done. I might as well toss this in the bushes.
Maria, why are you throwing your fan away?
I don't need a fan this evening, Sam.
Is that you, Maria?
Yes, Father, it's me.
Where's your sister?
Oh, she dropped her glove in the carriage.
Oh.
She and George are hunting for it.
Mm-hmm. Did you have a pleasant evening?
I had a wonderful evening.
Well, tell me about it.
It was wonderful.
Yes, that's what you said.
Simply wonderful.
How was the orchestra?
Wonderful.
And the ambassador and his family?
Wonderful.
And the punch? Never mind, I know the answer. The punch was wonderful.
Everything was wonderful. Father, you'll never guess what's happened. I've fallen in love.
You've what?
I've fallen in love. Isn't that wonderful, Father? Isn't that wonderful?
Eliza! Elizabeth! George! Elizabeth! Come downstairs this moment and see what you've done. Elizabeth! Come and see what you've done.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
The better we produce, the better we live. That's always been the basis of the American economic system, the reason our people have always worked so hard in their jobs and businesses. However, our economic system has been the subject of many attacks lately by other countries. Now, some people fail to realize the exaggeration of this propaganda. They tend to quickly forget the vast benefits America's economic system has brought them. That's why each of us should make it his duty to understand this system. Now, let's not be misled. Let's learn the truth about our economic system. Write for the free booklet, The Miracle of America, which explains clearly and simply how by working together, a still better living can be had for all. Address Box 10, Times Square Station, New York City, and ask for your copy. Now, it's our job as Americans to know these facts. And now, back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Well, have you guessed who the president was when all this happened? It really did happen, so listen closely.
Have some more coffee, dear.
No, thank you, Elizabeth.
May I pass you the toast, Father?
No, thank you, Eliza.
How about the eggs, Father?
No, thank you, George.
But you haven't eaten a thing. And the doctor said you must.
I'm not hungry.
Now, really, Father, it isn't Mother's fault. Or my fault or George's fault.
You didn't carry on like this when Eliza fell in love with me.
Oh, yes, he did. Precisely the same way.
Why isn't Maria down to breakfast?
Oh, she'll be down presently. Thought I'd let her sleep this morning.
Father, you should have seen her last night. She was having such a wonderful time.
Yes, so I've gathered, Eliza. I knew this would happen. I told you all if she went to that ball, something like this would happen.
Well, keeping her home from a ball wouldn't stop her from falling in love. She could meet someone on the street and fall in love with him.
That's perfectly ridiculous, and you know it.
Besides, I don't know why you're taking it so seriously. All young girls fall in and out of love a half a dozen times before it's serious.
Not my daughters. Eliza, who did Maria fall in love with?
Didn't she tell you?
No, she didn't tell me. If she had told me, I wouldn't be asking about it. All she would say to me, he was wonderful.
Well, she certainly didn't tell me.
No, she didn't tell you. Eh? Well, you have eyes, haven't you? Who did she dance with?
Practically everyone at the ball. She was the belle of the evening.
Did she tell you, Elizabeth?
No, she didn't, dear.
Why not?
I didn't ask her.
You didn't ask her? May I ask why you didn't ask her?
Well, I'm sure that when Maria is ready to tell me, she'll tell me, if there's anything to tell. In the meantime, I think this is all a great deal of nonsense, and I absolutely refuse to take it seriously. Well, she may be all over it this morning.
Good morning, everyone. Isn't it a wonderful morning?
Oh, yeah, she's over it all right.
Sit down, dear. I'll fix a plate for you.
Oh, just a little. I'm not very hungry.
What's the matter? Have you got a stomachache?
No, thank you, Father.
Maria, would you mind looking at us just once as though you saw us?
I see you, Father.
Maria, would you mind telling us who the gentleman is who has caused this rhapsodic detachment from this entire planet that you are indulging in?
Oh, what did you say, Father?
I said, who is the man?
What man?
I give up. I absolutely give up. Elizabeth, you handle her.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning, Sam. Come into my office. I want to talk to you.
Yes, sir.
Sam, I am simply beside myself. Perhaps you can help me.
Yes, sir.
What happened at that ball last night?
Sir?
Maria is behaving as though she had taken leave of her senses.
She is?
Yes, she says she's in love.
She does? Oh, that's wonderful.
Now, don't you start that.
I hoped she'd care, sir. But I wasn't really sure. You know how girls are.
You hoped she cared? Sam, do you mean to tell me that she... Oh, no.
Mr. President, I would like to request the honor of your daughter's hand in marriage.
Get out of here.
Get out?
That's what I said, get out. To think that all this time that you have worked for me, I have harbored a viper in my bosom.
Mr. President, I've fallen in love with your daughter.
Well, you could fall right out of love with my daughter. You're talking like a fool, and so is Maria.
Sir, I can't allow you to refer to your daughter in those terms.
You can't allow me to refer to my daughter in those terms, and furthermore, Maria is your cousin.
Well, she's a distant cousin.
Close or distant, I don't want to hear any more about it. The subject is closed. You're dismissed until further notice from my employer.
Yes, Mr. President. Good day, sir.
Father, I wanted to ask you... Oh, good morning, Sam.
Good morning, Maria. I was just leaving.
Oh, is Father sending you on an errand?
No, I've dismissed Sam, Maria.
What?
Now, Maria, I don't want to discuss it anymore right now. You're still a little girl, and you will simply have to trust me to know what's best for you.
Your father is angry about us, Maria.
Father, we're in love.
Maria, you're entirely too young for any such foolishness.
That's not very fair of you, Father.
You will thank me for it someday.
I won't thank you for it. You're ruining my whole life. Oh, Father, you can't govern how people think and how they feel, even if you are the President of the United States.
Maria!
I love Sam, and he loves me, and you can't change that even with an act of Congress.
Now see what you've started.
Mr. President, if you'd only try to understand...
Sam, I understand this. I love my daughter. Her happiness is more important than anything in the world to me. She's not old enough yet to know what she's doing. And I do not intend to let her throw her life away before she does know. The two of you spend one evening together at a ball, and you come home and expect me to sanction a marriage. Well, it takes more of a foundation than that for a happy marriage, Sam.
I do love her, sir. It didn't just happen last night. I think I've loved her for a long, long time. I just became aware of it last night.
Then wait. Wait until she's old enough to know what she's doing. I'm sorry I lost my temper with you. I can't blame you for loving her. I'd like you to stay if I can put you on your honor as far as Maria is concerned for the time being.
I'd rather stay on your terms than not see her at all.
All right, then. We'll say no more about it. Let's go to work. Isn't Maria coming to dinner?
I'm afraid not, dear. She locked herself in her room. She's been crying all afternoon.
I see. You haven't touched a thing on your plate, Elizabeth.
I just don't seem to be very hungry.
Aren't you hungry either, Eliza?
No, Father.
George?
I had a big luncheon.
I see. Obviously, you're all upset about Maria.
I keep thinking back to the days when you and I wanted to get married, dear. You know how my family felt about you. My father didn't feel that...
Your father was a narrow-minded man who couldn't see the end of his nose. He said that you were marrying beneath you, and that I had no future. And that
I was too young to know what I was doing.
That is completely beside the point, and you know it.
But, my dear, when young people fall in love, logic has very little to do with their emotions. They're in love. And whether there's any rhyme or reason to it, there it is. My father said I shouldn't marry you. But I married you all the same. And in all these years, I've never once been sorry.
Excuse me. I don't seem to have any appetite either.
Come in.
Aren't you going to eat any dinner?
I just couldn't.
Oh, Maria, I don't mean to be hard-hearted or unreasonable about Sam. I suppose I've seemed that way the past few days, but don't you see, to me it's hardly been a moment since you were playing with dolls. And to suddenly see you a woman grown, and then to hear you say you were in love, it all came so fast, I wasn't ready for it.
I know. And Father, I don't want to make you unhappy or to worry you. I know how many problems you have right now with Congress and everybody. But I'm so unhappy, I just want to die.
Now, wait a moment. Nobody ever really died of love that I know of, Maria. And I'd hate to see anything like that happen to a member of my family. So suppose you wash your face and put on your prettiest dress and come down in the study.
Oh, no, Father, I'd much rather stay upstairs.
No, Maria, I want you to fix yourself up and come downstairs. I'll wait for you in the study.
Hello, Maria.
Oh. Well, come in, my child, come in. Maria, Sam has just asked me again for your hand in marriage, and since it seems to be the thing that you both desire more than anything else in the world, I have bestowed it on him.
Oh, Sam.
Darling.
Oh, Father, you're the most wonderful man that ever lived.
Well, that's debatable. But I'm sure no man ever loved his children more. Sam, I shall be proud to have you as a son-in-law.
Thank you, sir.
Well, now, let's cross the hall and tell the rest of the family.
Sorry, I was just passing.
Elizabeth, were you listening at the door?
We all were, Father. Congratulations, Maria, Sam. I know you're going to be very happy.
Congratulations.
Well, now, I think we must all toast Maria and Sam, who will be the first couple in history to be married in the White House.
That will be something for us all to remember the rest of our lives.
Yes, my dear, that will be something for us all to remember the rest of our lives. And I can only hope for our children that they find in each other the great happiness that you and I have found together. Well, you've probably figured out by now who the president was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and you'll have the answer in just a moment.
Many millions of people in Europe know hunger only too well. Knew it during the war, know it still. Now, one of the best ways we can help the people in Europe combat hunger is by sending food parcels through CARE. CARE sends food and clothing packages which provide more per dollar than individuals can supply any other way. For instance, one food package costing $10 contains 24.5 pounds of food. CARE guarantees delivery of this food package to any individual or group in 11 countries in Europe and in Israel and Japan. So if you want to send a food package overseas, just mail $10 to CARE. Give your name and address, and the name and address of the person the package is going to. And now, back to Edward Arnold.
Well, congratulations, my dear. I hope you'll be very happy.
Maria, I'm sure you're the most beautiful bride that any one of us has ever seen, except, of course, Eliza.
Well, how about the bridegroom? Isn't he beautiful?
No, Marie, he's wonderful, wonderful.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Sam, just think. One day we can say to our children, your father and I were married in the White House when your grandfather was President of the United States, President James Monroe.
Be with us again next week, won't you, for another interesting story that happened in Washington a few years ago to Mr. President. Until then, goodbye.
This program is produced and directed by Joe Graham. Edward Arnold can currently be seen in the MGM picture Annie, Get Your Gun. Heard in today's cast were Rosemary Rice, Ann Seymour, Marion Shockley, and Les Tremaine. Your narrator was Eric Dressler. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. Today's story was based on incidents in the life of President James Monroe.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President.
Mr. President came to you transcribed. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
By transcription.
You can tell the newspapers that my wife and I are of the opinion that the president should live nowhere but in the executive mansion.
Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold and written by Gene Holloway.
Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
We'll bring you Edward Arnold as Mr. President in just a moment. But first, let's take a look at the men who've lived at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue in Washington, D.C., one of the most famous residences in the world. The men who live there are tenants with a 4-year lease, our presidents. A national election makes a man a president. But what makes a president a man? It's the little things he brings to his job, his habits, opinions, hobbies, his mood across the breakfast table. There's a human side to the highest office in the land. You'll find it in the story of Woodrow Wilson's old-fashioned typewriter and Teddy Roosevelt's Indian clubs, which must have improved his grip because he shook hands with several thousand people one New Year's Day. This sort of personal history reveals the man, and that's what our Mr. President series tries to present. Listen now and see if you can name the president upon whom this episode is based.
Here's a story that happened in Washington a few years ago. Listen closely and see if you can tell who the president was.
Mr. President, there's been a lot of conversation lately about the executive mansion. I'm sure you find it inadequate for a family of your size, and as you undoubtedly know, the newspapers have been saying that you plan to live elsewhere.
That's not true. You can tell the newspapers that my wife and I are of the opinion that the president should live nowhere but in the executive mansion.
I must say it is in bad condition, though. The plumbing is absolutely beyond description. And this morning, the boys found several rats in the dining room.
Oh, well, something certainly has to be done.
We haven't had a chance to get our bearings yet. Give us a few days to look around. We'll have a better idea about just what plans to make. But one thing is positive. This is where we're going to live.
You know, running a family your size would be a full-time job for most people. To run the country at the same time is going to be quite a feat.
Well, the older children are at school. The only real problem we have right now is the youngest one and his friends.
Well, boys will be boys.
Yes, and we wouldn't want them to be anything else, would we, my dear?
Of course we wouldn't.
Well, I must get back to the Senate now, but let me know if there's anything I can do.
I certainly will.
Good day.
Good day.
Speaking of our youngest, Mr. President, those boys are quite a handful right now.
Well, you leave the boys to me. You concentrate on what has to be done to this house. I'll take care of the boys.
Do you mean that?
Of course I mean it. You leave them to me for the next few days.
But you're so busy with the country.
I can manage the country and the boys. Don't you give it another thought. My son is a chip off the old block. I can handle him and his gang.
All right, Mr. President. I leave them to you. Boys, where are you going?
I'm going in to see Father again.
At this time of day? Well, this is a busy hour for him.
He sent for us, Mother.
Oh, I see. What did you do this time?
We don't know. Do we, fellas?
No, we don't know.
No.
Uh-huh. Well, what do you think you did?
That's hard to say, Mother.
Sure, it could have been anything.
Anything.
You haven't been shooting spitballs at any of the portraits again, have you?
Oh, no.
Do you suppose your father wants to talk to us again about that?
Well, it couldn't be that. We've already been punished for that. He wouldn't let any of you fellas come over here for a week.
Maybe he's still mad.
Nah. Father only punishes once for each crime.
Well, what new crimes have you been up to?
Oh, we haven't done anything. Unless he's...
Careful, Charlie. Don't say anything that might be incriminating. Yeah. Incriminating.
Well, if the president sent for you, run along in and get it over with.
Yes, ma'am. Come on, fellas.
Come in. Oh, it's you. Well, come in and shut the door.
Yes, Father.
Now then. Boys, somebody brought a pony inside the White House and put him inside the elevator.
They did? A real live pony? A live pony? A pony?
Yes, to all three questions. Would any of you happen to know who would do a thing like that? Son.
Charlie? Tom? Me?
Boys, did you do it?
Is that a direct question, Father?
Do you know of any way I can make it a more direct question? Did you or didn't you?
Just a minute, Father. I want to ask the gang something.
I see. Go right ahead.
What day was the pony put in the elevator, Father?
What does that have to do with it?
Well, when we know what day the pony was put in the elevator, we'll be able to answer your question about whether we had anything to do with it. You see, on different days, different people do different things.
I see. Well, the pony was put in the elevator yesterday.
Just a minute, Father. What time yesterday?
According to this report on my desk, it was somewhere about 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Just a minute, Father. We're afraid that was us, Father.
May I ask whatever possessed you to put the pony in the elevator?
Well, we thought he might like a ride. He wasn't doing anything at the time. He looked lonesome.
Now, boys, I've told you this before, and I don't want to have to tell you this many times again. I want my son to have his friends over here, and I want him to enjoy himself. But when it comes to destroying government property, I have to draw the line. If there is any more trouble this week, I am going to have to put my son in solitary and send the rest of you into exile. You understand?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Last week was the spitball episode. The week before, you were into the cabinets moving the heirlooms around. The week before that, you were walking through fountains with your shoes on.
Well, you never told us not to take a pony in the elevator.
It never occurred to me that you would take the pony in the elevator.
It's very hard to be our size and know what's going to make someone your size mad, Father.
No, it isn't. If you use your heads are put on your bodies to think with. Now, for heaven's sake, think with them. Now, run along. Behave yourselves.
Yes, Father.
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President.
Oh, wait a minute. Tell me. What did the pony do when you put him in the elevator?
You should have seen him, Father. He looked so surprised when the elevator went up. Really, he should have seen it.
Well, don't do it again.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Come on, fellas.
Well, you boys go outside and play, will you?
Yes, Mother.
I was sent for. But honest, boss, I didn't have anything to do with putting the pony in the elevator.
No, well, I'm not so sure.
Is that why he sent for me?
No, I want to talk to you about this house.
Oh.
Do you think it's going to be practical for our family?
I don't see how it can be. There's only one guest room and 2 bathrooms. I don't think it looks very dignified when you have guests in the library to see all the children trooping by in their night clothes to take their baths.
Yes, you're right about that. Well, then, the house has to be remodeled, that's all. That's all there is to it.
Will they let us do that?
I don't know, but there's only one way to find out. I've sent for an architect. I want him to go over this whole house and give us a report on just what kind of condition it's in.
Mr. President, I've been over this house from attic to cellar. I don't think there's a skeleton in the closet that's not familiar with me now.
Mm-hmm. I see. And what's your opinion, Mr. McKibben?
The building is in shocking condition, Mr. President. For one thing, the offices are actually unsafe because of the weight carried by the floor beams.
You don't say.
There could be a fatal accident any time. As a matter of fact, I'm amazed that there hasn't been an accident before now.
I had no idea you'd found out anything like that. I knew the building was in disrepair, but...
Mr. President, the floors of the East Room, the Green Room, and the Blue Room have settled right down to the basement ceilings.
Well, I'll be hanged.
On some of the walls, there are 5 layers of wallpaper.
No.
Now, you can believe this or not, but pine partitions are built over some of the carpets. The roof drainage goes right through the house. It's Incidentally, there has to be a new roof.
Mm-hmm.
The electric wiring is defective, and in some places the beams are actually charred from it.
I see. Well, we've been allotted $16,000 for White House improvements. How much will that take care of?
Mr. President, that won't even take care of cleaning the building.
Well, then we've got to get more money. How much would you say was needed?
Well, I wouldn't be prepared to say at this moment, Mr. President. That'll take a little figuring. I have an appointment tomorrow with Senator Moore. He asked me to tell him just what was needed so it could be taken up in the Senate.
Well, let me know what conclusions you reach.
Yes, I will, Mr. President.
I certainly feel that wings must be added to the building to give us the room we need.
I agree with you, but the public is very antagonistic to any thought of changing the structure of the executive mansion, you know.
Yes, I know that, but the public must be made to realize that the president must have comfortable living quarters, clean living quarters, and safe living quarters. Why, suppose this house were to burn down with any members of foreign legations in it. Think what sort of an international incident that would create. No, sir. This house has to be fixed up, and the public is just going to have to accustom themselves to the idea.
Mr. President,
What's the
forgive
matter?
me for interrupting.
Mhm.
But are you still taking care of the boys?
Now, what have they done?
Well, I'm not going to say that they are the guilty parties, but someone has buttered all the banisters, and I think it should be investigated.
Buttered the banisters?
I was just showing several members of the French legation through the building, and you should see their white gloves.
Madam, send your son to me.
Of course, if you think perhaps I should handle it...
I'll handle this. Send that boy and any other boys you find in here immediately.
Yes, Mr. President.
It isn't funny.
Yes, Mr. President. I'll send the chip off the old block into you immediately.
Oh. Now, boys, now tell me, who buttered the banisters?
Banisters, Father? Banisters, Mr. President. Banisters?
Yes, banisters.
Oh, banisters. He means the banisters, Charlie. The banisters, Tom. Uh-oh.
Did you butter them or didn't you?
Just a minute, Father.
Well, come on.
Which banisters, Father?
Never mind which banisters. Did you butter any banisters?
Just a minute, Father.
Oh, no.
Well, we'd have to know which banisters, Father.
The main banisters in the front hall.
Which day, Father?
Today.
Just a minute, Father.
Good day, Mr. President.
Good day, Mr. President.
Just a minute. Where are you guys going?
We're going into exile.
Yeah, exile. And I'm going into solitary.
Then it was you who did it.
Well, if it was the main banisters...
In the front hall.
Today...
Boys, would it be asking too much to ask you why you buttered the banisters?
No one told us not to.
No one ever mentioned banisters.
Or butter.
That's because it never occurred to anyone that you would butter the banisters.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Do you know you ruined the gloves of the French legation?
We saw their faces, Father. We were hiding in that old...
That's completely beside the point. You, tell me something. How did their faces look?
Well, the tall, fat one looked funny.
No.
And the tall, thin one looked bad. And the short, fat one looked mad. And they all started talking French. That was great. You did that. You should have seen
I
that.
bet they did.
It's funny. You should have really...
I wish I could have seen their faces.
Has something funny happened?
No. We were just discussing something, that's all.
Father was scolding us for buttering the banisters.
Oh, was he really?
Yes, and don't let it happen again. Now scoot, all of you scoot, and the next time I'll make it exile and solitary.
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. Come on, mates. Let's head for the open sea.
Well, I'm glad that you were firm with them.
Oh, I was firm with them, all right. Now then, let's talk about this house.
Well, I really haven't done much about the house the past few hours. I've been cleaning the banisters.
I see. I'll make a note to see that the members of the French legation get new gloves. You know, I'm going to be anxious to hear what the Senate has to say in answer to Mr. McKim's report on the condition of this house. They've got to do something about it. They've got to do something. Senator McMillan, I'm very happy to see you, sir.
Well, Mr. President, I'm very happy to be able to tell you that the Senate Committee on Appropriations has agreed to pay $150,000 for repairs to the White House and $15,000 for an office building.
Senator McMillan, that's very good news. I am most appreciative. Well, Mr. McKim, I guess you can go to work.
It's a very exciting prospect, Mr. President. Since most of my estimates were made very hastily, I'll want to go over the building slowly and thoroughly and make my plans.
Add as much beauty to it as you can, Mr. McKim. This building must stand for something, to the country and to the world, for here our own people come and here the representatives of other nations gather. This house must have dignity and beauty, and at the same time, simplicity.
But it mustn't cost too much money, Mr. McKim.
Well, now you're beginning to take the joy out of it.
Well, we're all bargain shoppers, Mr. McKim. And in a case like this, the Senate has to be the biggest bargain shopper of all. Every housewife in the land will have her eye on us.
Especially me.
I'll do my best.
Well, Mr. McKim, give it beauty, because here the hearth fires of the nation must burn. This is the heart and the home of the nation. So give it beauty, Mr. McKim.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Today, our strength and leadership in world affairs depend upon continuing teamwork among Americans of different races, creeds, and national backgrounds. When racial and religious antagonisms arise, this teamwork is destroyed. Our nation is weakened. Racial and religious tension in America also provides ammunition for hostile propaganda, enabling other countries to claim that for all its economic and military power, America is internally weak. Hatred and strife among Americans are offered as proof that democracy has failed and that freedom cannot be made to work in the modern world. Now, in contrast, an America that demonstrates that men of different races, religions, and national origins can be united in freedom provides an example to other nations. It may not be possible to completely eliminate prejudice from nature. We can, however, recognize group antagonisms for what they are and fight them. And now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Well, have you guessed who the president was when all this happened? It really did happen, so listen closely. The plans for the improvements in the executive mansion were made and the work begun. There were a great many problems involved.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Oh, come in, Mr. McKim. How are things going?
Well, we're moving ahead as fast as we're able, Mr. President. Of course, it isn't easy. Are you able to work with all the noise of construction going on around you?
Concentration is all it takes, Mr. McKim. Concentration. I must say, we have the newspapers upset, though. I think there have been more editorials condemning me for ordering those greenhouses torn down than there have been over any of my policies.
Mr. President, I have the final figures on what it's going to cost to fix the building up, including the repairs, the additions, and some basic furniture, but not including any ornaments or anything like that.
I see. Is it going to run much over $150,000?
Well, how do you feel today?
I feel fine. What's the figure?
$369,050.
What did you say?
I said... Well, you heard what I said.
But that's over twice the amount the Senate agreed to.
Yes, I know, and I've been over and over the figures, and that's cutting every single corner. As a matter of fact, we really should have an additional $100,000 for furniture.
But you must have made a mistake in your estimates or something.
No, I haven't. And that's a minimum, believe me. There isn't an extra dollar in there to pay for extras, or to pay anyone for the extra hurry in which we're asking them to do the job.
Well, send the bad news to the Senate. See what they say about it. They'll probably fire both of us.
I do think you ought to consider living somewhere else while all this noise is going on.
Oh, I'm used to noise.
Mr. President, are you managing the boys this week, or shall I?
Oh, I'm handling them. We're doing fine. They haven't been in any trouble for 24 hours.
Oh? Well, there's a workman here who wants to speak to you.
Huh? Well, send him in.
Mr. President.
Yes.
No, Mr. President, I'm sorry to bother you, but your wife said it was you I should be speaking to.
About what?
About them boys.
Well, what about them?
Now, Mr. President, if you want any work done in this house, you'll have to do something about them boys.
What have they done?
Well, it ain't that I mind their questions, you know. I don't mind answering 500 times a day what I'm doing and why I'm doing it and why I don't do it some other way. I can stand that.
Oh, I see.
And I can even stand them hiding my tools. It ain't easy, but I can stand it. But when it comes to having paste poured on top of my head, I draw the line.
Oh?
And when it comes to having my wood cut for me while I'm eating my lunch, I draw the line.
I see.
And when it comes to having me tacks strewn all about on the floor, then I really become a wee bit cross, Mr. President. So if it wouldn't be asking too much, I would appreciate it if someone would nail them up in a closet someplace until I finish my job, Mr. President.
My dear...
I'll send the boys to you right away, Mr. President.
Boys, now I'm really angry. But really angry.
What'd you say, Father? What did you say, Mr. President?
I said I'm doggone mad, and I am.
Oh. Uh-oh.
What did you say?
We said oh and uh-oh.
Uh-oh is more to the point. What makes you so naughty lately?
There isn't anything to do.
So we try to find something to do.
Yeah, to do.
Now, this time I have really got to be firm. You have annoyed the workmen, you have impeded the progress of their job, and you have caused them a great deal of annoyance. Therefore, I must sentence you.
To death?
No, not to death.
Oh.
But I don't want you boys running around this building anymore. Until further notice, you are not to come here. And, son, you are not to leave the ground.
The workmen are stopping for lunch.
Never mind the workmen. Now, I want you all to go to your homes and meditate upon the errors of your ways. I don't like to have to talk to you like this, but something has to be done.
Oh, we don't like to have you talk to us like this, Father.
No, we don't.
Not a bit. In fact, I guess we'd be happier if we never had to come to this office. It used to be fun to come. But now it's like marching to the guillotine.
Oh, if you'd only behave yourself.
It's very difficult to be the son of a president, Father. You really can't do anything without getting in trouble.
Well, you couldn't do the things you've been doing if you weren't the son of a president.
Oh, maybe not. But if you weren't president, then maybe those things wouldn't be around to do. Well, if I have to go to my room, I might as well go. Goodbye, men.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Maybe we can get together if my father loses the election.
Goodbye, Mr. President.
Goodbye, Mr. President.
Goodbye, boys. Now, this isn't permanent, you know.
That's all right, Father. Don't apologize.
Apologize?
Bye.
Oh, hello, boys.
Hello, Mother.
You know, I feel like I've murdered them.
I know. They'll do it to you every time if they can get away with it.
They don't like to come to my office anymore. To them, it means the place where they get punished. And I mean that... my dear, I think you should manage them from now on. I think you're much better at controlling them.
Oh, do you?
Yes.
You mean from now on you want me to be the villain?
Well, after all, I do have to run the country, so perhaps you'd better.
Well, the other crew is starving.
Oh, I give up. I can't concentrate with all that noise going on. We're just going to have to move out until the reconstruction is finished.
Oh, all right, Mr. President. I'll make arrangements at once. Do you think the reconstruction is going on, though? The Senate has to approve that money, don't they?
Yes. Well, we'll know about that in a day or two. If they don't approve it, we aren't going to have much of a place to live.
Mr. President, the Senate committee has approved the estimates, and they have also approved the extra $100,000 for the furniture.
That's very good news, Senator McMillan. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
The Senate agrees with your original statement, Mr. President, that this house must have beauty. We want to be as proud of our president's home as we are of our president.
Thank you, sir. Those are very kind words, Senator McMillian. Oh, excuse me a moment, will you?
Certainly.
Oh, son. Oh, son.
Yes, Father?
We're going to move to another house for a short time while the work is being finished on this one. So I don't know of any reason why you and your gang can't come over to the new house.
Oh, thank you, Father. Thank you.
Well, why don't you go over and tell them?
It's all right to leave the grounds?
Sentence commuted.
Oh, thank you, Father. I'm going right now.
You know, my dear, it isn't as easy being the president and the husband and the father as it may seem.
But you're wonderful at all three, darling. Much as I love to tease you, I must tell you, you're wonderful at all three.
Well, you've probably figured out by now who the president was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and you'll have the answer in just a moment.
Recently, I saw a group of little girls playing nurse. They were bustling about in tiny starched uniforms, and believe me, their dolls were getting wonderful care. And as I watched, I wondered how many of them will go into nursing when they grow up. You see, if conditions are as they are now when they choose careers, 1 out of every 12 should enter nursing. Right now, the demand for nurses is greater than ever. A young lady in nursing receives a professional education, works with fine doctors, and helps humanity. Upon graduation, she's eligible to become a registered nurse, which opens doors to many exciting fields. If you're a girl who's been graduated from high school recently, or will be soon, go to your nearest hospital today. Find out about nursing as a career for you. And now back to Edward Arnold.
Well, it's finished, Mr. President. What do you think of it?
Mr. McKim, I think you've done a magnificent job.
I'm completely speechless. I really am.
You have created a magnificent building for your country, Mr. McKim. One that all Americans may look upon with pride and sentiment. You will be remembered for this beautiful tribute you have paid to your country.
Thank you, sir. It's something for a man to remember. That he helped build a home for America's presidents. And that he helped build a home for President Theodore Roosevelt.
Be with us again next week, won't you, for another interesting story that happened in Washington a few years ago to Mr. President. Until then, goodbye.
This program is produced and directed by Joe Graham. Edward Arnold can currently be seen in the MGM picture Annie, Get Your Gun. Heard with Mr. Arnold in today's cast were Ann Seymour, Arnold Moss, Eric Dressler, Ivan Curry, Butch Cavell, and Alan Shea, and your narrator, Jackson Beck. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings and is written by Gene Holloway. Today's story was based on incidents in the life of President Theodore Roosevelt.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. The preceding was transcribed. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The following program is transcribed.
The honor of my country shall never be stained by an apology from me for the statement of truth or the performance of duty.
Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold and written by Gene Holloway.
Mr. President, at home and in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House, dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
In a moment, we'll bring you Edward Arnold as Mr. President. But first, let's take a look at the job that Thomas Jefferson described as a life of splendid misery. The tasks of the presidency have become steadily more complex, the responsibilities greater. Constantly with the president are tremendous matters of state, an endless chain of problems to which he must devote his time and energy. Exceptional fortitude is needed to withstand the strain, and the president is required to maintain a statesmanlike front under varied and trying conditions. It is the human side of the presidency that we emphasize in our stories, by the kind of penetrating drama that reveals the man rather than the office holder. In portraying Mr. President, Edward Arnold gives us some of the warmth, the vitality, the heartaches, and the humanness of those men who have held the highest honor our country can offer. And now listen and see if you can name the president upon whom the episode is based.
Here's a story that happened in Washington a few years ago. Listen closely and see if you can tell who the president was. It was early in the morning, but already the president was having his troubles.
Well, Mr. President, as your Secretary of State, naturally I'll do whatever you wish in these matters. But Monsieur Serrurier begs that you consider France's position.
No, I've given France all the consideration I intend to give. They have owed us money for years, and for years the only payment we've been getting is evasion, evasion, evasion. Now, they signed a treaty with me agreeing that they would pay us 25 million francs in 6 annual installments, didn't they?
Yes, they did.
And in return, we agreed to lower the duty on French wines, which we did, didn't we?
Yes, we certainly did.
All right. Now then, we sent a bill to France for the amount due, and they didn't pay it, did they?
No.
All right. Order the Navy ready for sea duty. Now then, what's the next matter I have to take up this morning?
Order the Navy ready for sea duty. Are we going to declare war on France?
We're going to get our money. You can tell Monsieur Serrurier to advise his government of that. Now then, what else do I have to make a decision on this morning?
Well, there's the matter of Bashar Mamoon.
Who?
Bashar Mamoon.
Who in the world is Bashar Mamoon?
Bashar Mamoon is a male lion on the coast of Africa.
Well, what in the world has a male lion on the coast of Africa got to do with me?
He belongs to you.
He what?
He belongs to you.
Oh, you're crazy.
I shouldn't be a bit surprised. But whether I am or not, Bashar Mamoon is a magnificent specimen of the lion, and he's waiting now for word from you as to what your pleasure is as far as he is concerned.
You've been working too hard.
Let me read you part of this letter from James Lee.
James Lee?
Yes, our consul at Tangiers. He's been presented with an enormous lion and 2 fine horses. They're a gift to you from the Emperor of Morocco.
Well, tell him to thank the Emperor and give them right back. How many times do I have to tell our men abroad that they are not to accept presents from any foreign state?
Mr. Lieb advises us here in his letter, and I quote, "The presentation of a lion, which is held in high respect by the Moors as the king, or according to their expression, the sultan of animals, is the highest compliment the emperor pays. And any such present cannot be declined without the grossest insult to an Eastern sovereign." Isn't it nice to be so popular?
Problems. My life used to be so simple before I was president. I'd rather face the problems of the battlefield any day than face the problems of the executive mansion. But what am I going to do with the lion?
Mr. Lieb suggests that the lion be put in a national menagerie.
Well, I'll take the matter up with Congress and see what they suggest. John, you'd better have another conversation with Monsieur Serrurier about the French situation.
I'll take care of that immediately, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Ah, Mr. President.
Oh, Monsieur Serrurier. I was just sitting out here reading. Sit down, won't you? Sit down.
Well, this is a piece of luck. I was just coming from a conference with Mr. Forsyth, and he told me of your displeasure with France.
I feel very strongly about this matter, Monsieur Serrurier.
Oh, Mr. Forsyth left no doubt about that. But I had hoped that the United States might pursue a more, shall we say, discreet course.
Well, Monsieur Serrurier, we've been trying to get our money discreetly for some time now. That hasn't worked, so I'm afraid we just have to take the bit in our teeth and discretion be hanged.
Is it your wish to go to war with France,
No.
Monsieur President?
No, Monsieur Serrurier. It is merely my wish to collect the money that is due us. It would be nice if we could do it peacefully. But if we can't, we aren't going to stand for any more hemming and hawing.
But you have always seemed such a friend of France. Why, you are even the godfather to the King of France's youngest subject here in Washington.
Do you know, Monsieur Serrurier, if a friend owes me money, I expect him to pay me much faster than I would expect payment from an enemy. I do consider myself a good friend of France, and I hope your country isn't taking advantage of the fact.
Mr. President, France never takes advantage of anyone. Why, from what country did Lafayette come to aid you in your struggle for freedom?
Monsieur Serrurier, we admit that, but we still want our money.
But these things take time, Monsieur President.
Yes, so I've noticed.
Oh, pardon, sir, you dropped your book. Permit me.
Oh. Oh, you look startled, monsieur.
Well, it does seem to be a rather peculiar book for you to be reading. The Care and Feeding of Lions?
No, not at all. I've newly become a father to one.
What?
Yes, a gift from the Emperor of Morocco. Congress is having a meeting now trying to decide what to do with it. But in the meantime, the lion has been put on board the William Tell and is on its way here.
Is it a man-eating lion?
I'm not sure, but according to a completely unverified rumor, it is quite partial to Frenchmen.
No.
Yes.
Mr. President, I do not think the situation with France is one that calls for levity.
Probably not, Monsieur Serrurier, but my time is so split up between the problem of the French debt and the problem of the lion that it's very difficult for me to keep them separated. And of the two, do you know the lion is really more of a problem? I know what to do about France, but for the life of me, I still haven't figured out what to do about the lion. Well, maybe Congress can help me out.
Gentlemen of the House of Representatives, it is my personal opinion that the safety of our agent in Tangiers depends upon the safety of the Emperor's gift lion in this country.
John, that is absolutely fantastic.
Well, fantastic or not, Mr. President, you'd better take good care of that lion.
What does the House advise me to do?
The House hasn't made a decision. But the committee advises that the animals be sold and the proceeds deposited in the Treasury.
Well, according to the report, that might mean our representative in Tangiers might be sold and the money deposited in the Emperor's treasury.
Oh, I hardly think that, Mr. President.
Why couldn't he have chosen to give me some other kind of a gift, like handkerchiefs or something? Why a lion? Oh, well, what does Congress intend to do about it?
Oh, Congress has voted to adjourn.
They what?
Congress is adjourning. If the problem still exists when they reconvene, they'll take it up again.
Well, isn't that nice? Isn't that nice? Congress adjourns and leaves me with a man-eating lion on my hand. Well, if that animal arrives here at the executive mansion, I'm liable to adjourn, too, permanently. I'd better eat very sparsely for the time being. I don't want to look too appetizing. Now, let me see. What else do I want to say in this message to Congress? I've been making so many notes on the subject all summer that if I included them all, it would take them a whole week to read the message.
Well, they're all rested up after that long vacation.
Yes, well, thank goodness they're back and that lion didn't arrive in the meantime. They hoped he would, though. Oh, don't think for a moment they didn't. They hoped they wouldn't have to face the problem. Well, all the problems they adjourned from are still here. The lion, France, and me. Where was I in that message?
You stopped with, the time has come.
Oh, yes. The time has come to take redress into our own hands. After the delay on the part of France of a quarter of a century in acknowledging the claims by treaty, it is not to be tolerated that another quarter of a century be wasted in negotiation about the payment. And in view of... Yes, come in. Oh, come in, John, come in.
He's here. He's coming into port. He's here.
Who's here?
Bashaw Mamoon.
The lion?
Yes. Ship's just coming into port. What do you want done with the lion?
Well, don't bring him in here.
Well, aren't you coming down to meet him?
No?
Well, he does, in a way, represent the Emperor of Morocco.
Now, let's not take the attitude that this is a representative of the Emperor of Morocco. This is a gift from the Emperor of Morocco. And I'll have to decide what its disposal will be. Sit down, John, sit down. I'm trying to finish my message to France. Where was I?
It is not to be tolerated that another quarter of a century be wasted in negotiation about the payment. In view of...
Oh, yes. In view of France's continued violation of lions given through her
France's
minister here...
continued violation of lions?
Lions? Who said anything about lions? Keep your mind on the subject, will you?
Well, sir, you said...
I'm talking about France, not a lion. You'll have to pay closer attention. Now, don't let the lion upset you. After all, what's a lion? Let's get on with the message.
In view of France's continued violation of...
Yes. In view of France's continued Now what?
Am I interrupting something important?
Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Mary.
Good evening, everyone.
How's the baby?
We couldn't be better. I brought you over some jelly. I made it yesterday afternoon. I thought you might like some.
Now, wait a minute. Before you put this down, is this a personal gift from you to me, or is this a gift from France to America?
What on earth?
Well, we can't be too careful. Since you married that member of the French legation, I have to scrutinize everything you and I say or do very carefully. I don't want to create an international incident.
But we're old friends. You were at my wedding. You're my baby's godfather.
But that godchild of mine is a subject of the King of France. Monsieur Serrurier reminded me of that just the other day.
Well, the jelly is purely a personal gift from me to you.
Then I'll accept it and enjoy it.
Good. And I'll run along. I can see that I am interrupting something here. I did want to tell you that I've had some letters from some of Alphonse's relatives in France, and they just love this country. They aren't in sympathy with the French government's attitude about the debt at all.
Oh?
And, it would be a shame to declare war on France when the people aren't at fault, wouldn't it?
Why, you little agent, you.
Mary Louise Pajot, I'm surprised at you.
What are you two laughing at?
That French husband of yours and that French superior of his, Monsieur Serrurier, sent you over here, didn't they?
I told them you'd see through me right away. But honestly, they say that if you just wouldn't make an issue of things right now, things would be much better all around.
Yeah, they'd be better for France, but we'd never get our money.
Monsieur Serrurier says that the French Chamber of Deputies didn't make the appropriation for the money, and there's nothing that can be done until they do appropriate the money.
Well, maybe our Navy can persuade them to do it.
You couldn't possibly be a little less firm about it just now?
No. France gave her word to pay if we reduced the tax on the wine. We kept our part of the bargain, and she has to keep hers.
Well, I'm sure she will.
Well, if you're sure, that's more than I am. Now, Mary, you go back and tell those French accomplices of yours they're not to use you anymore as an envoy. You're welcome here as a friend, but not as a representative of France.
All right. I'll tell them. I knew that's what you'd say. It didn't hurt to try. Good night.
Good night, Mary.
Good night.
It'll be a miracle if I ever get this message to Congress finished. Now, tell me, where was I?
You were recommending that a law be passed authorizing reprisals upon French property.
Oh, yes, I know. In case provision shall not be made... That's the front door. Now, who on earth could that be?
I'll go.
Would you, please?
Of course.
Let's see now. I think we should say... this law is not made with any intention of offending French honor. How does that sound?
It sounds right to me, Mr. President. Shall I put it...
What's that?
Mr. President.
guess who's here?
Here. Oh, get this down in case some power beyond my control should keep me from finishing it. France should look upon this law only as the evidence of an inflexible determination on the part of the United States to insist on their rights.
Mr. President,
What?
your friend is asking for you.
I'm coming, John. I'm coming. Not with enthusiasm, mind you, but with the fortitude of a man determined to do his duty.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Do you take your rights and freedoms for granted? Many of us do, but we think we can't ever lose them. Well, that trend of thinking is dangerous, for history has proved that people start to lose their freedom the moment they think it's forever secure. That's why we must all work at keeping our American heritage of freedom, for freedom is everybody's job. Today, many nations of the world are standing at the crossroads between free government and dictatorship. But those who still aspire to political, economic, and religious freedom look to America as an example. Therefore, what Americans do during the months ahead can greatly influence the decision that the war-exhausted peoples will make. As a good citizen, remember your American heritage and work to defend your individual liberties. Do this by taking an active part in the affairs of your community and fulfilling at all times the duties of American citizenship. And now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
I'll have you guessed who the president was when all this happened. It did happen, you know, in Washington just a few years past. Well, the lion was caged and seemed quite content about the whole thing, but the situation with France was bad. France took exception to the president's message to Congress, as Monsieur Serrurier had warned they would. And Monsieur Serrurier himself was recalled to his country. As charge d'affaires, Alphonse Pageot moved up to the position of France's diplomatic agent in the United States. Between France and the Emperor of Morocco's lion, Congress and the President were kept very busy.
The Committee on Agriculture recommends that the lion be given to Peale's Museum in New York City and that the horses be presented to a New York Agricultural Society.
Object! Object, sir. Why should the richest state in the Union be the subject of these gifts? Let them be presented to Louisiana.
Well, why should Louisiana be the favored state?
Does the representative from Alabama desire the lion for that state?
I have no intention of accepting the lion for Alabama, nor do I have any intention of giving it to New York.
Well, sir, how about this? I move that the lion be presented by the president to the King of France.
You couldn't read that.
Well, now, gentlemen, if we presented the lion to France under the present circumstances, we would certainly be at war. No, gentlemen, I move that the horses be sold and that we present the lion to a suitable institution chosen by the president.
Well, now, that's very simple, isn't it? All you have to do is present the lion to a suitable institution.
Yeah, that's going to be just as much of a problem as anything else. What exactly is a suitable institution? And in what state? Yes?
Mr. President, Monsieur Pageot of the French legation is asking for an audience.
Well, have him come in. Now, what's happened?
I understand that France has been sending troops and ammunition in greater quantities to her naval stations in the West Indies.
Good day, Monsieur President.
Yeah, good day, Monsieur Pageot.
Monsieur Forsyth.
How do you do, Monsieur Pageot?
Monsieur President, I have here an unofficial letter from Le Duc Achille de Broglie, the French Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Well, that's nice. How is the Duke?
He is well. This letter is what you might call an unofficial official letter. The Duke speaks as a private person.
Uh-oh. And what does the Duke want?
Well, as you know, France has said that nothing will be paid on the French debt until the satisfactory explanation is received of the language of your message to Congress, Monsieur President. So the Duke suggests that such an explanation would immediately dissolve any thoughts that an insult to France was intended. Would you care to see the letter?
No, I would not.
would you care to receive the letter as Secretary of State, Monsieur Forsyth?
No, indeed.
No foreign nation has any right to interfere in a message sent to a branch of this government by the President of this government. What I say to Congress concerns Congress and concerns me. It does not concern France.
What you're really asking for is an apology, Monsieur Pajot.
That's right. And the honor of my country shall never be stained by an apology from me for the statement of truth or the performance of duty. Now, Monsieur Pajot, I have ordered our representative in Paris to say that we are waiting payment of the debt. I've instructed him that if in 5 days no arrangements are made for payment, he is to close the legation and come home.
Then I must also ask for my passport, Monsieur Pajot.
I'm sorry, Monsieur Pajot, but things seem to have reached an impasse between our countries, and you must do as you think best under the circumstances.
Good day, Monsieur President. Monsieur Forsyth.
Good day, Monsieur Pajot. Oh, and give my regards to your wife and to my godson, will you?
Yes, Monsieur President. Good day.
Good day.
Nice boy. Be sorry to see him and Mary leave this country.
So will I. But I don't intend to be outbluffed or outmaneuvered by France, and I don't intend to apologize.
How is your lion?
Oh, the lion. I took him some food yesterday. I think he's beginning to recognize me. He didn't roar yesterday when I came. He looked actually quite benign. You know, I'm getting to the point where I hate to hear that door knocker.
I'd like to see the President of the United States.
Now what?
Never a dull moment in this house.
Mr. President, there's a lady who wants to speak to you about the lion.
The lion?
Yes, she'd like to have it.
Well, show her in, show her in.
You can go right in.
Thank you, thank you. Oh, Mr. President, this is too kind of you, too kind of you.
This is Mr. Forsyth, the Secretary of State.
How do you do, Mr. Forsyth? I'm so happy to meet you. Mr. President, I am the chief directress of an orphan asylum, and I do hope you'll give me that lion.
What for?
For the children. Sweet, dear children.
You want me to give that lion to an orphanage? What would they do with it?
I think the lion could be sold at public auction, and the proceeds could be divided between the Washington City Orphan Asylum and the St. Vincent's Orphan Asylum.
Well, now, that might not be a bad idea.
I think it's an excellent idea. And I'm sure Congress and the Emperor will agree.
Both orphanages do need the money.
John, you draw up an order at once, and we will present the lion to this lady immediately.
Oh, Mr. President, you're so kind, so very kind. I'll have all the orphans come in person and thank you.
No, that won't be necessary, thank you. I'm happy to dispose of the lion and to dispose of him in a way that will be of benefit to the children in your care. You've done me a real service in coming here this morning, madam.
Yes, you've solved the problem of the lion.
Yes, and now all I have to worry about is France.
Mr. President, England has offered to mediate between France and America. France has accepted the offer. Will you accept the offer?
Yes, I accept.
Good.
France is convinced that the President of the United States did not intend an insult in his message to Congress. Payments on the debt to the United States will be made at once.
Well, John, I guess we're out of the woods.
Yes. The new French minister will be calling any moment.
I think it was a good idea to ask for a complete change of staff in each legation. That way, we start with a clean slate.
How much money have we received from France?
4 back installments with interest. You see, they paid as soon as they saw we meant what we said.
That should be the new French minister.
You know, I'm anxious to meet him. I hope he's going to be a good fellow to get along with.
Monsieur President.
Monsieur Pajot.
Hello, Mr. President.
Mary, what does this mean?
It means that Alphonse is the new minister to America. Isn't it wonderful? We got to come home.
Oh, what kind of a trick is this in the part of France? It was clearly understood that there were to be new representatives in each country.
Mr. President, I thought you liked Alphonse.
I do like Alphonse. That isn't the point. The point is that France made an agreement and hasn't kept it.
Mr. President, this was not France's fault.
It wasn't?
No.
And whose fault was it?
Well, I'm afraid it was mine, and Major Lewis and Mary Louis Pajot's fault.
You see, I I wanted to be at home.
And Major Lewis wanted his daughter to be home, and I wanted to see Major Lewis and Mary happy.
And I wanted your godson to grow up near you.
So, thinking this would be a delightful surprise to you, without the knowledge of Monsieur Pajot, who was completely blameless in this, we sent word to the king that if he sent Monsieur Pajot as the new minister, this would be a gracious way of paying you a very nice compliment.
The king was just trying to be nice.
And so were we.
Well, well, you connivers, you schemers, you plotters.
Please, don't be mad.
I find myself in a position somewhat embarrassing, Monsieur President. I did not realize I was not wanted.
Not wanted? I'm delighted. They really put one over on you and me, Alphonse. But let me tell you, this is the nicest thing that's ever been put over on either one of us. Welcome home, my children. Welcome home. Well, you've probably figured out by now who the president was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and you'll have the answer in just a moment.
Most of you listeners are well aware that millions of Europeans are seriously in need of food and clothing. But not all of you are completely familiar with CARE, C-A-R-E. Now, this is shown by parcel post figures. You see, exclusive of CARE packages, private persons sent millions of dollars worth of relief and gift packages to Europe during 1949. But through CARE, you can send more for less. For $10, CARE sends one of several different types of packages to whomever you designate in many different countries. Send $10 to CARE, New York, for a food package, or specify one of CARE's other packages. Give your name and address and that of the recipient. And now, back to Mr. President.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. What are you reading?
My book on the care and feeding of lions.
What are you reading that for?
You know, I became very, very much attached to that lion, and I intend to keep my eye on him.
You know where he is now?
Oh, yes, yes. I got a card from him this afternoon.
You did? Let me see it.
Well, I'll read it to you. Lion, Emperor of Morocco. This distinguished visitor, richly entitled to be considered the first among his peers, being on a visit to the metropolis of the Union, will be at home at his present residence on the corner of 12th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue at the Fountain Inn kept by John Douglas.
Well, are you going to call on him?
I certainly am. I'm going to take him a bottle of some kind of oil or other. I thought his coat was a little off color the last time I saw him.
I certainly never thought I'd see the time when you'd be worried about a lion.
Anything I do, I intend to do to the best of my ability. That lion is going to have the best of care, or his name isn't Bashor Mamoon, and mine isn't Andrew Jackson. Be with us again next week, won't you, for another exciting story that happened in Washington a few years ago to Mr. President. Until then, goodbye.
This program is produced and directed by Joe Graham. Edward Arnold can currently be seen in the MGM picture Annie, Get Your Gun. Heard with Mr. Arnold in today's cast were Inga Adams, Eric Dressler, Kermit Murdoch, Ian Martin, and your narrator, Dwight Weist. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. Today's story was based on incidents in the life of President Andrew Jackson.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. The preceding program was transcribed. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Transcribed.
For more than a quarter of a century, my house has been a tent and my home a battlefield.
Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold and written by Gene Holloway. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
This week's Mr. President drama will begin in just a moment. But first, a word about our purpose in presenting this series. To Americans, there are no more stirring stories in the world than the stories of the lives of the men who became presidents of the United States. Their deeds are direction pointers for the American mind, sources of inspiration and courage to young and old alike. People today are more interested than ever in knowing the intimate, interesting, and inspiring facts about the lives of their presidents, the men who became the leaders of their country. The American Broadcasting Company takes listeners behind the White House reception rooms and ballrooms glittering with gold braid and famous personalities into the privacy of the breakfast room and study, where presidents are shown as individuals, with human doubts, laughter, love, faith. Mr. President is true biography built around the men who filled America's highest office. See if you can name the president upon whom this episode is based.
Here's a story that happened in Washington a few years ago. Listen closely and see if you can tell who the president was.
Mr. President. Mr. President. Are you asleep in your chair?
No, my dear, no. I was just sitting here thinking.
What's troubling you?
Oh, I don't know. Time plays such tricks on us, doesn't it?
What do you mean?
Well, a woman was here a little while ago. I don't suppose she was here over 15 minutes, but when she left, when she closed that door behind her, it was as though she had unlocked a host of memories, and I've sat here shuffling and reshuffling hours that are long since over, listening to voices that are long since still.
Who was the woman?
She came to tell me of a duel that is pending, and she wanted me to keep it from taking place.
Can you?
Yes, I suppose I can. Margaret.
Do you know the principals in the duel?
I know one of them. Too little, and yet too much.
Why? Who is the man?
The man is Jeff Davis.
Jeff Davis?
Yes. Now, do you see why the memories crowd about me?
Jeff Davis.
Jeff Davis. How long has it been since we first heard that name? How long?
Many years. Many, many years.
It seems but an instant. I remember she wore a blue dress that day, and there was a ribbon in her hair. And she was carrying flowers, and she was laughing. I remember listening to her laughter and thinking how much like music her laughter sounds. And I remember saying to her, Sarah, what on earth are you laughing at? And then she said, I don't know why I'm laughing, except that I'm very happy. Those were her exact words. I don't know why I'm laughing,
except that I'm very happy.
And what are you so happy about, my child?
I don't really know. Perhaps because the sun is bright and the sky is blue and the world outside our windows is every color in the rainbow. Or perhaps it's because someone has smiled at me and made me aware of all those things.
Oh, so that's it. Well, enjoy it, Sarah. Life is at its springtime only once. Enjoy every moment of it. Are you going to tell me who the young man is?
Oh, not quite yet, Father. I'd feel very foolish then if nothing came of it.
Well, what's going on in here?
Oh, nothing, Mother. I was just going to change for dinner.
Is there a party again tonight?
Yes, at Emily Willett's this time. I must start getting ready.
She's beautiful, isn't she?
Yes, quite beautiful. Do you suppose we're prejudiced?
Oh, of course not. Why should we be? We're only her parents.
Well, she's been away from us too much. She's been away from us more than she's been with us.
Well, that's because you were in the army and we were stationed on the frontier so much. The frontier is no place for a young lady to get her schooling.
That's the Army again. The Army ruins more lives
No,
than...
I wouldn't say that. I've rather enjoyed being married to the Army.
When I think of all you've had to go through in your life, and when I think of what our own little Anne has gone through already, to bear a child out there in the wilderness...
But she came through it very well, and so did I.
No, it leaves its marks. I'll be hanged if another daughter of mine will marry into the Army. I know enough of just what kind of family life that means. Why, I scarcely know my own children, and they scarcely know me.
But, dear, you can't regulate your children's lives. You can't govern who it is they will fall in love with.
I'll permit no other daughter of mine to marry into the Army. I should never have permitted Dan's marriage.
Now. Remember what you always say. There's no use crying before you're hit. There's no use crying before you're hit.
Yes, that's what you said then, Margaret. Remember? There's no use crying before you're hit, you said. And I had to admit there was a good deal of logic in the statement. It was a few weeks later, as I recall it now, that I was sitting on the veranda late at night. The night was warm, and I hadn't been able to sleep, and I had gone down for a breath of air. I remember the carriage drawing up to the gate, and I remember Sarah's laughter. Strange how I seem to always remember Sarah laughing. Don't come to the door, she said. I don't want to wake anyone. Yes, that was it. Don't come to the door.
I don't want to wake anyone.
Well, a gentleman always escorts his lady to the door.
Oh, don't be so proper. We've been formal all evening at the party. I can't bear another moment of it. Did you say a gentleman always escorts his lady?
Well, you are my lady, aren't you? Sarah. Well, you haven't answered my question.
Oh, it's very difficult to answer a question when you're being kissed.
I love you. I loved you the first moment I saw you.
Oh, darling.
And I shall love you forever.
Oh, don't say forever.
Why not?
No one knows how long forever is. Is it an hour? Is it an evening? Is it a year or a score of years? I don't like the word forever. I never have.
Well, why should you feel like that?
I don't know. Isn't that strange? I don't know. I must go in. It's getting late.
May I speak to your father?
I'll give you my answer tomorrow.
Why, you're sending me to a sleepless night.
When I tell you tomorrow, I'll know. I'll have thought it all out, and I'll know. And whatever I tell you then will be for all the days that I live.
All the days that you live, but not forever, huh?
Oh, there's such a difference. Don't you know that? There's such a difference. Good night.
Good night, darling.
Good evening, Sarah.
Father, what are you doing up at this hour? Were you waiting for...
For you to come in? My goodness, no. It was the heat. I couldn't sleep.
If you were down here, then you heard. You must have heard.
I didn't mean to eavesdrop, my child, and I didn't want to embarrass you or the young man by suddenly looming up over you. Tell me about him. Who is he?
Oh, well, he comes of a very good family.
Oh, I'm sure he does, or you wouldn't have been with him.
Yes. They're a very fine family, a position, and he's well educated, and he has... Oh, I'm saying all these things as though they matter, and they don't matter, not at all.
Why, of course they matter.
No. It doesn't matter who he is or what he is. All that matters is how I feel when I'm with him.
I don't think you mean that the way it sounds.
I do mean it. Things of the world are unimportant. Things of the heart are all important.
Oh, my child, you're so young, so young. A man must be able to care for a wife. He must be able to...
To be a good provider? Is that what you mean?
Yes, that's exactly what I mean. I will have to know what this young man does for a living, if he is able to support you, where he intends to take you.
I don't think you'll be able to quarrel with what he does for a living, Father.
Oh, don't you?
It's the same as your own.
The same as my own?
Yes. He graduated from West Point, and he's a member of the regiment.
He's in the Army?
Yes. And let me tell you, if he were one of your own men, you'd be proud of him.
Sarah, you don't want to marry an army man. That's no life for a girl. You'll have to go out to some forsaken part of the country. You'll have to live a frontier life. Your life will be privation and hardship.
Not as long as he is there.
I've said that I would never permit another child of mine to marry into the army, and I meant it.
Well, you surely wouldn't try to stop my happiness, Father.
I don't believe you'll find any happiness by marrying into the army.
That's up to me to decide, isn't it?
No. It's up to me to decide, as your father.
Father, I've found the one man I can love. I know that as surely as I know that night will come and dawn will follow. I know it as surely as I know that now, only now, am I really alive. Perhaps we're never really alive until we love someone. And no matter what you say, no matter what you do, I'm going to marry him. With your consent or without it. I love you. It doesn't matter what anyone says. I love you.
I can't understand why your father should feel so set against me. If I'd had some trouble with him, or if I'd had some blot on my record.
No. The only thing wrong with you as far as Father is concerned is that you're in the army.
What'll we do about it?
I think we should make every effort to make Father understand how we feel. And then if he still refuses his consent, I think we should run away and get married.
You love me that much?
I love you that much. Oh, darling, don't you understand? Don't you know? If I can't be with you, I don't want to live.
Oh, my dear.
I would have told you last night, except that I wanted to tell my family about it first.
Oh, listen, it's midnight.
Yes. We must remember the hour. A new day is beginning now. For the world and for you and me.
Well, now, this time I insist on seeing you to your front door.
If you like.
Yeah, I'll help you down.
Sarah, go into the house, and as for you, sir, get off these premises and never come on them again.
Father.
Well, sir, am I not to have a chance to even talk to you?
You and I have nothing to talk about. My daughter chooses to defy me in regard to you, but I do not think as a junior officer in the United States Army that you will choose to defy me. As your commanding officer, I order you from these premises, and I order you never to return to them again.
May I ask your reason, sir?
You may not.
Why, you have no right
to...
to...
darling. Please don't quarrel with my father. Remember the promise I gave you. Don't say any more tonight.
Good night.
You were very wise to make him leave.
Father, no matter what you say, no matter what you do, I love him. I intend to marry him.
If you do, then you will be a stranger to me from that moment on as long as you live.
I love you. You're my father. My love of you is of my childhood. But my childhood is past. He is all that I look forward to and dream of for tomorrow. If I must choose between the past and the future, there is no real choice between them.
Why won't you believe that I know what is best for you?
Because when you take love from me, you're taking the best away. Because the love that he brings me is more happiness than I dreamed existed in the world. Father, the time will come when you will see as I do all his rare qualities. And then you, too, will plead his cause.
You don't know what you're saying. You're too young. And I forbid you to see him again.
Good night, Father.
Sarah.
Good night, Father.
Sarah.
Let her go to her room. Don't say any more tonight.
Oh, she doesn't know what she means to me. She doesn't realize how much I want for her, how much more of life she can have if she'll only listen.
My dear, you can't choose for your children. They must marry where they love.
Then let them love wisely. Do you know that young man's name?
Yes. His name is Jefferson Davis.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
The National Safety Council reports that highway accidents are being reduced and lives being saved. But accidents are still a national problem. The major causes of traffic casualties are speed, drink, and carelessness. Driving too fast for road conditions is one of the most common causes of traffic accidents. Next to speed, driving on the wrong side of the road was reported as the most frequent driver violation of common sense in the safety laws. And 1/4 of the fatal accidents involve a driver or pedestrian who's been drinking. Take the responsibility on yourself and urge safety precautions in your community. Every motorist and every pedestrian should obey traffic signs and signals. Never drive after drinking. Never drive on the wrong side of the road. Watch for warnings on grade crossings. Be alert and careful every moment you're behind the wheel. Remember, the life you save may be your own. Now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Well, have you guessed who the president is? These things all really happened to one particular president a long time ago. He sat in his chair in the executive mansion reminiscing. Outside, dawn began to waken and stretch her long arms across the sky. But still he sat, absorbed in memories. His wife watched him anxiously.
You're going to be tired tomorrow. I shouldn't even say tomorrow. It's today already.
Well, if you love them, my dear, you try to think for them. It's human nature, isn't it, to try to think for them?
Yes, dear. Of course it is.
I remember her crying just once. In all her life, I only remember her crying once. I was standing outside a door. It was late. I remember standing there a long time, wondering whether I should go in, and at last I opened the door and... Sarah, my child, you mustn't cry like that. You'll make yourself ill.
Please leave me alone.
But I want to help, my dear.
You can't help. You won't understand. You don't want to understand.
Sarah, if you would just believe that I know what's best for you. You're my daughter. I've dreamed for you, hoped for you, planned for you. I want security for you and peace of mind and comfort. Oh, I wish I knew why I'm so set against this marriage. Sarah, in my heart, I want to give in to you because you want me to so badly, but I can't do it. Something frightens me, and what it is, I don't know. I only know that you must not marry this man.
I told you I was going to marry him. With your consent or without it.
You will never have my consent, Sarah. You might as well make up your mind to that.
Well, Father, you might as well make up your mind to this. I feel as strongly in this matter as you do. You won't give in. Well, I'm your daughter.
Well, now, I think we have everything in that trunk. When your Aunt Elizabeth sees all you've brought, I'm sure she'll think you've come to stay for years instead of weeks.
Well, after all, Beachland is close to Louisville, and there's a lot of social life in Louisville.
Will Jeff be there?
I hope he'll be able to come there, Mother.
Well, all ready to leave, Sarah?
Yes, Father.
Your mother and I are going to miss you, but when you come back, I'm sure you'll feel different about a lot of things.
One thing I'll never feel differently about. I love you and Mother a great deal. You'll remember that, won't you? I love you both a great deal. I love you both a great deal.
Remember her face that day, Margaret?
How could I forget it? It's almost my last memory of her.
They were married in June, weren't they?
June 17th. And then they went to Briarfield. And then they went to visit with Jeff's sister in West Feliciana Parish, Louisiana.
Yes. West Feliciana Parish, Louisiana. Jeff wrote us from there. I still know the contents of that letter by heart.
Don't.
It was late at night, he wrote. We had both been ill of the malaria some days. I'd been sleeping, he said. And he said he heard her call his name.
Jeff.
Somehow he found the strength to get up and go into a room. I'll be there in a moment, he said. I'll be there in a moment. Just a moment.
Oh, I'll be there in a moment, darling.
Jeff. Darling.
How do you feel?
Just a little tired. Sit down there on the bed a moment. Sit close beside me, Jeff. Your hands are warm. As warm as mine. But yours will grow cooler. Yours will grow cool. But mine will grow cold.
No, don't, Sarah, don't.
How long have we had? 3 months. Remember, I asked you, how long is forever? Even I never guessed forever would be 3 months.
No, don't talk, darling. Now save your strength. Now fight. You must fight.
You can't hold back the night by fighting, Jeff. Night comes when it will come. It can't be held back. Jeff, thank you. Thank you for giving me a lifetime of happiness in the last 3 months of my life.
Oh, Sarah. Sarah.
Bye, Jeff.
Sarah. Oh, Sarah.
That was such a long time ago.
It does no good to sit like this, twisting the knife in the wound. The wounds are healed. The days are past.
It was 12 years before Jeff Davis and I met again. It was the Battle of Buena Vista. We were losing that day. Yes, we were losing, and I ordered the troops to turn and attack again. Jeff Davis was the colonel in those days, and his Mississippi Rifles were the first to reform. They gave the southern yell and streaked down the hill. I can hear that scream now. It carried an indescribable thrill, that yell did. It was an unconquerable something that rose up a man's throat, and you knew that somehow he'd carry the hour.
General, they said that you wanted to see me, sir.
Colonel Davis, your men fought bravely and well today. I give them full credit for turning the tide of battle and winning victory from what appeared to be almost certain defeat.
Thank you, sir. I shall tell them.
Jeff, don't go, please. Sit down a moment, won't you? You and I have never really met as friends before, and yet we should have been friends a long time ago. Won't you sit down for a moment?
Why, yes, of course. If you wish it, sir.
Jeff, I loved her. There wasn't any other reason. It wasn't you. It was just that I loved her, and perhaps I had some premonition. I don't know.
I know that you loved her, sir. She loved you, and I loved you regardless of what you thought of me, because you were her father.
I wish we had met before, but there was a great deal of bitterness inside me.
That's very understandable, sir.
But I'm happy to have met you now, my son.
Look, my dear, the sun is coming up. We've sat here all night long talking.
Yes, my dear, all night long.
What are you going to do about the duel?
I'm going to see the mayor of the city.
Why, Mr. President, this is a surprise. Come in, sir, come in.
Mr. Mayor, I came myself without notifying you because I don't want anyone to know that I'm here. I am informed that Jeff Davis has involved himself in a duel with a Mr. Bissell. I do not want this duel to take place.
What would you like me to do, Mr. President?
I'd like you to arrest both of them and lock them up until they cool down. We have need of good men. We can't afford to have them running around killing each other.
Yes, Mr. President, I'll see to it immediately. Jeff Davis,
Yes, why?
Somehow it never occurred to me that you would ever feel it necessary to save the life of Jeff Davis.
Mr. Mayor, my daughter once said to me, the time will come when you will see as I do all his rare qualities. And then you, too, will plead his cause. And so the hour has arrived, and I hope somewhere, God rest her soul, she knows it. I hope she knows Jeff Davis lives because he has earned the respect and admiration of a father. Well, you've probably figured out by now who the president was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and you'll have the answer in just a moment.
A person-to-person expression of international goodwill. That's the way many prominent people, including President Truman and General Eisenhower, have described CARE, the agency that sends needed food packages overseas. CARE offers food and clothing packages which provide more per dollar than individuals can send any other way. Each food package is designed to supplement the rations of a family of 4 for 1 month. Orders placed in the United States are air-mailed to designated countries, and deliveries are made from local CARE warehouses. If you'd like to order a CARE package, just send $10 to CARE, New York. Give your name and address, and specify to whom you're sending the package. On delivery, you receive a signed receipt. Now back to Edward Arnold.
Well, folks can say what they want about you, Mr. President. There may be some that think you're a cold-blooded army man at heart, but I know better.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I didn't get the name Old Rough and Ready for nothing. No, I can be pretty hard-headed.
I'll remember a lot of things about my association with you, Mr. President, but the thing I'll remember as long as I live was that early one morning, a man who hadn't slept all night came to wake me and asked me to save the life of his former son-in-law. And the son-in-law's name was Jefferson Davis, and the man was the President of the United States, President Zachary Taylor.
Be with us again next week, won't you, for another interesting story that happened in Washington a few years ago to Mr. President. Until then, goodbye.
This program is produced and directed by Joe Graham. Edward Arnold can currently be seen in the MGM picture Annie Get Your Gun. Heard with Mr. Arnold in today's cast were Ethel Everett, Claire Neeson, Carl Swenson, Eric Dressler, and your narrator, Jackson Beck. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings and is written by Gene Holloway. Today's story was based on incidents in the life of President Zachary Taylor.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President.
The preceding was transcribed. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
By transcription.
The first great international arbitration ever attempted. I'd like to see if it can't work.
Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold and written by Gene Holloway. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True, human stories of Mr. President.
In a moment, we'll bring you Edward Arnold as the man in the White House. Many years ago, the president sat in a ladder-backed, cane-bottomed chair and read reports written by young men whose wages he paid out of his own pocket. No telephones plagued him. He could come and go as he pleased, take a swim in the Potomac, or ride in the woods around Washington. Today, the president sits in an air-conditioned office surrounded by telephones, dictating into a wire recorder. If he wants to walk, he must stay inside the black iron bars enclosing the White House grounds. From the ladder-backed chair to air conditioning, from then to now, many presidents have lived in the White House. Men of differing personalities, tempers, and talents. Edward Arnold portrays one of them each week at this time. Listen now and see if you can name the president upon whom this episode is based.
Here's a story that happened in Washington a few years ago. Listen closely and see if you can tell who the president was. It was dinner time, and the president, his wife, his father, and his father-in-law, and his small son were at dinner.
Cornbread again.
Well, we're having it in honor of Colonel Dent, Father. He's quite fond of cornbread.
The swell eat down south. Up north, we feed that kind of stuff to the pigs.
Now, you just listen to me. Cornbread is one of the best things a man can eat.
Maybe, in the south.
I'll thank you to repeat what you just said, sir.
I said maybe cornbread is one of the best things a man can eat in the south.
Will you remove your glasses and step outside and say that?
I most certainly will.
Grandpa's having another fight with Grandpa.
Now, boys, wait a minute.
You keep out of this, son. We're quite capable of settling this matter between ourselves.
Well, we might be able to eat a lot of things in the South if it hadn't been for you ding-busted Yankees.
Now, Father, please.
Well, are you coming outside or aren't you?
Just give me a minute till I finish my cornbread.
Grandpa, the Civil War's over.
Not in this house it isn't.
When you attack a man in his cornbread, you're really going too far, sir. You really are.
The trouble with you Southerners is you're all too thin-skinned.
And what about you Northerners, Father?
Yeah, did you hear that? Your own son said that. Out of the mouths of babes.
Oh, I hardly think you could call me a babe, Father, then.
This whole argument is silly, and I'm not going to permit it to continue. I'm going to ring for dessert. You may clear for dessert, George.
There's time before dessert to go out and settle the argument, Grandpa.
Now, son, that's enough. Father, I want you and the president's father to sit down and put your glasses back on.
Now, see here, Julia, you can't treat us as though we were children.
When you act like children, I see no other way to treat you.
Did you hear what he said about the South?
He was just trying to get your dander up, Father.
Well, he certainly succeeded.
Thin-skinned. That's what I call it, thin-skinned.
Father.
Why don't we all have a fight?
Because it isn't nice to fight.
My father's the greatest fighter in the world.
Oh, I don't know as I'd say that, son. There are a few other brave fighters that are entitled to some consideration, too.
Yes, and a lot of them come from the South.
That's quite true. There were brave men on both sides, but the war is over now. If you and Colonel Dent would just try to realize that, Father. It's one nation. And the South and the North and the East and the West and everything in between are all part of that nation. It's time to forget the bitterness of the past and look towards the hope of the future.
Well, all right. Give me a piece of that fool cornbread.
Good. That at least is a step in the right direction.
Grandpa, when are you going to give me that watch you promised me?
Now, son.
But he promised to give it to me when I wrote him a letter. And I wrote it.
Well, my boy, I think you're a little young yet for a handsome watch like this, but I consider it yours.
How can it be mine if you're keeping it?
I can't wait to see you get out of that one.
It is your watch, boy. I'm just taking care of it for you.
That's northerner for you. Cheating a little boy out of his watch.
I'm not cheating him out of it. I just want to be sure he's big enough to take care of it by the time he gets it.
I'll give you my watch, son.
No, Father, that isn't necessary. I think our son can wait a little longer for his watch.
How's going to tell time?
He can tell time from the clocks in the house.
Northern time.
I resent your tone, sir. What's wrong with northern time?
I shall be very happy to tell you. In the first place...
No, Father.
No?
No.
Oh. Oh, well, I guess you're right, Julia. Dratted Yankees just can't take criticism.
Oh, I don't think that's true, Father Dent. We can take criticism, but there's a limit to how much criticism we can take, just as there's a limit as to how much criticism you can take.
Well, now, sir, let me tell you something. In the Shenandoah campaign...
Now, Father Dent, I don't want to seem rude, but could we take this up another time? The Secretary of State is due any minute, and I have a very important matter to take up with him.
Here, you take the watch, boy.
Thanks, Grandpa.
No, son. I think Grandpa is quite right. You're really not old enough to have a valuable heirloom like that. When you're grown up is quite time enough.
All right, Mother.
Don't excuse me, everyone. I really must get into that meeting. Mr. Secretary, would you mind going over the basic facts for me again?
Not at all, Mr. President. The ship, the Alabama, was built for the Confederacy at Birkenhead, England. When our government learned of the ship and of her purpose, we asked England to detain the ship. But this was not done. England permitted the ship to sail, and she was used to great advantage by the Confederacy.
Well, she certainly was. I have the statistics on the operation of the Alabama right here on my desk. And if England had detained her, which as a neutral she should have done, none of this would have had resulted.
Hand in hand with our problem concerning the Alabama is our problem with the Newfoundland fisheries. There have been continual clashes between the fishermen all along the coast, and Fenian movements against Canada are taking place from all the Irish centers.
Well, Mr. Secretary, have you a recommendation to offer?
I would rather hear your recommendation first, Mr. President.
Well, as you know, we have received a suggestion from the British government that a joint high commission made up of members of each government be created to arbitrate the differences of our respective countries. I think I would like to see such a commission established. It will be the first great international arbitration ever attempted. I'd like to see if it can't work.
Mr. President, that is exactly what I was going to recommend.
Then let us notify England immediately that we accept her suggestion and that we would like the commission to be put into action as soon as possible.
I'll see to it immediately, sir. Well, unless there's something else you want to take up with me, I think I'll get back to my office and start getting the wheels in motion to bring this about.
No, I haven't anything else, Mr. Secretary. I'll walk to the door with you. Ah, my, isn't this a beautiful day? I don't know when I've seen such glorious weather this time of year.
And isn't it nice to be able to enjoy it and know there is peace within our country?
I don't care what you say. You did not win the battle.
We did too win the battle. You can read it in the papers for yourself.
The Yankee papers.
Don't you start attacking our newspapers, or I'll start telling you a thing or two about yours.
Oh, you read our newspapers, do you?
No, we use them to light fires with. Our own are too valuable.
Now, see here, you've gone too far. You've really gone too far.
Is it possible to get a safe conduct across the battlefield for the President of the United States and the Secretary of State?
Cross at your own risk.
It would seem as though the war was long since over. Every place but in your own household, Mr. President.
Oh, I don't know what to do with them. They're too old to spank and send to bed without supper. And besides, I know they don't mean a word they're saying. When my father was ill last year, Colonel Dent never left his bedside.
Well, I was afraid he might recover.
Well, I did. There's good Yankee blood in me.
Well, thank him there's none in me.
Well, good day, Mr. Secretary. Let me know as soon as there's any news of the commission, will you?
I'll do that, Mr. President. Good day, sir.
Good day. Isn't it time for you two to take your naps?
I don't need a nap. Only the old gentleman here needs a nap.
Don't you refer to me as the old gentleman. You'll be dead before I am.
I will not.
You will, too. You're on the verge of apoplexy right now.
Well, I can't listen to any more of this. I'm going out for a ride. Try and end the hostilities before I come back, will you? that wagon travel.
Father, that butcher wagon has a better horse than we had. We've never stopped and we're going fast. And he stopped to make deliveries and overtaken us twice.
Yes, I've noticed. He's stopping up ahead now. I think I'll have a talk with that butcher. Whoa. Whoa, boy, whoa.
Hey, you! My father wants to talk to you.
I didn't do it.
You didn't do what? Come on, son.
I didn't do anything.
Who said you did?
Well, the boy said you wanted to talk to me. Usually if people want to talk to me, they've got something on their minds. Something they think is my fault. But it never is. Whatever it is, I didn't do it.
Is that your horse?
The horse didn't do anything either.
My dear fellow, don't be so antagonistic. I just want to talk to you.
Besides, your horse did too do something. Your horse passed my father's horse.
What did you want him to do? Kneel and let you go by?
Do you know who you're talking to? My father is the President of the United States.
Quiet, son, quiet.
President of the United States? I'm ruined. You goat that dares to call yourself a horse. Why didn't you kneel and let the president go by?
Tell me, would you like to sell the animal?
Sell that fine animal? Sell that beautiful horse? Well, that horse is the only family I got.
Well, I'll offer you a good price for him.
A good price?
A very good price.
Well, like I said, what's a horse? You can get a horse anyplace. How good a price?
$200.
$200? For that magnificent animal? Look at those legs. Look at his eyes. Come around, put your hand in his mouth, feel his teeth. $200. I couldn't consider it.
Well, I've got $1 I'll loan you, Father. $201.
$201. You're joking, of course. $201 for a horse that passed the president's horse, the first horse in the land? And passed him so fast it looked so he was standing still.
Well, then $225.
$225. You hear what he's offering for you, Charlie? I'm ashamed to have you even hear this. $225. Well, one hoof alone is worth that.
Well, if that's the price of one hoof, I'm afraid your horse is beyond me. Good day, sir.
Oh, what's your hurry? Let's take a little time in discussion. Perhaps I should let Charlie go at something less than his value. After all, how many horses get a chance to belong to the President of the United States? I don't want to stand in his way.
Well, you name a price.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll let you steal this magnificent animal from me for the paltry sum of $300.
$300? No horse is worth that much money.
Little boy, why don't you go someplace and play and let your papa and me discuss this matter?
I'll give you $280. Take it or leave it.
$280? $280 for a steed such as few men are fortunate enough to gaze upon in a lifetime?
Well, come on, son. We're wasting our time here.
Make it $290. For $290, I might reconsider. But $280, never.
Well, it's nice to have met you. Good day, good day.
Don't go, Mr. President. It's robbery. It's stealing. It's thievery.
Good day.
But you talked me into it.
What?
I'll take it.
You'll what?
I'll take it. I could never look that horse in the eye again if I stood in his way today.
No.
He's yours for $280.
All right. Bring him around to the executive mansion tonight, and I'll give you the money. Get up. Come on now.
You know something, Father? I'd rather have the $280 than that horse.
So would the butcher, son. So would the butcher.
Mr. President, I've talked with the English minister and we'll proceed in establishing the commission at the earliest possible moment. Her Majesty's government is most anxious that this affair be settled as quickly and amiably as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. That's very gratifying news. Now we must think about who we would like to appoint to the commission.
I hope it works, Mr. President.
It must work. I'm a fighting man, and yet I believe that the problems of the world must be settled at the peace table, not on the battlefield.
And yet, if this arbitration cannot work, then we may be forced into war.
Oh, Mr. Secretary, I hope not. I hope not. But if it does come, then we will fight, of course. We are not going to be dictated to by any foreign power, now or ever. The peace of our countries will be in the hands of this joint commission. But I believe they'll be able to keep peace. I pray Almighty God they'll be able to keep peace.
just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
The American economic system has always preserved the basic freedoms of the individual, the freedom to work in the place of his choice, to bargain collectively, to contract his own affairs, to own property, to start an enterprise, to profit from his inventiveness and his investments, freedoms which are basic to our economic system itself. Since 1910, we have more than doubled the output of each of us for every hour we work. In the same period, we have increased our supply of machine power 4.5 times. Since 1910, we have also increased our annual income. Yet in the same period, we have reduced our working time. Remember, our unrivaled production goes hand in hand with the preservation of our basic freedoms. Our system may have its faults, but it has brought more benefits to more people than any other system, so at all times work to protect and strengthen our American economic system. And now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Well, have you guessed who the president was when all this happened? It really did happen, so listen closely. Representatives of our government sailed for Europe. As soon as they landed, they started their conferences. But the problems were weighty ones, and they found it hard to reach compatible decisions.
Mr. President, I wish I had better news for you. But they just can't seem to get the problem straightened out. I understand now that England is asking us to state exactly what we want.
Why, that's ridiculous. They know what we want. We've told them repeatedly. We want at least an expression of regret and the establishment of some sort of international law to govern the future. And we want reparations for all damage actually done by the Alabama and any other Confederate ship supplied by the British.
Sir John Rose is being very helpful, I know.
Yes, he's the Canadian agent in London. He's a very shrewd man.
But I must say, public feeling seems to be running high in England against us.
Well, public feeling is running high here against England.
What shall we do? Shall we make some sort of threat?
No. I don't want to use threats. Not yet. Tell our representatives to be firm, but to make no threats. You're shaking your head. What's the matter? Don't you agree with me?
I agree with you in theory, but not completely in practice. Perhaps we need to show them that we do mean business.
A conference table is not a battleground. The entire aim of a conference fails if any member of it lays a gun on the table and says, if I don't like your decision, I'm going to start shooting. The aim of a conference is peace. You don't achieve peace by sticking a gun in your neighbor's back.
But suppose it becomes impossible to find a solution.
It must not be allowed to become impossible.
I received word today that as soon as Sir John had something definite to talk about, he would come to this country and confer personally with us.
Do you think things might be settled more quickly if we made a definite demand as to exactly what we want? Would that help?
I think it would.
All right. Tell them we want $15.5 million for the damages we suffered.
I'll send that message immediately, Mr. President.
Now, then, let's see what happens. Oh, there's my new horse out there. Come and have a look at him. Oh, he's a splendid animal.
Hey, looks it.
Evidently, my father and my father-in-law had him hitched up.
Fine animal. You can tell he has southern blood in him.
Southern blood, nothing. That horse was born and raised in the north, Mr. Dent.
Colonel Dent.
No, don't go pulling your rank on me, and don't try to pull it on this northern horse.
Any fool can look at that horse and see that he's got southern blood in him.
Well, as long as you admit that it's a fool that would think that, I accept your statement, Mr. Dent.
Colonel Dent, and don't call me a fool.
I'm only calling you one by your own admission, Mr. Dent.
Colonel Dent!
Oh, go jump in a mint julep. That's a northern horse, whether you like it or not.
I'm afraid it isn't, Father.
There, I told you it was a southern animal.
But it isn't a southern animal either.
Isn't a southern animal?
Well, it has to be something, son.
Well, that horse was born and raised in the West.
Northwest?
Southwest?
West, just plain West.
If you'll excuse me, Mr. President, I'll get this message off right away.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I'd appreciate it very much.
Good day, sir.
You coming for a ride with us, Father?
I don't know. I should really work.
Oh, come along, darling. A few minutes relaxation will do you good.
You know, there's two things I've never been able to resist. A pretty woman and a fine horse. Well, you've talked me into it. Come along, dear. I'll help you in.
Is there any further word on the conference abroad?
No, nothing new. But I think we'll have some very interesting developments in the next few weeks.
Sir John, it's a pleasure to have you with us here in Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a pleasure to be here. I spent all last evening conferring with the Secretary of State, and I think we're going to be able to come to the end of our labors at last.
I'm very happy to hear that, Sir John.
England will pay the reparations you have asked, so that will settle the Alabama question. The other points are all written out so that you can study them at your leisure.
I'll study them at once, Sir John. And then, if it meets with my approval, my Secretary of State will take the papers to Senator Sumner, who is chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee in the Senate. We will need his approval, too, you know.
Mr. President, I've just come from Senator Sumner.
Yes?
He's going to oppose the agreement. He seems to be quite anti-British at the moment.
I know. And more than being anti-British, he's anti-me. He doesn't like me, and he doesn't like my administration, and he has certainly not tried to hide it.
Well, my personal opinion is that this whole question should be settled as soon as possible. The sooner the better.
Yes, mine too. Well, suppose you canvass the Senate and find out how many of the senators will help us. The plan is that the British delegates will come here now and go in session with our members of the Commission, and isn't that it?
Yes, that's right.
All right, John. Canvass the Senate. The tail is not going to wag the dog. No man is going to hold up our negotiations. We'll get this treaty approved with the chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee or without him. Julia, look here, I want to show you something.
Oh, what a lovely watch. What's it for?
Well, it's a Christmas present I got for the boy. He wants a watch so bad.
And you're going to put it away until Christmas?
Oh, yes, of course. That's what I bought it for.
Yes, I know. That's also what you bought the books for last year, and the sled, and...
Oh, yes. Well, last year I hadn't been a father as long as I've been this year. This year I won't do it.
Well, I hope not, but we shall see what we shall see.
Have you heard the news, Mr. President?
It's all over town. Everyone's talking about it.
What news?
Yes, sir. Now we're really getting someplace.
Getting where?
Isn't it exciting, Father?
Well, what is it? What's exciting?
By George, maybe you can get action out of a Yankee after all.
Why, thank you, Colonel Dent.
Well, truth's true, so I'm never one to be unjust.
I guess it's the best news we've had in weeks.
It's only a matter of time now.
Will somebody please tell me what's going on?
You mean you don't know?
No one told you? There's a Yankee town for you.
Oh, Father, Washington is a southern town.
Well, maybe it was once, but it's full of Yankees now.
I want to know what's happened, and I want to know right now.
Well, Mr. Sumner has been removed as chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee.
No.
Yes. Finest Senate we've ever had in this town. I said it the minute I saw him.
Oh, darling, isn't that wonderful?
Yes, it is wonderful news. Now there will be no obstacles in our way, and we'll be able to reach a peaceful settlement with England.
And how about the rest of the senators, Father?
The Secretary of State talked to all of them individually. The vast majority are in our corner, and Sumner's removal as chairman of the committee assures us that the Senate wants to help the Commission settle our differences once and for all with England.
Well, sir, now that that's settled, where were we?
Oh, I don't know. Had we reached Sherman's March to the sea?
Yes, that's exactly where we were. Now, let me tell you where you Yankees made your first mistake.
We didn't make any mistake.
Oh, yes, you did. And I'm going to show you. We take the march to the sea from the very beginning.
Oh, now, wait a minute, boys. I wish you wouldn't.
Let him take it. I'll show him up from the very beginning.
Well, I'm afraid you won't be able to do it right now, Father. It's time for your nap.
Oh, sure.
Julia, you have all the makings of a very domineering woman. Didn't I teach you not to interrupt when men were talking?
Yes, Father, you certainly did. But in those days I was younger, and so were you. In those days you could send me for a nap. But now I'm afraid things have turned around a little, and I have to take care of you.
From the time a man is born, he's in trouble with women. All right, Julia, all right, we're going.
See you after a while, Grandpa.
Don't you have to take a nap, son?
Oh, no.
Oh.
I'm too big for that stuff.
Well, have a good rest, Father. We'll see you at dinner.
You know, it isn't right the way she orders me around.
Colonel Dent, I agree with you. Now, if you just put your...
Look at them, thick as flies again.
They really like each other.
Why, of course they do. The people in this country have always liked one another. And they've always been able to get along until that one serious squabble that developed into a real war. But I don't think anything like that will happen again.
I think from now on until the ending of recorded time, this will be one nation indivisible, because there is our strength. Standing together, no one can harm us. But if we let dissension grow in the ranks, if we permit ourselves to lose our common understanding and our common bond of freedom and democracy, then and only then would we be in real danger. We must all stand together, son. Remember that, and live by it. The freedoms we love and cherish must be defended by all of us, and by all of us standing together. Well, you've probably figured out by now who the president was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and you'll have the answer in just a moment.
Despite aid by various government agencies, immediate day-to-day help is still urgently needed by countless people overseas. It must continue to come from private agencies and individuals. The most efficient way to send it is through CARE, a non-profit organization which guarantees delivery of any one of its several different types of packages to addressees designated by you. CARE has inaugurated a $5.50 thrift package, and of course the familiar $10 package is still available. Just mail your check or money order to CARE, New York, and specify the type of package you want to send. Give your name, address, and the name and address of the recipient. If you don't know anyone, a needy family will be chosen for you. That's CARE, New York, New York. And now back to Edward Arnold.
Son, I have a little box here I've been meaning to give you.
What is it, Father?
Well, you just open it and see.
It's a watch. Oh, Father, thank you. Thank you. Mother, come and see what Father gave me.
Mr. President, I thought you were going to wait until Christmas.
Oh, sure. Jesse couldn't wait until Christmas.
Oh, yes, he could. He didn't know anything about this watch. It was Jesse's father who couldn't wait.
Well, you're right, Julia. I just couldn't.
Someday, Jesse, you can tell your children, my father always gave me my Christmas presents months ahead of time.
But he always gives me more at Christmas.
Yes, I know.
No. What I'm going to tell my children is that I had the most wonderful father in the world.
There, you see.
And when I was a little boy, he was President of the United States. President Ulysses S. Grant.
Be with us again next week, won't you, for another interesting story that happened in Washington a few years ago to Mr. President. Until then, goodbye.
This program is produced and directed by Joe Graham. Edward Arnold can currently be seen in the MGM picture Annie Get Your Gun. Heard with Mr. Arnold in today's cast were Gertrude Warner, William Adams, Kermit Murdoch, Maurice Cavell, and your narrator, Santos Ortega. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings and is written by Gene Holloway. Today's story was based on incidents in the life of President Ulysses S. Grant.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting factual story of Mr. President.
Preceding program is transcribed. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
By transcription.
I'm going to see this house put back in order, and I'm going to keep this nation in the best order I can. They elected me president, and by all that's holy, I'm going to act as a president.
Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold, and written by Gene Holloway. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
This week's Mr. President drama will begin in just a moment. But first, a word about our purpose in presenting this series. To Americans, there are no more stirring stories in the world than the stories of the lives of the men who became presidents of the United States. Their deeds are direction pointers for the American mind, sources of inspiration and courage to young and old alike. People today are more interested than ever to know the intimate, interesting, and inspiring facts about the lives of their presidents, the men who became the leaders of their country. The American Broadcasting Company takes listeners behind the White House reception rooms and ballrooms, glittering with gold braid and famous personalities, into the privacy of the breakfast room and study, where presidents are shown as individuals with human doubts, laughter, love, and faith. Mr. President is true biography. Listen now and see if you can name the president upon whom this episode is based.
Here's a story that happened in Washington a few years ago. Listen closely and see if you can tell who the president was. It was Inauguration Day, and the president-elect, dressed and ready for the great occasion, sat in the bedroom of the retiring president, who was making himself ready.
I won't be long now. Just a few minutes longer. Don't get impatient, my boy.
Oh, I'm not impatient, sir. I'm just worried about whether you're able to go with me to the inauguration. After all, you're rising from a sick bed.
Oh, I'm all right, I tell you. Wouldn't miss this day for anything. Want to see their faces when you take the oath. Thought we couldn't pull it off, didn't they? Didn't believe me when I said you'd be president of the United States.
I wouldn't be if it wasn't for you.
You got good stuff in you. How do you feel? Stomach curdling on you?
A little, I suppose.
I wonder if any president will ever get up to take that oath without feeling as though he'd swallowed a whole hornet's nest.
I doubt it. After all, it's the climax of a man's life.
Well, it's the climax of a man's political career, but not the climax of a life. It's hardly that.
What would you say was the climax of your life?
Well, the day my lady put her hand in mine, said, "It's you and I together now for all the days we live." When she left me, I laid her to sleep and knelt beside her grave. I knew that the best of my life was over.
Yes. I know how you felt. I know because I felt that way, too.
Of course you did. So, a widower is followed by a widower in the executive mansion. Well, you'll be lonely here. Don't you say anything else. You'll be lonely.
I've been lonely for a long time. I've learned to cope with it.
It's a different kind of loneliness. You sit here alone, one man, President of the United States. You sit here, presumably because the people loved you, elected you. Once they've elected you, they expect miracles of you. You're no longer one of them. You're set apart, the one they turn to. There's no one in the world for you to turn to but Almighty God.
I'm glad you're staying on with me for a time. It's more than gracious and generous of you.
Like leaving a business to a son. I want to see you launch properly. Then it's up to you. Well, come on. The people are waiting, Mr. President.
Well, it's quite a party, isn't it, Mr. President?
Yes, it's quite a party, Mr. Secretary of State. And how does the title sound to you?
Very good. How about yours?
I can't get used to it yet. People keep addressing me and I don't answer.
What's the first thing on your agenda?
Well, the first thing I'm going to do is go over the executive mansion from attic to cellar. From all I've been able to see, the house is in unbelievable disrepair.
Do you plan to live there with your sons without a presiding lady, Mr. President?
Oh, no. My son Abraham is getting married very shortly. He's going to bring his bride to the executive mansion to preside for me. That's one reason I'm very anxious to see that everything is in order.
You know, you're coming into office at a very interesting time, Mr. President. The river steamboats are opening up new sections of country. Railroad is expanding. The nation is growing out in all directions.
Yes, an interesting time, but a troubled time. I'm afraid our banking system isn't all it should be. You know, there's trouble coming.
Are you two going to stay off in the corner all night solving the affairs of the nation? Or are you going to circulate and give people a chance to shake hands with the new president?
Of course we're going to circulate, Senator. We got so deep in conversation we forgot where we were.
Well, come along. There's a lot of people that want to talk to you.
Oh, incidentally, Senator, can you spare the time in the morning to go over the executive mansion with me? I want to see what repairs are needed.
I certainly can. What time shall I come?
Oh, how about 9 o'clock?
9 o'clock it is. Now, come along and enjoy your inauguration ball. Hey, confoundedly dusty. I don't think it's been dusted since Jefferson's time.
Be careful of those rafters, Senator. Don't bump your head.
This house is in disgraceful condition. I can't imagine why the ex-president let things get in a state like this.
Oh, now, it isn't his fault. Things just get worn out when they have as much wear as a house like this does.
And it looks to me as though the whole house is going to have to be renovated, clean and refurnished.
Can we get the money?
Well, how much money do you think it'll take?
Well, at least $25,000, perhaps a little more.
Well, Congress will do a little screaming, but I think we can get it.
I wish the House and the free citizens of this country whose servant the President is, I wish the House and the citizens to say whether, in addition to the large sum of $100,000 salary, which he's entitled to receive for a single term of 4 years, whether they are disposed to maintain for his private accommodation a royal establishment at the cost of the nation. Will they longer feel inclined to support their chief servant in a palace as splendid as that of the Caesars and as richly adorned as the proudest Asiatic mansion?
Well, Mr. President, in taking my leave of you, I wish you good fortune and the guidance of the Almighty.
Did you read what it says in the papers about me today?
Yes, I read it.
They want me impeached because I bought a new silver service and a billiard table.
Yes, I read that.
I don't think it's at all amusing, sir.
Oh, nonsense. Of course you do.
I paid for the billiard table and the silver service out of my own pocket.
Yes, but the country is wincing over the $27,000 they had to pay out for the repairs to the house.
Don't they understand that there has to be dignity and beauty and grace in this house?
Is it also true that you're dispensing with the weekly levees and not permitting the general public to come to the executive mansion at will?
Yes, that's quite true.
Good for you. I wish I'd had the courage to do it myself.
Well, there's no use in having a house done over and then letting everyone come tramping through it and making it a mess again.
I agree with you. But you're in for a rough sale.
I know. I've been reading the newspapers. The trouble with this office is that no one even tries to understand your problems. The papers say the banking crisis is my fault.
Last year, they said it was my fault. Might as well get used to that. Whenever anything happens to the nation, it's always the president's fault.
Well, I've been in politics a long time. None of this should come as a surprise to me, and yet it's different when it happens to you. One thing is certain, though. I am not going to let the newspapers, the Congress, the bankers, or anything else throw me off my course. I'm going to see this house put back in order, and I'm going to keep the nation in the best order I can. They elected me president, and by all that's holy, I'm going to act as a president. They elect a man president, And then they want him to kowtow to the newspapers, kowtow to the politicians, kowtow to Congress, kowtow to...
They certainly do. But I didn't do it. You aren't going to do it. But you know something? You'll get by with a lot more than I did with the newspapers and the people. Because you're a born diplomat. Diplomacy just never was my cup of tea.
I won't do better than you did, sir. You had something that I will never have.
What's that?
The genuine love of the people.
Oh, you'll have that, too, in time. You may not read it in the newspapers, but you'll find it out when you go around the country a little bit. Goodbye. Let me know if you need me.
I'll do that, sir. And thank you. Thank you for all that you've taught me over many years. And thank you for this office that I hold today. Without you, it would never have been mine.
I didn't do you a favor, my boy. I did the nation a favor. Bye. Keep your eye on that banking situation. Trouble coming.
I will, sir. Keep well, and God bless you.
Now, Mr. President, to sum up the state of the nation,
Mr. Secretary, can I get you another blanket to put around you?
I have 3 around me now. The wind goes right through them. I can't understand how a house can be so cold. We're practically sitting in the fireplace. I've actually burned the soles of my shoes.
Well, Mr. Secretary, unfortunately, in this house that the newspapers considered too elegant for repair, there is no effective heating system. The wind blows down the corridors like it would in a mountain pass. I put screens in front of the doors every place I could in order to break the draft, but it doesn't do much good.
I've had a cold ever since I took the office of Secretary of State. I don't know why you're not in your deathbed by now.
Do you suppose that's why Congress won't do anything else about the House? Do you suppose this is a new form of murder? Shut the president up in the executive mansion and freeze him to death?
With luck, they may kill off our entire party that way.
Do you know, I had the furniture appraised in the stateroom where I'm supposed to receive the envoys of the foreign nations today.
How much was it worth?
$5.
They overestimated it. They better look again.
Well, let's get on with your report on the state of the nation. It's almost midnight.
Well, the nation is the victim of speculation in public lands. Too many of the state banks are corrupt, and they've been speculating with government money. It has to end up in complete panic. There's no way now to stem the tide.
Well, there must be. There has to be. Who is that at this hour?
I'll go. Oh, confound it. I'm so bundled up I can't get out of this chair.
You stay there in your swaddling clothes, and I'll see to the door.
Good evening, Mr. President.
Jim, come in, won't you? It's the Secretary of the Treasury, Charles. If a few more of you drop in, we'll have a complete cabinet meeting.
We're going to need one, Mr. President. Word just came. One of the New York banks failed yesterday, and I'm told that at a meeting that would have taken place today, all the New York banks were going to agree among themselves to suspend all payment in specie.
No.
Has it happened, Jim?
Yes. There's complete panic in New York. 98 business houses have gone bankrupt there. Well, that you know already. But land that sold 7 months ago for $480 a lot can now be bought for $50.
Sounds like the beginning of the end.
No. It isn't the end or the beginning of the end. We're not going to submerge and drown in a panic. This nation has weathered crises before, and we're going to weather this one.
The people are saying, why doesn't the president do something?
Well, the president is going to do something, Jim. Don't you worry. The president is going to do something.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
The National Safety Council reports that highway accidents are being reduced and lives being saved, but there's still a national problem. The major causes of traffic casualties are speed, drink, and carelessness. Driving too fast for road conditions is one of the most common causes of traffic accidents. Next to speed, driving on the wrong side of the road was reported as the most frequent driver violation of common sense and the safety laws. And 1/4 of the fatal accidents involve a driver or pedestrian who has been drinking. Take the responsibility on yourself and urge safety precautions in your community. Every motorist and every pedestrian should obey traffic signs and signals. Never drive after drinking. Never drive on the wrong side of the road. Watch for warnings on grade crossings. Be alert and careful every moment you're behind the wheel. The life you save may be your own. Now, back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Well, have you guessed who the president was when all this happened? It really did happen in Washington just a few years ago. With the closing of the banks in New York, panic swept the land. Businesses were failing, and a storm of accusations and abuse were directed against the administration. The times were dangerous, and no man in all the land knew it better than the quiet, worried man who sat in the executive mansion. And in the midst of it all, his son brought home the bride, who was to be the presiding lady of the land.
Mr. President, I can't tell you how proud and how honored I feel to be invited here by you.
Angelica, I feel that my son is a lucky man to have won you, and I am most fortunate indeed to have you for a daughter.
Thank you.
Isn't she beautiful, Father? Turn around, Angelica. Let him get a good look at you.
Abe.
My dear, when a man has acquired a treasure, it is natural to want to display it. Your rooms are ready and waiting for you. I've done my best to make them comfortable. I hope you enjoy them.
Yes, we read in the papers about what you were doing to the house.
I'm afraid I wasn't able to do half that was necessary.
Are things really as bad as the papers are saying, Father?
They're pretty bad.
What are you doing about them?
You read the papers, don't you, son?
The papers say you aren't doing anything.
They're quite correct.
I don't understand you, Father.
Son, a lot of people are trying to do a lot of political maneuvering right now, and I don't intend to be taken in by it. Sometimes the best action is no action at all.
But you can't just sit and let things fall apart all around you.
My boy, I didn't say I had no plans. I simply said that sometimes the best action is no action at all. I have plans, all right, very definite plans. As a matter of fact, the Secretary of the Treasury and the Secretary of State will be here to talk about them within the hour. Jim, I've studied this whole situation very carefully, and I know beyond all doubt that the economic pinch we find ourselves in now has been caused by one thing only: corrupt state banks speculating with government-deposited money.
We agree on that, Mr. President.
We certainly do.
I also believe that the practice of those banks not only caused the panic and the depression, but they also are preventing a recovery. Now, what I want to propose is an act that I have named the Sub-Treasury Act. I want to establish the Treasury Department as a national bank. And in that bank, the government bullion will be kept. And all payments to and from the government will be through that bank. That certainly should provide stabilization.
It certainly should. As Secretary of the Treasury, I certainly am in favor of that.
I am too, Mr. President. But it won't be easy to get a bill like that passed, and what's more, Congress isn't in session.
I'm going to call an extra session of Congress. We've got to get this system in operation.
Mr. President.
Oh, it's you, Angelica.
Mr. President, it's 3 a.m. Aren't you going to get any sleep?
Well, I'll try to. No, I've been sitting here thinking of all those people out there beyond my windows. And I've been cold to the very marrow of my bones. I know now what the ex-president meant when he spoke of the aloneness and the coldness. Here you are. One man. And the people are frightened and hungry and lost. They want help. And where are you going to get it for them? What can one man do alone when all men doubt him?
What did the former president say?
He said the only person that could help was Almighty God.
Then put your faith in God, Mr. President, and do the best you can. It's all that anyone can do.
If Congress will pass the Sub-Treasury Act, then there's hope again. If they won't,
Oh, I can't even bear to think of what might follow. Angelica, do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take the former president's advice and your advice. I'm going to my room and pray to Almighty God for help. That act must pass. Dear God in heaven, it must pass. Well, good morning, Mr. Secretary.
Mr. President, it's certainly good to see you in such happy spirits.
Well, things look much brighter to me today, Mr. Secretary.
Did you read what happened in Philadelphia?
No. Did they lynch me in effigy?
Let me read you just a part of what it says here. Now listen. Thousands of Philadelphians have gathered to adopt resolutions approving the course of the administration. They think the president is right in refusing to issue paper. The resolutions in commending the administration say, we hereby pledge our lives, if necessary, for the support of the same.
May I see that?
Yes, of course, Mr. President.
He told me about the aloneness of the office. But one thing the old president forgot to tell me was...
What was that, sir?
The almost unbearable joy when you discover you're not alone. Yes?
You sent for me, Father?
Oh, yes, my son. Come in, won't you? How is Angelica this morning?
Oh, she's fine, Father. She's down supervising the construction of something or other. There's so much going on in this house, I can hardly keep track of it.
Well, things are certainly improving. I haven't had a cold in weeks. And not all the people look with disfavor on the improvements in the executive mansion, Mr. President.
Well, truly, it seems to me this morning my cup runneth over. Well, there is work to be done. My son is going to deliver my message to Congress for me, Mr. Secretary. He's a fine speaker, and I know he'll do a splendid job of it.
Yes, I'm sure he will.
I'll do my best.
You know, I would like to read you an excerpt from the message to Congress, Mr. Secretary. I'd like your opinion.
Mm-hmm.
All communities are apt to look to the government far too much, especially at periods of sudden embarrassments and distress. But this ought not to be. The framers of our excellent Constitution wisely judged that the less government interferes with private pursuits, the better for general prosperity. It is not its legitimate object to make men rich or to repair losses not incurred in the public service. This would be substantially to use the property of some for the benefit of others. But its real duty, that duty, the performance of which makes a good government the most precious of human blessings, is to enact and enforce a system of general laws commensurate with, but not exceeding, the objects of its establishment, and to leave every citizen and every interest to reap under its benign protection the rewards of virtue, industry, and prudence.
Mr. President, I think that's very well said indeed. I should like to compliment you on it.
Well, I'm happy to hear you say that, Mr. Secretary. Now then, regarding the failure of the banks and their inability to honor their government drafts in gold, I have said this. A system which can, in time of profound peace, in which there is a large revenue laid by, thus suddenly prevent the application and the use of the money of the people in the manner and for the objects they have directed, cannot be wise. Who can think, without painful reflection, that under it the same unforeseen events might have befallen us in the midst of a war? To such embarrassments and to such dangers will this government be always exposed, whilst it takes the monies raised for and necessary to the public services. Mm-hmm. Well, I can't go through the whole message now, but that's the tone of it. All I hope is that when they've heard the message, Congress will see fit to pass the Sub-Treasury Act. I'm positive it's our only chance to stabilize ourselves and prevent any likelihood of a panic such as this one occurring again.
Shall I go, Mr. President?
No, I'm close, Angelica. I'll get it. Jim, what is the news from Congress?
The sub-treasury bill has been lost in the House by a vote of 120 to 106.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
The Congress, however, has passed two of the recommendations you made in that bill.
Then we have a ledge to fight from. And now I'm going into action, Jim. I'll stump the nation if necessary. This isn't the victory I'd hoped for, but it is something of a victory, and from this small victory, I shall try to win a complete victory. Well, you've probably figured out by now who the president was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and you'll have the answer in just a moment.
A person-to-person expression of international goodwill. That's the way many prominent people, including President Truman and General Eisenhower, have described CARE, the agency that sends needed food packages overseas. CARE offers food and clothing packages which provide more per dollar than individuals can send any other way. Each food package is designed to supplement the rations of a family of 4 for 1 month. Orders placed in the United States are air-mailed to designated countries, and deliveries are made from local CARE warehouses. Signed receipts are mailed back to the purchaser in the States. Sending a package overseas through CARE is one of the surest ways to help people in Europe who still suffer from lack of food and proper clothing. If you'd like to order a CARE package, just send $10 to CARE, New York. Now, back to Mr. President.
Mr. President, it's good to see you after your long trip.
Well, it's good to see you, Mr. Secretary. I don't know how much good I actually accomplished with my trip, but I do know I made the people better acquainted with the problems of the nation and the problems of the Treasury.
I think you've accomplished a good deal. The country's recovering from the panic. Some of the newspapers have stopped attacking everything you do in the executive mansion. Many of them have even fallen in line with your financial policies. I think you've made great progress.
I hope so. I sincerely hope so.
And whatever happens to the Sub-Treasury Act, I'm sure that in time a great many of the reforms you've fought for will be put into effect. And history will realize that one of the men who put up a brave fight against almost overwhelming odds for a stable currency was the man his own generation called the Little Magician, President Martin Van Buren.
Be with us again next week, won't you, for another interesting story that happened in Washington a few years ago to Mr. President. Until then, goodbye.
This program is produced and directed by Joe Graham. Edward Arnold can currently be seen in the MGM picture Annie, Get Your Gun. Heard with Mr. Arnold in today's cast were Carl Swenson, Arnold Moss, Bill Adams, Helen Warno, and your narrator, Jackson Beck. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings and written by Gene Holloway. Today's story was based on incidents in the life of President Martin Van Buren.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. The preceding program was transcribed. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. By transcription.
Better to remain silent and be thought a fool than to speak out and remove all doubt.
Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold and written by Gene Holloway. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House, dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
This week's Mr. President drama will begin in just a moment. But first, a word about our purpose in presenting this series. To Americans, there are no more stirring stories in the world than the stories of the lives of the men who became presidents of the United States. Their deeds are direction pointers for the American mind, sources of inspiration and courage to young and old alike. People today are more interested than ever to know the intimate, interesting, and inspiring facts about the lives of their presidents, the men who became the leaders of their country. The American Broadcasting Company takes listeners behind the White House reception rooms and ballrooms, glittering with gold braid and famous personalities, into the privacy of the breakfast room and study, where presidents are shown as individuals with human doubts, laughter, love, and faith. Listen now and see if you can name the president upon whom this episode is based.
Here's a story that happened in Washington a few years ago. Listen closely and see if you can tell who the president was. It was a wartime summer, and anxious hearts turned towards Washington for reassurance. The president spent a good deal of his time in the telegraph office. It kept him in closer touch with the pulse of the nation, and he was liable to appear at any hour of the day or night carrying a pile of paper and some pencils.
Good morning, Mr. President. You're up early.
Yes, well, I couldn't sleep. I had some work to do, and it was hot. Anything new on the wires?
Nope, not so far.
Then I thought I'd sit in here and do some writing. I won't bother you, will I, Bill?
Oh, no, sir. You just make yourself at home, Mr. President.
I'll spread out on this desk here.
Oh, here you are. You're early.
So are you.
Well, I had a hunch you might be over here and need me.
You're a good boy, Arthur. You should be sleeping.
I can't agree with you. As your secretary, I should be right where I am.
Well, I have some papers here. You haven't seen Mr. Stanton around any place, have you?
No, sir.
You know, I can very readily see why people are afraid of Stanton. Sometimes he even frightens me.
Have you been signing pardons again this morning, Mr. President?
Look at that expression in his face. Like a kid that's been in a cookie jar behind his mother's back.
Well, I'm caught dead to rights. Well, there's a stack of pardons, Arthur.
Stack?
Yes, I pardoned everyone today. I'm in trouble with Stanton, whether I pardon one or 100, so I figured I might as well be killed for a sheep as a lamb. Besides, what am I going to have these boys executed for? For going to sleep on duty? I just did that myself. For talking back to an officer? Well, every once in a while, a man just has to talk back if he's got any spirit at all.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Oh, Mr. Stanton, come in.
Shall I post those letters you gave me last night, Mr. President?
Oh, yes, Arthur, and I'll have some more to give you in a few moments.
Yes, sir. I'll be in your office if you need me, sir.
Thank you, Arthur.
Mr. President, may I have a few moments of your time?
Of course. Come along. We'll go into your office. Mr. Stanton, I've been going over the pleas for clemency. I've made notes on all of them. I have them right here.
Very well, Mr. President. May I look them over?
Yes, of course. You're the Secretary of War. I haven't much choice. It's a beautiful morning, isn't it, Stanton? A man can't help but think how good it is to be alive on a morning like this.
Mr. President, these are all pardons.
Yes, all pardons.
But, sir, these men have all been sentenced by order of the court-martial.
Are there not enough dying on the battlefield, Stanton?
How many are dying on the battlefields is completely beside the point, Mr. President. These men are incompetent, dangerous, treacherous.
A boy who fell asleep, a man who lost his temper, a lad who became frightened in the height of battle. Don't think of them as statistics, Stanton. Think of them as human beings. Man is human and therefore subject to human frailty.
The Army cannot be run on sentiment, Mr. President.
Why not, Mr. Stanton? We have asked them to fight for sentiment. We have taken boys from farms, from schools, from jobs, and we've said to them, here is a word, and you must fight to the death for it. And the word is liberty. We have said you must fight for freedom so that in time to come all men may live together as equal in the sight of each other as they are in the sight of God.
Mr. President, we're not discussing what a man fights for, but what the punishment is if he fails as a soldier.
This is not a nation of soldiers, Mr. Stanton. We have trained our sons in gentler, kinder ways.
But an army must be well disciplined or its troops will march to suicide, not victory. If a man doesn't respect and obey the orders of his army, the army has no jurisdiction over him whatsoever.
Well, I can't deny that, Stanton.
A war is going on. You'll make a laughingstock of the officers of the army as well as the War Department. The soldiers will do anything they take it into their heads to do, as long as they're assured of pardon from the chief executive. Now, that may sound hard to you. It may sound cruel. But war is hard and cruel, and we might as well face the fact and buckle down to it and get it over with as quickly as possible.
Well, I agree with that, Mr. Secretary.
And either let the Army officers under War Department run the war or send them home and get a new staff. But please don't go on making us look ridiculous by these wholesale pardons of yours.
All right, Mr. Secretary. I can see your point, of course. I'll try not to interfere as much in the future.
Now, about these pardons on your desk.
Well, I've already signed those, so we'll just let those go through.
Very well, Mr. President.
Tell me, what time is it? It must be lunchtime. You know, I'm hungry. How about you, Mr. Stanton?
I am not hungry, Mr. President, and I have a great many reports to go over.
Well, I'll go along home and have some lunch and come back. I was over here pretty early this morning.
And please don't promise anyone to pardon their husband or their brother or their son while you're on your way home or back.
Yes, Mr. Secretary.
After all, I think the War Department can always be depended upon to consider the justice of any case. If a boy merits another chance, we'll see that he has it.
In this world or the next, Stanton?
Mr. President.
Good morning, Mr. Secretary. I'll see you after lunch. Come on, Arthur. Well, I got those pardons through anyhow. I may not get any more through for a while, but I saved a few skins this morning. Come along and have lunch with me, Arthur. I'm starved. We'll get to those reports right after lunch.
Yes, Mr. President.
Well, I must say I feel better. The inner president has been sustained.
It's cooler today than usual.
Yes, but no one should have to work this time of year. You know, I wish I could send everybody home. I wish I could say to all the soldiers, go lie in the tall grasses of Kentucky and watch the sky and sleep the afternoon away. Or get yourself a boat and paddle down the Sangamon this afternoon and breathe the beauty of this country deep inside you. Or go walk along the ocean and let the spray sting your cheeks and the waves whisper to you of the future of America. I'd like so much to bring the people happiness, Arthur. But so far all I've brought them is grief and bloodshed and fear of the morrow. Oh, I'd like people to say of my administration, I lived during his term, and I liked him well. Not my son died while he was in office. My husband died
Mr.
while...
President, here's the War Department.
Yes, here it is.
But I must see Mr. Stanton. I'll wait until he can see.
If I know Stanton, she'll have a long wait.
See who the woman is, Arthur, and why she is here. I'll be in Stanton's office.
Yes, sir. Madam, may I ask who you're waiting to see?
Well, I was told not to speak to anyone but Mr. Stanton.
Well, that's all right. I'm one of the president's stenographers. If you wouldn't mind telling me the nature of your business, perhaps I can help you.
It's my son. My son's to be Shot today by sentence of the court-martial. He's at Fort DeRussy waiting execution. Oh, I must see Mr. Stanton.
What was the charge?
Bounty jumping.
Oh, I see. A deserter.
No, my boy's not a deserter. He's been in active duty for over 2 long years. He's risked his life over and over. He's a good boy. I'm sure if I can only see Mr. Stanton, he'll understand.
Yeah, now, madam, you mustn't lose control of yourself. You sit here, and I'll see what I can do.
Bless you. God bless.
Last, you come in.
Oh, it's you, Arthur. Come in, come in.
What do you mean coming in here and interrupting an important...
I asked him to come in, Stanton. Did you get the information,
Oh,
Arthur?
Mr. Stanton, as you love God, give me the life of my son.
Madam, how dare you interrupt me?
Are you Mr. Stanton?
I am indeed.
They told me you were a kind man.
They told you wrong. I'm a just man, and I'm a busy man. And now, if you will kindly excuse
No,
yourself...
Mr. Stanton, I've been going now for days and nights, from officer to official. I've waited by the hour, but now there's no time left for waiting. You have to hear me now. You have to hear me now, or it'll be too late. My son's to be executed today. Do you hear me? My son's to be executed today.
If he's to be executed, there must be a good reason for it, madam.
He's been wounded twice in his country's service. Are those the kind of men you execute as deserters and traitors? My son's no bounty jumper.
Your name?
Mrs. Buckley.
Oh, yes. Private James Buckley of the 7th Vermont. Madam, I'm sorry for you, but I'm familiar with your son's case, and there is nothing that can be done. Now, I'm sorry, but I cannot possibly give you any more time.
Don't be in such a hurry, Stanton. Listen to any woman speaking for her son's life. Madam, you say your son's fought for his country for nearly 3 years? It's strange he should be a deserter now.
Why, sir... Why, you're the president, aren't you, sir?
Yes, Mrs. Buckley. Now, please tell me about your son.
Mr. President.
Please, Stanton. Let us listen.
God has sent you here, Mr. President, to hear my prayer. I'm a widow. I've given 7 sons to death for their country. This is the 8th, the last, youngest.
7 sons. Stanton, do you hear? 7 sons.
Mr. President, we have a great deal to do today. This case has already been decided. I can't take the time for every woman with a story like this.
I can. This woman has already given up far more than either you or I can ever give for our country.
Very well, Mr. President. Excuse me for a moment. I have an important dispatch to send.
I'll be in my office, Mr. President.
Very well, Arthur. Tell me what your son did to bring about his charge, Mrs. Buckley.
2 months ago, he was home on leave. And while he was there, he met a girl. It's because of her. That fool girl. I warned her not to come, but when young people are in love, it's hard to get them to listen to their elders. Anyhow, she came down, and they wouldn't give him leave. And so he...
He deserted?
No, he was going back and fight again. He just wanted to kiss that fool girl, to look into her eyes, to see her smile once more. Oh, please listen to me, Mr. President. 7 sons dead already. Must I now lose the 8th because he wanted to kiss the girl he loved?
Listen to this lady, Stanton, and see if you can find some merit in her appeal for her son's life.
Mr. President, as Secretary of War, I consider it essential to the preservation of this country that no convicted deserter shall have his sentence commuted.
Mr. Stanton, a few days ago my son fought at Fort Stevens to protect you in the capital. He was wounded there. The scars aren't even healed yet.
Madam, I assure you you have my deepest sympathy, but I must also ask that you appreciate my position when I tell you there is nothing I can do.
Mr. President, you have sons of your own. I beg of you, listen to me.
Mrs. Buckley, I do not wish to interfere, if possible. Recite your case to Mr. Stanton, and then tell me what he says. Stanton, listen to this woman's story.
Oh.
And then come to me, and we will discuss it.
Very well, Mr. President. All right, Mrs. Buckley, give me the facts as quickly and briefly as possible.
Did you hear that woman's story, Arthur?
Well, I heard part of it, sir. Mr. President, Sir, I don't wish to step out of line, but are you thinking of pardoning that young man?
I'm thinking about it very seriously indeed, but I'm hoping that Mr. Stanton will do it himself.
Well, sir, if you do have any intention of pardoning the man, you have no time to lose.
What do you mean?
I mean that unless you act at once, the sentence will be carried out before any pardon can reach the boy. While you were talking to Mrs. Buckley, Mr. Stanton came out and gave a note to an orderly. I heard him tell the orderly to go immediately to Fort de Russy, which is where the prisoner is being held.
He sent an orderly to the fort while I was talking to the woman?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'll be hanged. I really will be hanged. Come on, Arthur. We'll go to the telegraph office.
Yes, sir.
Oh, hello, Mr. President. You come in to work for a while?
Bill, do we have a wire to Fort de Russy?
Oh, sure, Mr.
Then get the
President.
fort on the wire at once.
Well, the wire is in use at the President, sir. Very important orders with regard to the movement to the 6th Corps.
Hold the dispatch.
Yes, Mr. President. Oh, hold that message, Charlie. The President wants the wire.
Now then, kindly send this through immediately. Telegraph to the Provost Marshal, having in charge Private James Buckley of the 7th Vermont, sentenced to execution today. Direct him to bring immediately to the War Department his prisoner. Order him, under the personal commands of the President of the United States, to disregard all other orders whatsoever as regards the disposition of this prisoner, and ask for the Provost Marshal's personal acknowledgement by telegraph of the receipt of this order. That's the message. Send it at once. And I'm going to wait right here until I receive the answer I've requested to this dispatch.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
The National Safety Council reports that highway accidents are being reduced and lives being saved, but they are still a national problem. The major causes of traffic casualties are speed, drink, and carelessness. Driving too fast for road conditions is one of the most common causes of traffic accidents. Next to speed, driving on the wrong side of the road was reported as the most frequent driver violation of common sense and safety laws. And 1/4 of the fatal accidents involve a driver or pedestrian who has been drinking. Take the responsibility on yourself and urge safety precautions in your community. Never drive on the wrong side of the road. Be alert and careful every moment you're behind the wheel. You can encourage driver training in your own high school. Remember, accidents don't always happen to the other fellow. The life you save may be your own. Now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Well, have you guessed who the president was when all this happened? It really did happen, you know, in Washington just a few years ago. So listen closely. The president waited in the office until the telegraphed personal acknowledgement came back from the captain of the Provost Guard that he had received the orders and would bring the prisoner to the War Department immediately. Satisfied then, the president returned to the office of the Secretary of War.
Oh, Mr. President, you are my only hope. Please, please help me. It's useless to talk further to Mr. Stanton.
Easy now, Mrs. Buckley. Don't give way. You're putting up a brave fight. I'm sure that Mr. Stanton has decided to at least postpone the execution of your son until he can make further investigation. Isn't that right, Stanton?
On the contrary, Mr. President, since I have your own word that such matters are to be left in my hands, I have already taken steps to make further discussion only a waste of time.
You've already taken steps.
Discussion is never useless as long as a man is alive, Stanton.
Alive? Then you intend to pardon my son, Mr. President. You do intend to pardon my boy, don't you, Mr.
If what you have said to me is substantially true, I certainly do, Mrs. Buckley.
May God forever bless you.
Now then, tell me the details of your story again. I want to be sure that Mr. Stanton hears them.
I've already heard them.
Then listen again.
Mr. President, may I remind you that we have a war to conduct? This matter should have been closed long ago.
It's easy to take a man's life, Stanton, easy. To save a man's life is much more difficult and much more worthwhile. It is worth a good deal more time and thought than you have given it.
Yes? What is it?
Mr. President, there's a young lady here, a Miss Janet Miller.
Janet?
Oh, is there no end to this?
Ask the young lady to come in, Arthur.
Yes, sir. Will you please go in?
Thank you. Good day, Mr. President. Hello, Mrs. Buckley.
Hello, Janet.
Is this the young lady
This
who...
is the girl.
Well, I'm sure if I was a soldier and had a girl like you, I'd run away for a few hours myself.
Mr. President.
And so would you, Stanton.
It's all my fault, Mr. President. I was afraid something would happen to him, and I thought, if it does, I want to at least be his wife. So I came down. I didn't know that he was refused leave. He just came in long enough for us to get married.
Married?
Yes, Oh, he didn't mean to do anything wrong, Mr. President. He was going right back. And if anybody's going to be executed, it ought to be me, because I'm the one that got him into this.
Isn't it sad, Stanton, that in this world today we can't give our young people a little time to spend together? Isn't it sad that ours have to be stolen and that such a high price is put upon them? A man spends a few moments with the girl he loves and dies for it. Too many have died. Too many. Stanton.
The War Department has made its decision, Mr. President. This man is a bounty jumper and a deserter, regardless of what these women may say about him.
No. My son is no sneaking bounty jumper, Mr. Stanton. He gave me his word of honor as a man that he'd not intended to desert.
I can only go on facts, Mrs. Buckley. Now what? Come in.
Mr. President, the Provost Marshal from Fort DeRussy is here with a prisoner.
The what?
Have the Provost Marshal enter.
I have the President's personal orders by telegraph to present before him in the office of the Secretary of War the prisoner condemned to execution today, Private James Buckley of the 7th Vermont.
Jimmy!
Just dear.
Bring the prisoner in.
Mr. President, this is beyond all human endurance.
Come in, Private Buckley.
Mother.
Jimmy. Oh, my son, my son.
Janet. What are you doing here?
I came to see the President.
The President?
How do you do, Private Buckley?
How do you do, Mr. President? This is...
Oh, he's fainted.
It's his wound, Mr. President. Please forgive it. It's his wound.
Here, give him some water. Here, Provo. Help me get him in the chair.
Sorry, sir.
Look at the bandages on his arm. There's proof he risked his life for his country. Oh, Mr. President, you brought him back to us. You wouldn't take him from us now to murder him.
No, Mrs. Buckley, I would not. I'm sorry, Mr. Stanton. I'm afraid I'm going to have to go back on my promise to the War Department just one more time. May I use your desk?
Of course, Mr. President.
Here you are, Mrs. Buckley. Here is the free pardon of your son.
God bless you. God bless you and keep you, Mr. President.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President.
Young man, your sentence to death by court-martial acts as a discharge from the Army of the United States. My pardon has made it an honorable discharge. So go home with your mother and this lovely girl who have fought so bravely for you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Not only for this moment now, but for all the years you've just given back to me.
Goodbye, and bless you all.
Oh, Provost Marshal, I should like you to remain for a moment if you don't mind.
Yes, sir.
Here, darling, put your arm around me. I'll help you walk.
Bye, Mr. President.
Goodbye, my son.
Provost Marshal, did you receive the commands I sent by orderly?
Yes, sir. But before they reached me, I received a direct telegram verified by the telegraph clerk of this department instructing me that the execution was to be stayed and that I was to report with the prisoner here personally to the President of the United States.
Stanton, that's where I had to jump on you. You sent a messenger on horseback. I sent mine by electricity. I sent mine later, but it got there first. Provost Marshal, do you have the dispatch sent you by Secretary Stanton?
Yes, Mr. President.
Let me have it, please. Thank you, sir. I think, Mr. Stanton, that we will burn unopened this dispatch you sent to the Provost Marshal.
Mr. President,
This action of yours will produce 1,000 deserters before the end of the week.
I'm not sure I care if it does, Mr. Secretary. It has made 2 less broken hearts in this country. I wish I could send all my boys home to their mothers and to the girls that love them. It's a grand country to be alive in, Stanton. Never forget that. It's a grand country to be alive in. Well, you've probably figured out by now who the president was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and you'll have the answer in just a moment.
A person-to-person expression of international goodwill. That's the way many prominent people, including President Truman and General Eisenhower, have described CARE, the agency that sends needed food packages overseas. CARE offers food and clothing packages which provide more per dollar than individuals can send any other way. Each food package is designed to supplement the rations of a family of 4 for 1 month. Sending a package overseas through CARE is one of the surest ways to help people in Europe who still suffer from lack of food and proper clothing. If you'd like to order a CARE package, just send $10 to CARE, New York, give your name and address, and specify to whom you're sending the package. On delivery, you will receive a signed receipt. Now, back to Edward Arnold.
Well, we didn't get much paperwork done today, did we, Arthur?
No, sir.
But we certainly worked hard. You know, there's few things in the world I enjoy as much as getting ahead of Stanton. He's a good Secretary of War, though. You have to have men like him.
Yes, sir. I suppose you do, sir.
But the look in those people's eyes today, that's something to live for and to remember. That's a good boy. You only had to look at him to see that.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Well, Miss Janet.
Mr. President, I just wanted to say that we'll remember you all our lives for what you did for us today. And I wanted to say that we'll love you all the rest of our lives, Mr. Lincoln.
Be with us again next week, won't you, for another interesting story that happened in Washington a few years ago to Mr. President. Until then, goodbye.
This program is produced and directed by Joe Graham. Edward Arnold can currently be seen in the MGM picture Annie, Get Your Gun. Heard with Mr. Arnold in today's cast were Betty Kane, Marilyn Erskine, Lon Clark, Ian Martin, and your narrator, Eric Dressler. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. Today's story was based on incidents in the life of President Abraham Lincoln.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President.
The proceeding was transcribed. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
In this world, it isn't enough to do a good job all by yourself. You have to be willing to let the other fellow do a good one, too.
Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold and written by Gene Holloway. Mr. President at home in the White House. the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
We bring you Edward Arnold as Mr. President in just a moment, but first a word or two. Rarely before in the history of our country has the office of the presidency been of such vital importance as it is today. As you know, the Constitution is very specific about the powers and duties of the president, making him somewhat subject to the will of Congress in domestic matters, but almost entirely on his own in our dealings with other nations. Our foreign relations are vital to every one of us, and the president is our personal representative in such matters. Into this important picture enter the Mr. President's stories, telling in warm human terms of the adventures, the troubles, the joys of the men who have held the nation's highest office. You, our listeners, have the added thrill of testing your historical knowledge when you try to identify the president of each story. Now, let's listen to Mr. President and see if you can name the president upon whom this episode is based.
Here's a story that happened in Washington a few years ago. Listen closely and see if you can tell who the president was. The president was new in office, and there was a lot to do.
Some more coffee, Mr. President?
No, thank you, my dear. I could use another slice of ham, though.
Now, Mr. President, you know you're not supposed to have ham at all. You're on a diet.
No, I'm not. I'm just watching my diet.
The doctor said...
Oh, sure, the doctor's just an alarmist. All doctors are alarmists. If they had their way, no one would ever get anything to eat. Now, ring for another piece of that ham. I'm hungry.
There isn't any more ham.
Oh, now, that's just plain silly, and you know it. Of course there's more ham. There's always more ham. Now, ring for it.
All right.
Yes, ma'am?
I'd like another piece of ham.
There is no more ham, Mr. President.
No more ham?
No, sir.
Well, then bring me some more muffins.
There's no more muffins.
No more muffins in that whole kitchen?
No, sir.
Why not?
Because we is on a diet.
We? Everyone in the White House? My dear, how on earth can you run an establishment like that?
Well, most people eat too much fattening things anyhow. A little self-discipline will make us all healthier.
Well, so will a little food. You know, I'm a working man. I've got to have sustenance for the inner man.
Oh, you get plenty of sustenance for one inner man. There's no need for you to feed two.
You're going to starve me to death. An army travels on a stomach, you know.
But you're not an army, dear. You're just one man.
Billy, what is there in the kitchen?
There's some black coffee, Mr. President, and some raw apples.
What else?
That's all.
That's all? Well, what are we going to have for lunch?
Oh, I don't know, sir. That's locked up.
Locked up? Why is it locked up?
So you can't get into it before lunchtime. Oh, Billy, bring the president one of those raw apples.
I don't want a raw apple. I want some more ham and eggs.
Cancel the raw apple, Billy.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, a raw apple's better than nothing.
Oh, all right. Bring him the apple, Billy.
Yes, ma'am.
But it isn't much better.
Cancel the apple, Billy.
Yes, ma'am.
No. Bring me the confounded thing. If it wouldn't do anything more than just keep the doctor away, it'll help.
Yes, sir.
I certainly never thought I'd see the day when you tried to starve me to death. Particularly when I was carrying the responsibility of the country on my shoulders.
Well, you're not carrying them on your stomach.
Where's the boy? He hasn't been down for his breakfast. Maybe he doesn't want his breakfast.
Oh, shame on you. Would you take the food of a growing boy?
I am a kid, aren't I?
But sometimes I think you don't act one bit older than he does.
Oh, nonsense. I certainly don't act like any child.
Oh!
Good heavens, what on earth is that?
It sounds like the house is falling down.
Morning, Mother. Morning, Father.
Did you hear all that noise, son?
Noise? What noise?
Why, the noise in the hall just now.
Was there a noise in the hall just now?
Have you suddenly become hard of hearing, sir?
I don't think so, sir.
Then you must have heard the noise in the hall.
You couldn't have meant me coming down the staircase on a tin tray, could you?
Huh?
You doing what?
I borrowed one of the tin trays from the kitchen, and I sit on it and slide down the stairs. It's a fine idea. It saves walking downstairs.
Well, you might have broken your neck.
No, it's just like riding a sled.
You might have broken the staircase.
How could I?
Well, I'm sure I don't know, but if there was any way at all to do it, I'm sure you'd find the way.
Now, don't do it again.
No, sir.
Here is your apple, Mr. President.
Thank you.
And here's your breakfast, Master Charles.
Oh, son, do you intend to eat all that ham?
Yes, sir, I'm hungry.
Oh, you are you? Are you going to let him eat all that meat, my dear?
It's only a very small portion. Now, you eat your apple and never mind Charlie's breakfast.
Oh.
Father, is it true you're getting a new secretary?
Yes, everyone in the cabinet seems to feel that another man is needed.
What's going to happen to Mr. Wilkins?
Oh, nothing at all. He'll still be my personal stenographer. Tell me, how's that ham?
It's all right. How's your apple?
It tastes just like an apple.
My dear, I don't like to rush you, but shouldn't you be getting into your office?
Yes. I suppose I'd better get there as soon as possible and interview the new secretary. Now, son, you be a good boy and don't get in any trouble today.
All right, Father, you too.
What? No. Now he's beginning to treat me like I'm his age.
I don't blame him. After the way you've been carrying on about that food.
Now, see here. Kindly remember that you are addressing the President of the United States, a man of dignity and standing.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mother, I don't want to be a tattletale, but I think Father has a box of chocolates stitched in his room. I saw him go into his closet and climb up on a chair and reach way back for something. And when he came out, he was chewing.
Well, we'll go and see. Oh, no!
Oh, what was that?
Unless I very much miss my guess, there goes the President of the United States, a man of dignity and standing. Come on, son, let's go and see.
Hello.
Were you riding down the stairs on that tin tray?
Oh, I just thought I'd see what it was like.
How was it?
Oh, not bad. You were right, my dear. Sometimes I do act his age. You know, I'd like to change, but I'm afraid I can't.
Darling, I wouldn't change a thing in the world about you.
You wouldn't? Then I think I'll ride down on the tray again. I've just got time enough to make another trip before I interview the secretary. Mr. Carter?
Yes, Mr. President?
You have come to me very highly recommended, and of course I'm well aware of your background.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've been told that you're desirous of obtaining someone who's capable of organizing and setting up a routine here at the White House.
Yes, that's just about it.
Well, I think I could fill such a position satisfactorily, and I should very much like to be given an opportunity to do so.
Well, how soon can you start, Mr. Carter?
I could start at once, Mr. President.
Very well, then. Consider yourself hired.
I may start organizing matters immediately?
Yes, go right ahead and organize to your heart's content. In the meantime, since there aren't any affairs of state to be taken up, I'm going out and get in a few holes of golf. You know, my wife thinks I'm too fat.
Well, you go right ahead, Mr. President. I'll interview the various members of your staff and start getting things in order for you. Wilkins?
Yes, sir.
You, let me see here. You're the President's private stenographer.
Yes, sir.
The President will no longer require a private stenographer. I'll dictate a letter of resignation for you, and you can sign it.
Well, but I've been with the President for years. Long before he was elected to office, I worked for him.
I have told you that the President no longer requires your services. Now, that should finish the matter.
But if the President no longer requires my services, then I think it's up to him to tell me.
I am taking charge of those things for him now. You kindly take down this letter that I'll dictate.
No, Mr. Carter, I won't. Not until I see the President.
Suit yourself. I'm afraid you'll wait a long time before you see the President, Mr. Wilkins.
Mr. Carter.
Yes?
You are Mr. Carter, aren't you? I don't believe we've met. I'm the President's wife.
I'm honored, madam.
I want to enlist your help. The president's doctor has said that he must be kept on a very strict diet. Will you be going with him on the trip to Ohio next week?
I imagine so.
Well, I won't be able to leave at this time. You'll have to keep a very close watch over him on the train. The minute he gets on the train, he starts getting hungry.
I'll take care of that. I'll see that there isn't even a diner on the train to Ohio.
Oh, that's a wonderful idea. Now, don't let him wheedle you into changing your mind. He can be most persuasive when he tries. Oh, where is he now?
He said he was going out to get in a few holes of golf because you thought he was too fat.
Oh, dear. That means he'll be starved at dinner. Oh.
My word.
Hello.
Little boy, put that tray away and don't ever let me catch you doing anything like that again.
Huh?
And don't say, when you're addressed. Say, yes, sir. Huh? Now, give me that tray. I'll have it put in its proper place. The president's son must be a little gentleman and a perfect example to every other young man in the country. Riding down the banisters on tin trays and feet.
Who's he?
Well, that's your father's new secretary.
Oh, can you have people beheaded anymore?
Not in this country.
Oh, that's a shame.
Oh, your father needs people like that, son. He's president of the United States, and everything must be efficiently managed, including him.
Well, where is everyone?
Oh, we're right here, my dear. Did you have a good game?
I certainly did. I feel like $1 million. What's the matter with you, son? Your chin's dropping down to your bootstraps.
Nothing, except I don't ever want to be president.
What's the matter with him?
Well, he's just found out that he has to be an example to all the other youngsters in the nation.
Who told him?
The new secretary.
He's a smart man. I think he's going to be all right.
Yes, I guess he is.
You sound doubtful.
Well, I know we've got to place a high premium on efficiency, but it's possible to carry even that too far. After all, little boys are little boys. There's no use expecting them to behave like anything else.
That's right. And you know something?
You're hungry.
How did you know?
I don't know. It just suddenly came to me like a blinding flash of light. I'll get you an apple.
I don't want an apple. I want a filet mignon.
Well, I'll get you an apple, and you can pretend it's a filet mignon.
What good is it being the president of the United States if I can't even have what I want to eat?
You've got to be an example to people.
I've only had this office a few days, and already it's beginning to seem more like a prison all the time. Oh, well. Next week I'm going to Ohio, and then I'll get something to eat. Don't you worry. The people in Ohio will feed me. Mr. Carter, I'm hungry.
Well, you had a perfectly enormous dinner, Mr. President. You couldn't possibly be hungry.
No, I am. Let's go to the diner.
I'm afraid there isn't a diner on the train, Mr. President.
Isn't any diner? Well, it's ridiculous. Of course there's a diner. There's always a diner. Conductor? Conductor?
Yes, Mr. President?
Which way is the diner?
There won't be any diner on the train until morning, Mr. President.
What do you mean there won't be any diner on the train until morning? There's always a diner on a train.
Well, there always has been, sir, but when Mr. Carter's instructions came through, we took it off.
Carter, did you have the diner taken off?
Yes, Mr. President. Your doctor said that you were not to eat between meals.
Oh, hang my doctor, and hang you too, Carter. Conductor, hang it all. I want a diner put on this train immediately. Where's the first place it could be put on?
Why, Harrisburg, Mr. President.
Very well, put a diner on at Harrisburg and be sure it's well stocked with filet mignons.
Well, yes, sir, but it's late, and what'll we tell them at Harrisburg?
You tell the people of Harrisburg that the President of the United States is hungry. Get me a diner as fast as possible.
Yes, Mr. President.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Our country has a tremendous job to be done. The scope and the seriousness of our commitments throughout the world cannot be too strongly stressed. The problem of securing and maintaining peace throughout the world is a job for all of us, and especially for you young men. All of America will pull together, as it always does in an emergency, but it remains for you to carry the ball for peace. Servicemen occupy a respected place in our society. They are the men we look up to for their skills and knowledge. They are members of compact, carefully chosen, and well-trained forces of skilled technicians, and as such are respected for their brains and ability. If you are a young man of ability and integrity, go to your nearest recruiting office to see if you are eligible to volunteer. Inquire about the many opportunities and special advantages open to you as a volunteer. Remember, America's future depends on you. Now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Well, have you guessed who the president was when all this happened? It really did happen in Washington just a few years ago. Yes, the president of the United States was having his troubles.
Get on the scales, dear.
Oh, no, I don't think it's really necessary. I drank a lot of water on the train, so I'm bound to weigh a little bit heavy.
Mr. President, on the scales.
I may tell the United States Marines on you.
On the scales, Mr. President.
Oh, all right.
Hello, Father. Did you put on a little weight in Ohio?
I did not.
You put on exactly 5 pounds.
Oh, I couldn't have put on 5 pounds.
Open your eyes and take a look at the scales.
He's afraid to.
I am not afraid to.
Then open your eyes.
Well, there it is. See for yourself.
No, there's something wrong with that scale.
My weight hasn't changed any on it.
Neither has mine.
Well, I didn't gain any weight in Ohio, and that's that. I don't want to hear any more about it.
Well, don't worry about it, dear. With a little discipline, we can get the 5 pounds off in no time at all. Oh, incidentally, I was driving down by Potomac Park while you were gone, and something really should be done about it. And I got to thinking. You know those wonderful little cherry trees we saw in Japan?
Yes, they were beautiful.
Well, I'd like to get 100 of them and plant them down between the polo field and the tidal basin. Could we do that?
Oh, I think we could. I'll contact the Japanese ambassador and see what can be done.
I don't like the secretary.
What, the new secretary? Why not?
Well, he's acting like he's president of the United States.
Oh, my son, he has a job to do, and as long as he does it well, it isn't up to us to criticize him. Say, where's Mr. Wilkins? I haven't seen him around the past few days.
Well, I haven't seen him either.
I wonder if Mr. Carter has seen him. I'll ask him.
Good afternoon, Billy. Is the president in?
I'm sorry, Mr. Wilkins. I'm afraid the president is busy this afternoon.
I see. In other words, I'm not to be admitted, is that it? All right, Billy, I understand. You've been given your orders. You just tell me one thing. Did this order come from the president?
No, sir, it didn't.
That's all I wanted to know, Billy. Thanks a lot.
Say, Mr. Carter, I haven't seen Mr. Wilkins since I came back from Ohio. Have you noticed him around?
I believe he's thinking of resigning, Mr. President.
Resigning? Why?
Well, he's getting along in years. Probably that has something to do with it. And in any case, anything you need in the way of stenography, I can have taken care of for you.
Oh, I hope Wilkins isn't leaving. We've been together a long time.
But if he's no longer able to do his job...
Well, of course, that decision must be up to him. If he isn't well, I don't want him to try to work just for my sake.
I've sent your message about the cherry trees over to the Japanese ambassador, Mr. President.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Carter. It's strange that Wilkins never told me he wasn't well. It's strange.
Senator, I've come to you in desperation. I've tried every way I know to get in to see the president, but I just can't manage it. Mr. Carter won't let me get anywhere near him in the office, and when I try to see him at the White House, I was refused admission there.
That is the most outrageous piece of effrontery I've ever heard of in my whole life. What is Mr. Carter trying to do? Set up an empire with himself as emperor? You come with me. I'll get you in to see the president.
But Carter won't let me in the office.
Oh, yes, he will. You're walking into that office under the protection of the United States Senate.
I'm afraid the president is busy today, Senator.
Look here, Carter. I don't know what your game is, but whatever it is, I don't like it. I'm going in to see the president, and I'm going to see him right now. And what's more, Mr. Wilkins is going in with me.
I've told you the president is busy.
And I've told you that we're going in to see him whether he's busy or not.
What's all this noise? What's all the noise?
Mr. President, are you too busy to give Mr. Wilkins and me a moment of your time?
Why, of course not. Come on in.
Come on, Wilkins.
Well, tell me, how do you feel, Mr. Wilkins? I understand you're not feeling too well.
Why, my health is quite excellent, Mr. President.
Your health is excellent? Well, I was told you were thinking of leaving me because of your health.
I wasn't thinking of leaving you at all until Mr. Carter asked me to resign.
Carter asked you to resign?
Yes, sir.
For what reason?
He said I wasn't needed anymore. Now, of course, if that's true, Mr. President, if I'm not needed, that's perfectly all right. But I wanted to hear it from you.
Why, of course you're needed. Well, this is the most ridiculous thing I ever heard of yet. Why on earth would Carter say a thing like that?
I had a feeling you didn't know anything about this, Mr. President.
I certainly did not. As soon as you go, I'm going to have a little talk with Mr. Carter. I should have known when he had that diner removed from the train that he couldn't be trusted. Wilkins, you have a job with me as long as you want one.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. If that's the case, I'm going to be with you for a long time.
Yes, sir. I'm going to have a little chat with Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, I've been thinking things over very carefully, and I've come to the conclusion that you and I can't both be President of the United States.
Sir?
So, since I was the one who was elected president, I'm afraid I'm in a position where I'm just going to have to let you go.
I'm sorry that you don't find my services satisfactory, Mr. President.
Carter, in this world, it isn't enough to do a good job all by yourself. You have to be willing to let the other fellow do a good one, too.
You'd let me go, but you'd keep a man like Wilkins.
Yes, indeed. I'd be very glad to have him. He's been a loyal friend and a very hard worker.
He could be far more efficient.
So could we all, Mr. Carter. So could we all. It seems to me that even efficiency has to have a little heart associated with it. Is that a cake I see coming in the door?
Sure, it's a cake, Father. We're celebrating.
We are? Am I celebrating, too?
You certainly are, dear. I'm going to cut you a piece of cake and let you wear it in health.
My favorite brand, too. Chocolate. Oh. And what are we celebrating?
We're celebrating Mr. Carter.
We're celebrating the absence of efficiency.
Well, I'll certainly eat a piece of cake to that. But don't make me get on the scale tomorrow.
I won't, darling. I won't say a word because, and I must say I seem to share the opinion with everyone else in the country, I love every pound of you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam President, for those lovely words. And thanks to everyone in the country who shares your sentiment. Oh, I love them all. I love them all. Well, you've probably figured out by now who the president was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know. And you'll have the answer in just a moment.
There's an old saying that you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Well, unfortunately, many people do judge their reading matter that way and are often disappointed. They miss out on books that they'd really enjoy reading. This holds true when it comes to judging people, too. Many of us evaluate a person by their looks or judge them on the basis of their religion or origin. Of course, people who do this often hurt themselves, for the person they have judged with prejudice might have turned out to be a good friend and neighbor. That's why we should judge our neighbors by the character of their lives alone, and not on the basis of their religion or race. Group antagonisms divide our country, so speak up, wherever you are, against prejudice and for understanding. Now, back to Mr. President.
My dear, this is Dr. Yakichi Takamine, one of Tokyo's most distinguished gentlemen who has a presentation to make to you.
I'm very happy to meet you, Doctor.
Mr. President, Madam President, on behalf of the Mayor of Tokyo, it is my pleasure and my privilege to present you with 3,000 flowering cherry trees which you have done us the favor to indicate you would like planted in the park here in Washington. May their flowering each spring remind your people that they are there because they were so greatly admired in Japan by President and Mrs. William Howard Taft.
Now, as a special postscript to today's Mr. President, we present Mr. Raphael H. O'Malley, Director of Payroll Savings, United States Savings Bonds Division, United States Treasury Department. Mr. O'Malley.
Since the early years of the last war, the Treasury Department has been making extensive efforts to acquaint the American people with the desirability of buying United States savings bonds. This campaign was good business for the American wage earner because by urging him to invest in his government, we urged him at the same time to ensure financial independence for himself and family in the future. It's to be expected, then, that the government would be grateful to any private citizen who offered his time and services in behalf of the bond-selling campaign. A great many have contributed in this way, to a greater or lesser degree, and in no case has a volunteer's services gone unnoticed. Yet there are a few who deserve special attention because they have contributed so extensively and at such great length. High among these people is Edward Arnold. Ever since 1941, when the savings bond program was first started, Mr. Arnold has been contributing his time and talent as a volunteer to promote our campaign more effectively. He has appeared for us all over the country, from east to west coast, speaking at industrial plants to both management and employees, and missing no opportunities to urge financial support of our government from his fellow Americans. His efforts have shown a very deep feeling of public service. Mr. Arnold, in recognition of your services to the United States, it gives me very great pleasure as a representative of the Treasury Department to present you with this miniature Liberty Bell with inscribed plaque. We consider you to be in the first rank of our volunteer workers. I can only add that we would like to have many, many more volunteer workers with the same high sense of public responsibility which you have shown through the years.
Mr. Mr. O'Malley, I can only thank you and your associates of the Treasury Department for this fine gesture. In the words of the late President William Howard Taft, in this world, it isn't enough to do a good job all by yourself. You have to be willing to let the other fellow do a good one, too. So, ladies and gentlemen, be sure to listen again next week. This is Edward Arnold saying goodbye.
Mr. President is produced and directed by Joe Graham. Edward Arnold can currently be seen in the MGM picture Annie, Get Your Gun. Heard with Mr. Arnold in today's cast were Ann Seymour, Carl Swenson, Eric Dressler, Kermit Murdoch, David Anderson, and your narrator Jackson Beck. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings and written by Gene Holloway. Today's story was based on incidents in the life of President William Howard Taft.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
If I should lose the election, I can only say my responsibility while I fill this chair is not to ensure re-election, but to preserve the Union.
Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold and written by Gene Holloway. Mr. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
This week's Mr. President drama will begin in just a moment. But first, a word about our purpose in presenting this series. To Americans, there are no more stirring stories in the world than the stories of the lives of the men who became presidents of the United States. Their deeds are sources of inspiration and courage to young and old alike. People today are more interested than ever to know the intimate, interesting, and inspiring facts about the lives of their presidents, the men who became the leaders of their country. Now, for the first time in radio history, the American Broadcasting Company takes listeners behind the White House reception rooms and ballrooms glittering with gold braid and famous personalities into the privacy of the breakfast room and study, where presidents are shown as individuals with human doubts, laughter, love, and faith. And now, listen to Mr. President and see if you can name the president upon whom this episode is based.
Here's a story that happened a few years ago in Washington. Listen closely and see if you can tell who the president was. It was a busy day in Washington, and everyone wanted to see the president.
I've got to see the president. My news is imperative, and he should have it at once.
I know that, Ralph, but what can we do?
He's kept us waiting over an hour already.
Well, he knows you and I are here, and he knows the importance of your news.
Well, what on earth could be more important than the situation in the South?
I don't know, but whatever it is, it must certainly be of primary importance because he's keeping foreign affairs and internal affairs outside that door this morning.
Who do you suppose is in there with him?
I haven't the slightest idea. And you know the only way we're going to find out.
Oh, sure I know. Wait. I'd like to be a mouse in a corner in there right now.
So would I.
You asked her to marry you? What do you mean you asked her to marry you?
I mean I asked her to marry me.
You had no right to ask her to marry you. No gentleman asks a girl to marry him.
He doesn't?
No, he does not. He asks her father.
Well, I don't want to marry her father.
Now, son, don't be contrary. You know very well what I mean.
Father might say no. He's smarter than she is.
That's hardly a very gallant attitude. How can you wish to marry a girl that you don't think is smart?
Who cares whether she has brains?
You should.
Look, Father, I discovered a long time ago that a girl either is pretty or she has brains.
Oh, did you?
And if she has brains, she's not for me. I like them pretty.
Your mother, God rest her soul, had both brains and beauty.
Yes, but she's dead. And there's never been anyone else like her.
You're quite right, son. There's never been anyone else quite like her. Well, Andrew, we're digressing. So once more, you want to get married.
I wish you wouldn't keep bringing up the other times. I was a child all the other times.
And now you consider yourself a man?
Yes, sir.
That is precisely the same representation you made to me the last times. And let's see, you were falling in love on an average of once a month all last year.
No, that's unjust, Father. I only remember 8 girls last year.
Well, don't you think 8 was a good many?
Well, I had to learn about women, didn't I? If I hadn't gone with so many, how would I know I was really in love now?
Well, if only your mother had lived, maybe she'd know what to say to you. I know all boys go through a stage of acting like a moonstruck calf, but you've certainly had a double dose of it.
I'm not calf-struck.
Moonstruck?
All right, moonstruck. I am in love, eternally and forever. Her life and my life, her soul and my soul, eternally and forever.
And does she feel the same way?
She says she does.
Well, then you're right about her brains.
Father, did you have me come in here so you could make fun of me?
No, I didn't. I had you come in here because her father was in here this morning complaining about your bad manners and speaking to the young lady instead of to him.
Well, how can you stop to think of manners when you're in love?
Oh,
Did you?
Son, are you really so sure that as young as you are, this is the real thing and you're ready to settle down?
Yes, sir, I am.
All right. I'll accept your words at their face value. I'll write a letter to the Major and apologize for you being so far swept off your feet as to forget your manners and tender your proposal to the young lady instead of to her father. And then I will ask him to give your proposal his favorable attention.
You will?
Yes, I will.
Oh, thank you. Father, you've made me the happiest man in the world today.
Well, I certainly hope so, my son. Now you'd better get to your studies, and will you ask the gentleman waiting to see me to come in, please?
Yes, sir. Will you write the letter today so I can take it to her father this evening?
Yes, I will.
Thank you, Father.
Hello.
Father says to go right in, gentlemen.
No, I'm sorry to keep you waiting, gentlemen, but we were in the middle of a very serious domestic crisis.
Well, that's quite all right, Mr. President.
Ralph has important news for us from South Carolina, Mr. President.
Good news?
Well, it's rather frightening.
What's happened?
South Carolina, as you know, is upset about the tariff passed by Congress.
Yes, I know that.
In retaliation, she's adopting a policy of nullification.
Well, now exactly what is nullification, Ralph?
Well, the principle of nullification is that a state can annul a law of Congress which it considers unconstitutional.
Oh, that's outrageous.
It's based on the theory that the national government is an agent of the states of the Union, of all the states or of any special state.
If that theory were to be allowed to go into practice, it could be more destructive to our nation than actual secession. If the South were to secede, the Union would be cut in half. But if nullification were to become possible, the Union could be dissolved state by state.
And the nullifiers are led by the Vice President of the United States.
Oh? Well, I'm certainly sorry and disappointed to hear that.
Ralph says that South Carolina is being alerted to a preparation for war. They're adopting resolutions to the effect that South Carolina looks to her sons to defend her in any crisis that may develop.
If South Carolina and the rest of the South isn't granted some sort of relief from this latest tariff, I don't know just what might develop in the South.
Is the rest of the South in sympathy with South Carolina's idea about nullification?
I don't know. I don't think they know yet, but you can't tell when they might swing that way.
The tariff should be modified. I feel very strongly about that. But my attitude and Congress's attitude are two different things. Now, there is no question about it. That tariff does favor the manufacturers in the North at the expense of the South.
What can we do, Mr. President?
Well, let me think about it. Perhaps Congress might be persuaded to pass a bill modifying the law. But something must be done. I will not tolerate rebellion during my administration. Is that you, son?
Yes, it's me, all right.
Well, come in and sit down for a minute. I've got a nice fire here.
If you don't mind, I'm not feeling very good, Father.
Well, come in and sit a minute. Is something wrong?
Yes, I'm through with women. Forever, completely, irrevocably.
Oh, no. Let's talk about
There's no
this.
use trying to persuade me to change my mind. My mind is made up. I may go into a monastery.
Did you take the letter to the Major?
Yes, I took it.
What happened? Did he say no?
She said no.
Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yesterday, she said our lives would be forever one. She said it, and I believed it.
Did you remind her of that?
I certainly did. And she said, oh, that was yesterday. And someone said women are deceivers ever. And he sure knew whereof he spake.
Spoke.
Don't change the subject.
All right, spake.
You're so right. And to think I thought I loved her. Well, life certainly shows us, doesn't it?
Yes, sometimes it does. Now, son, you know, you've just helped me solve a problem that was worrying me.
Really? Well, I'm always glad to help you, Father.
Yes, you have. All evening I've been sitting here worrying about what to do about a situation in South Carolina. But I think the best thing to do might be to do nothing. And just see if life doesn't show them the error of their ways, too.
Maybe I'll go abroad and be a hired soldier.
Son, how about helping me out on something?
What?
Well, things haven't been going too well on the farm with neither you or me there. I wish you'd go down and keep an eye on things for me.
Oh, you don't really need me. You're just trying to think of something for me to do.
Oh, no. You're wrong there, son. I do need you. You know,
Your mother and I both needed you so much that I went out one day and got you and brought you home to her in a big bandana handkerchief. You see, we wanted a child so much. And when we didn't have any of our own, we persuaded your own mother to let us raise you. And no child was ever so important to two people, or more loved. And when my wife left me, you were all I had left in this world that was really close to me. You still are, and you always will be.
Well, I never knew you felt like that.
Well, men don't say those things as often as they should. But I do need you, son, and I do need someone on our land right now that I can trust.
Well, then I'll go right away, sir.
Thank you, son. Thank you. Well, good night.
Good night, Father.
Dear God, you helped me with him. Now help me with South Carolina. Come in.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning, Charles. Come and sit down. I was just finishing reading a letter from the boy.
How are things on the farm?
He says they're going well. I hope I can manage a trip down there soon. You see, when you... Oh, no, I can't bear it. I really can't bear it.
What's wrong?
Listen to this. I've met a girl.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. Her name is Flora, he writes. And she is all that any woman ought to be, and no woman ever was before. This is the real thing. This is forever. Our souls have met and recognized each other. Charles, I don't know what I'm going to do with that boy.
Well, you know, if he doesn't watch out, he's liable to end up married.
I really don't know which is more of a problem, my son or South Carolina.
Well, Congress did pass a modification of the tariff, as you asked.
This wasn't as much as the radicals asked for, but it certainly offered a better basis for discussion.
But it hasn't stopped the nullifiers.
It hasn't?
No. Robert Hayne and a majority of the South Carolina delegation have issued a paper that they're calling an address, asking their constituents whether their liberties should be tamely surrendered without a struggle.
How much do they think we can give?
They want to know whether their liberties should be tamely surrendered without a struggle or transmitted undiminished to posterity.
Well, I want word sent to the delegates from South Carolina before they leave for home. When they get to South Carolina, they can tell the nullifiers for me that they can talk and write resolutions and print threats to their heart's content. But if one drop of blood be shed there in defiance of the laws of the United States, I will hang the first man of them I can get my hands on to the first tree I can find.
Well, you'd hardly go that far, Mr. President.
Wouldn't I? When I begin to talk about hanging, Charles, you can begin to look for the ropes.
All right. I'll convey that message to South Carolina. Now, what message are you going to convey to your son?
I'm going to tell my son not to dare fall in love again without my express permission.
Dear Father, everything is fine here on the farm. I've had a good deal of time on my hands. I thought you would like to know that everything is fine and that I've met a girl. I'm sorry I couldn't wait for your express permission, but the moment I saw her, I knew that at last
I had found that divine something that is the theme of the poets and the musicians. I tell you, Charlie, I'm at the end of my rope.
Why, he told us all about Flora in his last letter.
That was his last letter. This isn't Flora.
No?
No, this is Melanie.
Melanie? Where did Melanie come from? And what happened to Flora?
What happened to Mary and Jane and Dorothy and Ellen and Susie, Matilda and Martha and Elizabeth? That's what happened to Flora. That's what'll happen to Melanie. You know, between South Carolina and that boy of mine, I'm about to... As far as I can see, they're both embarked on a program of nullification. No matter what I say, they're both going to nullify it.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Savings bonds are one of the surest, safest investments you can make. Sure because they're backed by Uncle Sam himself. you are sure of getting back $4 for every $3 you invest when the bonds mature in just 10 years because they're guaranteed by your government. Safe because you're carefully protected. Even if bonds are lost, destroyed, or stolen, your government will replace them at no charge. Ask your employer to set aside an amount of money from your pay, the amount that you decide on. Automatically, systematically, he'll buy a savings bond in your name through the payroll savings plan. If you're self-employed, use the bond-a-month plan at your bank. So save for your future independence by investing in extra U.S. savings bonds, the safest investment in the world. And now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Well, have you guessed who the president was when all this happened? It really did happen, you know, in Washington just a few years ago. Times were hectic in Washington, and the president was continually faced with new problems. The campaign for the next presidential term was going full tilt, and he was running for re-election. The nullifiers were all taking pot shots at him, and right in the middle of a very worried day, he received a letter from his son. Dear Father, I'm writing this letter to tell you I've got a surprise for you. Guess what? I'm married.
Married? Who's married, Mr. President?
My son.
Oh, Melanie finally got him, huh?
It isn't Melanie.
It's not Melanie.
No, it's Sarah.
Sarah? Sarah who?
Well, let me finish reading the letter and I'll tell you.
That's all right.
Her name is Sarah York. He met her in Philadelphia.
Well, I thought he was staying on the farm.
Well, he went into Philadelphia for a few days. A few days was all he needed. He has enclosed a letter from the girl. Well, I shall have to take a trip home and meet the new bride.
But how can you leave Washington at this time?
I shall have to leave it. Just as I have a responsibility to the country, I also have a responsibility to my son. I must meet Sarah.
How do you do, Mr. President? I'm honored indeed to meet you.
How do you do, Sarah? I'm very happy to meet you.
Turn around, honey, and let him get a good look at you.
Oh, don't pay any attention to him, Mr. President. He's just excited. Oh, it was very kind of you to let us stay here on the farm. I've done my best to keep things the way I thought you'd like them.
Well, from what I've seen so far, you've done an excellent job.
Oh, now, you must be tired after your journey. Your rooms are waiting whenever you're ready for them.
Oh, thank you. If you don't mind, I think I would like to rest a while.
Father, isn't she wonderful?
You're luckier than you deserve, son. I'll say that much.
Come on, Mr. President. I'll unpack those bags for you.
Thank you, my dear. Hello, Sarah.
Oh, Mr. President, I never dreamed you were still up. I came down for some water.
I was just sitting here in front of the fire thinking. Seeing you two young people together here has brought back a lot of memories.
She was lovely, wasn't she?
You remind me a good deal of her. There's something about the way you hold your head and the way you walk. I suppose once you've loved a woman and lost her, you see her again in every beautiful woman you meet.
I've thought of her so often since I've been here. Using her things, touching things that she's touched. Looking into mirrors she once looked into.
Yes, there is much to keep the memory of her alive in this house.
Mr. President, I have something to tell you. You're going to be a grandfather.
No.
Yes, isn't that wonderful?
Wonderful. I'll tell the world it's wonderful.
If it's a boy, we're going to name him after you and his father. But if it's a girl, we're going to name her for her grandmother.
For my...
Yes, for your wife.
Thank you, my dear. I shall play that it's a girl.
I hope it is too, Mr. President. I hope it is too.
Well, Goodbye, Father.
Goodbye, my son. And say, I thought you told me pretty girls never had brains. You've got the smartest, prettiest wife I ever saw, except for the one I married.
Oh, Mr. President, please don't tell him I've got brains. I've been keeping it from him.
Now, Sarah, drink a lot of milk.
Yes, Mr. President.
And eat plenty of eggs.
I will.
And get plenty of rest. And thank you. Thank you for marrying this foolish son of mine.
Hey!
Thank you for raising him so I could marry him.
Goodbye.
Bye, Dad. Don't let South Carolina secede from the Union.
Don't you worry. No state is going to secede from the Union while I'm president.
And win the election.
I intend to win the election, son. I intend to win it. Gentlemen of the Cabinet, I am ready to hear the report on South Carolina.
Mr. President, to put the situation in as few words as possible, it looks dangerous, sir.
We can't get any sort of an accurate report from the customs houses down there. The nullifiers have asked for a convention to declare nullification of the revenue laws, and they've asked for troops to defend the state against federal aggression.
I see. Well, gentlemen, the Navy is ready for sea duty. I've ordered the garrisons at Charleston changed so that they would be in the hands of officers we know to be loyal. And we are ready for any surprise attacks.
Mr. President, we are concerned as to how the situation in South Carolina will affect the election.
Well, I believe the situation in South Carolina in time will solve itself, to the satisfaction of South Carolina as well as to our satisfaction. And I don't believe the situation will in any way affect the election.
Well, a lot of people are certainly trying to use it against you, Mr. President.
I have long since stopped worrying about the things people are using against me. If I should be mistaken, if I should lose the election, I can only say my responsibility while I fill this chair is not to ensure my re-election, but to preserve the Union. I will preserve it without blood if possible, but if not, it must be preserved at all hazards and at any price. Yes?
Oh, here you are, Mr. President. You know that people are hunting all over the White House for you?
I just thought I'd sit here in my office for a while.
Well, don't you want some lights on?
No, not particularly.
Well, you can't stay in here. The house is full of people waiting to congratulate you.
Congratulate me?
Yes, the election results are beginning to come in. And from all indications, you're going to win the popular vote by a margin of over 300,000 votes.
Well, God be praised for that.
Is there any reason why you've shut yourself up in here? Has anything happened?
No, but I haven't had any word from Sarah. I mean, it's past time for her confinement.
Oh, well, I'm sure she's all right. You'll probably get word tomorrow.
What is all that noise?
Those are people celebrating your victory.
Oh, I see.
Well, I thought you'd be happy about it.
I'm proud, but I'm not really happy. I'd like to retire to the farm. Well, one thing. This plurality of votes will help me solve the nullification problem. There's a letter on the desk from Joel Poinsett, our union leader down there. He wants grenades and small rockets. He says they're good for street fighting. I've been working on a message to Congress, too. Turn up the lamp. I'll read you part of it, if you like.
I'd like to hear it.
I have said here that nullification is an practical absurdity, and that if this doctrine had been established at an earlier day, the Union would have been dissolved in its infancy. Admit this doctrine, and every law for raising revenue may be annulled.
That's certainly true.
I'm taking the stand that nullification is unconstitutional. The Constitution forms a government, not a league. To say that any state may at pleasure secede from the Union is to say that the United States is not a nation. Charles, this is my opinion, and this is what I intend to enforce.
Mr. President, here you are, sir. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Mr. President. May your second term be as glorious as your first.
Well, I hope it'll be a little more peaceful.
Mr. President.
Yes?
I have a special dispatch for you.
Give it to me, please. Give it to me. Oh, yes, it's from the children.
Dear Mr. President, you have a granddaughter, and her name is Rachel.
Oh, thank God, thank God. Gentlemen, this letter informs me that my grandchild has been born. A girl named Rachel.
Well, this has certainly been a triumphant day for you after all, Mr. President.
It has been indeed. It has been a most auspicious day. Gentlemen, I am confident that we will solve the nullification problem and that all will be well with the Union. For this day has been a day I will long remember and bless as long as I live. I've been given new hours to serve and a new life to live for. Well, you've probably figured out by now who the president was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and you'll have the answer in just a moment.
Here is a word that millions of people in Europe fear. It is as destructive as a weapon and just as deadly. It is hunger. One of the best ways we can help the people in Europe combat hunger is by sending food parcels through CARE. CARE sends food and clothing packages which provide more per dollar than individuals can supply any other way. For instance, one food package costing $10 contains 24.5 pounds of food. CARE guarantees delivery of this food package to any individual or group in 11 countries in Europe and in Israel and Japan. So if you want to send a food package overseas, just mail $10 to CARE, give your name and address, and the name and address of the person the package is going to. And now, back to Edward Arnold.
Well, Father, at last the nullification problem is settled. Are you pleased about it?
No, not too pleased. At best, it was a compromise. The bills that have been passed are a strange contradiction. In one, they check the state's right to revolt. And in the other, they give them the thing they revolted for. So, in a way, South Carolina won, and in a way, I won. And it wasn't a complete victory for either one of us.
I'm sorry. I wish it could have been just the way you wanted it.
Well, the thing that turned out just the way I wanted was my granddaughter. She's as pretty as a picture, and I'm only sorry that her grandmother can't see her. Those two Rachels would have surely loved each other, I know.
She certainly adores you. And one day I know she's going to be very proud to say, when I was born, my grandfather was President of the United States, President Andrew Jackson.
Be with us again next week, won't you, for another interesting story that happened in Washington a few years ago to Mr. President. Until then, goodbye.
Mr. President is produced and directed by Joe Graham. Edward Arnold can currently be seen in the MGM picture Annie Get Your Gun. Heard with Mr. Arnold in today's cast were Gene Gillespie, Eric Tressler, Arnold Moss, James McCallion, and your narrator, Santos Ortega. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings and written by Gene Holloway. Today's story was based on incidents in the life of President Andrew Jackson.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President.
This program was transcribed. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. Mr. President at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. We invite you now to become better acquainted with one of America's greatest men. These are little-known stories of the men who have lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
It was a rainy day in Washington. The president sat at his desk. He was annoyed, irritated, and uncomfortable. And he was trying hard to keep his temper under control. Flowers on my desk, flowers under my desk, flowers in every desk drawer. Doesn't he know I've got hay fever? John? John! I want you here quickly. John!
Hi, Father. You calling me?
I was not shouting your name to give my lungs exercise. What's that you're eating?
Chicken leg. Delicious, too. Hey, want a bite?
No, I do not.
Bless you. You aren't catching cold, are you?
No, I'm not catching cold. You know I have hay fever. What's the idea of bringing all these flowers in here?
Oh, I just thought I'd brighten up the place a bit.
John, when are you going to grow up?
I'm taller than you are right now.
Oh, never mind. Young man, are you walking around barefooted?
Well, of course. I had to go into the kitchen to forage for food, didn't I? Well, it's raining today. And you know what happens to our kitchen floor when it rains.
I know. It's flooded.
That's right.
Yeah. Congress will just have to do something about the drainage in that kitchen.
Why don't you ask for an appropriation?
Well, I've already asked for $27,000 for new furniture and furnishings. I'd be lucky to get that. I can't ask for more money so soon.
Oh, it's all right for you. You don't spend much time in the kitchen. But I like a little snack between meals.
Well, I'll have to make repairs, my son, that's all. It wouldn't do to thwart your promising career in the kitchen.
Your apology is accepted, sir.
My apology? Why, you young scallywag. My apology, indeed. It's you who has a little explaining to do.
You mean about those flowers?
Oh,
bless you.
Not another word about those confounded flowers. What I want to know is, what was the big idea of furnishing the party campaign committee with that slogan?
What slogan, sir?
You know very well what slogan. Vote early and often.
Oh, it's a good one, isn't it?
Too good. It smacks of dishonesty. If a majority of the people vote for me once, voting often won't be necessary. Besides, it's too early to think of re-election, my son. You know, you're embarrassing me. What am I going to do with you?
Well, I have been wanting a trip to Europe. Why not send me there as an ambassador?
You? And what do you think qualifies you as an ambassador?
Oh, I'm a lawyer.
Well, you don't work at it very much.
Well, you've got my brother, a soldier, serving as your secretary instead of fighting.
Well, we're not at war.
Someone to see you, sir.
No, hey, we were just talking about you.
Pinch, hut, present, palm.
What's that all about?
Well, you're still a soldier, boy.
Oh, don't be so smart.
Ow! Ow!
Yeah, boys, no more horseplay. Stop it, I tell you. I can still thrash both of you, you know.
Listen to poor deluded father.
What? Clear out of here, both of you. And you, John. Take these flowers with you.
Bless you.
Get out, go on. You said I had a visitor? Show him in.
Yes, sir. President will see you now, Mr. Horton.
Thank you.
Oh, won't you sit down? You say you wish to see me?
Yes, sir. Mr. President, I'm Zachary Horton. I'm in the lumber business in Aroostook County in Maine.
Well, I'm happy to meet you, Mr. Horton. What can I do for you?
You can do plenty, if you want to. Did you know that Ebenezer Greeley, a Maine citizen, has been arrested by Canadian authorities and thrown into jail in New Brunswick?
No, I didn't know this. What was Mr. Greeley doing, and why was he arrested?
Just doing his duty. Taking the census of the people of Madawaska and distributing them their share of surplus treasury money. The Canadians arrested him because they said he was bribing the inhabitants of the town to become partisans of the United States.
Oh, I understand now. Yes, the town is in the disputed boundary territory.
The town's in Maine. People consider themselves American citizens. They have a representative in the Maine legislature.
Oh, I think the difficulty can be straightened out.
You think? Mr. President, you don't understand. Canadians have been poaching on Maine ground long enough. They've been cutting timber that belongs to us and trying to drive us off our own land. Arresting our agent means war to the death. And what are you going to do?
Just what do you expect me to do?
Send federal troops in to shoot down every Canadian poacher in our territory.
And do you think that would be the end of this border dispute?
Certainly. You afraid?
No, Mr. Horton, I'm not afraid, but I see no reason to provoke unnecessary wars when troubles can be settled by peaceful means.
We've tried peaceful means.
Have you? Mr. Horton, look at the facts calmly. New Brunswick, a Canadian province, feels that Maine occupies some of its territory.
It's not their territory, it's
now,
ours.
just a moment, please. Maine citizens like you feel that New Brunswick residents are poaching on Maine territory. This entire dispute came about because of the vague boundary lines stipulated by the Treaty of Paris in 1783.
We know what's our land.
New Brunswick feels the same. And yet, sir, this entire dispute could have been satisfactorily settled a few years ago. At that time, the King of the Netherlands offered a fair compromise solution. Maine refused it.
It didn't give us everything we wanted.
A compromise seldom does. As a result of Maine's refusal to accept the compromise, there will be more bitterness and more rage until a firm settlement can again be made by treaty.
I don't believe in treaty. Guns will settle it faster and better.
I cannot agree with you, sir. A war between two great nations over a few thousand miles of territory would be foolish and useless.
We people of Maine want war.
No, Mr. Horton, I don't believe that most residents of Maine really want war. Your governor hasn't asked for help. Evidently, he feels that he's able to cope with the situation. Until he asks me for federal aid, I will not interfere.
You listen to me. You sit here in Washington and think you can forget about us folks in the Northeast. Maybe at the next election you'll find Maine voting for the other man.
Maybe. And I'd be sorry. But I still won't buy votes with a war. That's too high a price to pay for votes. Good day, Mr. Horton.
Mr. President, I have some letters here that won't make you happy.
The correspondence runs true to form, son. What is it now?
Well, this letter from our consul at Tangier says the Emperor of Morocco insists on sending you a gift of 2 horses and 2 lions.
Oh, no.
Yes. Consul says he tried his best to refuse, but it would have meant insulting the Emperor and risking our treaty with his country.
Oh, good. In heaven's name, what am I going to do with lions and horses?
That isn't all. There's a message from the Sultan of Muscat.
Oh, yes, the ruler of the East Arabian country. We've just concluded a treaty with him. It should be of great commercial benefit to us.
Well, he's sending presents, too. 2 Arabian horses, a string of pearls, 4 cashmere shawls, 5 jars of rose perfume, and a gold-mounted sword.
Oh, no, I can't accept these gifts. In the first place, our laws forbid public officers from receiving gifts. Congressmen like Tyler and Ogle have been complaining that I live like an Oriental potentate now. You can imagine what they'd say if I were to accept lions and horses and perfume.
Maybe with those animals, you'd need the perfume.
Oh, this is no laughing matter, son. You'll have to find some way of stopping these gifts.
It's too late for that. The gifts are at sea now, on their way here.
Then I must let Congress dispose of the problem. Whatever solution I'd suggest would be criticized.
Well, Congress finally came through with the appropriation, I see.
Yes, John. Yes. Now, don't get in their way, will you? You men here, put the sofa down over there, will you, please?
Well, I'm glad to see a lot of this worn-out furniture being replaced. What about the draperies and the hangings, Father? Why didn't you get new ones while you were at it?
There's no use in being extravagant, son. The old ones are in good conditions. Cleaned up like this, they look almost new.
Congressman Ogle here to see you, sir.
Send him a name.
Tinch, hut!
In one moment, Joker. It'll be engage the enemy.
Now, you two, stop it, please. Send in the Congressman Abe.
Yes, sir.
Isn't this the chap that's been giving you such a bad time in Congress?
One of them. Ogle's been campaigning against me ever since I got into this office.
Fine fellow. Oh, here come the mirrors and the lamps. Say, these are good, Father.
Yes, and they'll have to offer a lot of service. Oh, put the mirror up there on that wall, please, men, will you? You know where the lamps go.
Mr. President.
Oh, hello, Congressman. We're in a bit of confusion just now. Won't you sit down?
I, sir, am not used to sitting in the lap of luxury.
Oh, come now. I wouldn't call it luxury.
I would. So this is how the people's cash is being spent. On looking glasses, lamps, candlesticks, and couches.
Yes, part of the money has been spent on these items. The furnishings here were really very shabby, you know.
To a luxury lover, perhaps. I thought they were quite adequate. Is this your boasted democracy, sir?
Do you think it undemocratic to live well instead of meanly?
I know about your aristocratic tastes, sir. I made strong suggestions in Congress that the White House be used only for business and ceremonial purposes, and that you be asked to find living quarters as best you could.
And I'm happy to say that your suggestion was not given serious consideration, even by members of your own party.
I shall report on this further evidence of your democratic living.
I have no doubt of that. Would it be more democratic for me to tear down the White House and build a log cabin here, or for me to live in a tent? Would that make you happy? Yes, I like to live graciously, but not extravagantly.
Don't you call all this extravagant?
No, Congressman, I call it necessary. I understand what motivates your continual attacks, sir. They're campaign oratory, and you're wasting it on me.
Congressman Ogle, I have one of the old chairs. Would you prefer to sit on that?
I certainly would, young man.
Here you are, sir.
Yeah, thank you. It's perfectly good for anyone.
I hope you're not hurt, Mr. Congressman.
Let me help you up, Congressman.
You did that on purpose. You knew it was broken. Like father, like son, I say. Good day.
Now, why did you have to do that? John, I have enough trouble without your pranks.
Mr. President.
What?
A message from Governor Fairfield of Maine.
Oh, what does it say?
The soil of Maine has been attacked. He asks you for help.
Let me see that. Maine land agents and 500 men attacked by force from New Brunswick. Land agents taken prisoner. This is serious. Prepare a message to Congress asking for appropriations and men to cope with this situation.
Yes, sir.
And ask General Scott to come here at once. This is no longer just a battle between Maine and New Brunswick. If it gets out of hand, it means a full-scale war between the United States and Great Britain.
And for me, Mr. President?
Yes, General Scott. This Aroostook war at the Maine boundary has grown to serious proportions. Congress has authorized me to raise 50,000 troops and to spend $10 million if necessary in defending the threatened lands of northern Maine.
What do you want me to do, Mr. President?
I want you to take charge of operations in Maine.
Do you want war, sir? If you do, all I have to do is look on in silence. The Maine people can make it hot, and they can do it fast enough.
General, I think a war can be avoided.
I'm not so sure. Sir John Harvey, the Lieutenant Governor of New Brunswick, has issued a proclamation that seems quite warlike to Maine. He says unless American troops are recalled from the Aroostook, military force will be used against them.
General, there are plenty of hotheads in this quarrel, I know. But you and I must keep cool. Unless we can get a peaceful settlement of this thing, we'll have a big war on our hands.
I'll do my best, sir. But I can't give you any assurance that I can settle this peacefully.
I know. Your best is all I ask of you. Try to get us an honorable peace. Persuade the hotheads, if you can, that there are capable men in Washington and London who can resolve this wisely without violence. And please keep me informed of all developments, eh?
Yes, sir. I leave for Maine at once.
Good. Good heavens, what's that infernal noise outside there?
This may seem crazy to you, but it sounds like lions to me.
Lions? Not here. Nobody would bring them here. Or would he?
Isn't that your son, John?
Well, I'm afraid it is.
Where did he get those beautiful Arabian horses hitched to that old wagon? And the lions in the cage?
Well, at the Navy Yard, I suspect, where they were supposed to have been sold. John! John, will you step inside, please?
Me? Of course, Father. Aren't they beauties?
Just come in, please, will you?
Well, Mr. President, I'd better be going. I may be running into a war. It's probably more dangerous staying around here.
General Scott, I agree with you thoroughly.
Goodbye. I'll keep you posted.
Did you want to see me about something, Father?
Did I want to see you about something, John? You're becoming a plain nuisance. Where did you get those animals?
The Navy Yard in Philadelphia. Do you realize they were going to sell them there and that we wouldn't even have seen our gifts?
I realize it, and I was very happy about the whole thing. The money would have been turned over to the Treasury, and Congress could stop wrangling about whether I should or should not have permitted my consul to accept gifts from foreign power. This little prank of yours will only give the Whigs more campaign ammunition against me.
Sorry about that.
You should be. Now, how did you wangle the release of these animals?
Well, I told the officer in charge that we wanted to exhibit them for a few days before we returned them to be sold.
You wouldn't. Well, the exhibition is over. You're going to take them back at once. What are you putting on my desk there?
Look, Dad, did you ever see prettier flowers?
Oh, no,
Bless you.
You rascal! You know flowers bring on my hay fever. Now take them out of here.
All right, I will, Dad. But do you want to know something?
What?
These aren't real. They're made of paper and wool. I brought them from Philadelphia. You just sneezed at a memory.
Oh, this is too much this time, John. I'm letting you go to Europe. An ocean between us may give me a little peace of mind.
Well, thank you, Father. That's what I've been waiting to hear you say.
this about?
I can't hear you, Abe, but there's too much noise.
I know. What are they doing?
Oh, they're putting in the pipes. We've finally got an appropriation for a new drainage system. A new hot air furnace.
Oh, you mean the kitchen floor won't be full of water every time it rains?
I hope not. Have you heard from John lately?
Had a letter this morning. John's having the time of his life. He's hobnobbing with all the royalty.
Yes, he would.
They seem to like him, too. He can be a very charming fellow when he wants to be.
Yes, I know. Being the son of the president does him no harm either. I hope he continues to behave himself.
And what, may I ask, is going on here?
Oh, Congressman Ogle, I didn't know you were here.
Your secretary wasn't at his desk, nor you at yours. I ushered myself in.
I'm sorry, Congressman. I just stopped in the kitchen to see what was happening here.
Never mind the excuses. Spending money seems to be the most important occupation around here. Something else, a government expense, I presume.
It so happens, Mr. Ogle, that the kitchen has been in sad need of better drainage ever since my arrival here. We're finally getting this repaired. We're also installing one of the new hot air furnaces.
Your predecessors in this office didn't have hot air furnaces?
Obviously. This is a recent invention.
You, of course, must keep up with the latest. I will report this new extravagance to Congress, sir.
I'm sure you will, Congressman.
I consider this a type of fiddling while Maine burns, sir. Just what are you doing for the embattled people of Maine fighting for their lives?
I was unaware that they were fighting for their lives as yet, Congressman. Do you have special information which has not reached me?
You know very well that Maine has troops in the field facing a British army.
To protect the boundary, not to fight a war. I reported to Congress that I sent General Scott there to secure peace if possible.
Do you consider it honorable to pursue peace when Maine's soil has been attacked and Maine's citizens thrown into a foreign prison?
The ownership of the land is a matter of question. The case of the men can be settled without trouble. I do not feel these issues are large enough to warrant a major war.
I don't agree with
That is your privilege, sir. But may I remind you that you are a representative from Pennsylvania. Maine is somewhat out of your jurisdiction.
I do not have to come to this house to be insulted. Congress shall hear about this. Good day, Mr. President.
Mr. President, the fat's really in the fire.
What is it now, son?
Brother John.
Oh, I thought he was in London and behaving himself.
Well, yes, but you know he's been at the state dinner given by Queen Victoria, along with all sorts of princes and lords.
Yes, I know. The papers have been calling him Prince John.
Today in Congress, Mr. Ogle hit at you again, through John.
Ogle again. For weeks he's been harping in Congress about how I live in royal splendor and how very foreign this is to anything democratic.
I know it's part of his campaign material to beat you for re-election. But today he said that Prince John has been honored with wine sipping with a pretty little queen, and the queen was highly delighted with our prince.
Ah, I see his strategy. A campaign to tie me up with monarchy.
Yes, exactly. He went on to say, our prince, mind you. We must get familiar with those things, for we must come to them. We have a president who is so great a favorite with the English nobility that when his son goes there, they rank him above the titled nobleman.
Well, I wouldn't worry about it, son. My enemies didn't want me elected, and they don't want me re-elected. My friends will see through Ogle's jibes about royalty.
There are a lot of plain people who are neither friends nor enemies. People who believe what congressmen say in speeches reported to their newspapers. I think this Prince John speech will hurt your chances of re-election.
Perhaps. But not nearly as much as the gold-plated spoons that President Monroe brought into this house. The outspoken congressman has changed them into a complete set of gold dishes, which I purchased at government expense in order to eat like a king.
Can't you do something about it?
What? Protest my innocence of his charges, get into a newspaper argument with him? Oh, he'd like nothing better. No, my boy. It's best to ignore his ranting. You have more important things to do. Do we have any news from Maine yet?
Not yet, sir. Last reports were that tempers are still high there. Troops are still massed.
But no reports of actual fighting?
No, sir.
Good. That's a hopeful sign. I have great confidence in General Scott. If anyone can achieve our objective in Maine, he can.
General Scott is here to see you, Mr. President.
Oh, fine. Show him in, won't you?
Will you come in, General?
Thank you, my boy.
Glad to be back, Mr. President.
Oh, and I'm very happy to see you. Tell me, is it peace or war?
It's peace, Mr. President.
Ah, that is good news, sir.
I opened headquarters in Augusta and held a conference with the leaders. Governor Fairfield told me the people of Maine were not anxious to hurry the two nations into a war.
And what about the Lieutenant Governor of New Brunswick?
He proved to be reasonable, too. I found out that if he gave up the idea of occupying the disputed territory with a military force and trying to expel the Americans, Governor Fairfield was willing to withdraw his militia.
Uh-huh. Well, were you able to arrange a truce on these terms?
Yes, sir. We also arrived at the understanding that New Brunswick should take charge of the Madawaska country to the north, and that Maine should have control of the Aroostook region to the south until final settlement of the boundary dispute.
A most statesmanlike solution, General Scott. I'm very grateful for what you've done. When tempers are hot, it takes very little to incite men to war. Now the way is open for peaceful negotiation of the difficulties.
I'm glad you were firm in what you wanted done there, Mr. President. It would have been so easy to have had events turn out differently. But, do you know one thing that's been bothering me?
No, General, what's that?
Whatever happened to the menagerie?
The menagerie?
Yes. The lions and the Arabian horses that were here when I left.
You still remember that, do you? Well, they went back to the Philadelphia Navy Yard where they were sold to the highest bidders. The money went to the Treasury Department. It didn't even come close to the amount Congress felt should be spent in return gifts.
That isn't the first money we've spent on goodwill. It won't be the last.
Goodwill is always worth the investment, General. That's why I'm grateful you've been able to achieve peace and goodwill between Maine and Canada.
Boy, take my bag.
I beg you. Well, John! I might have known it. When did you get back?
This morning I drove all night. How do you like the suit?
Very much.
Bond Street. If you treat me with proper respect, I might let you wear it when I'm tired of it.
Why, you joker, I'll wipe up this floor with you and your fine...
You and who else, dear brother?
Boy, what is the meaning of this?
Oh, hello, Father. I'm home.
Yes, so I notice. What are people going to say when they find I can't keep peace in my own family?
Why, they'll say it's more important to do what you've done. They'll say peace between the United States and England was kept by my old man...
What?
I mean, my father, Martin Van Buren.
Ted DeCorsia speaking. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.